back saying have faith that the government will address and handle the matter.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
All right, viewers, latest updates coming in on that big story that we are tracking right now for you. The longest running terror case in India, the Malegaon blast case, verdict likely soon. On your screens are those latest visuals coming in outside the NIA court. Now, this is a case that dates back to the Malegaon blast that took place in September 2008, where Pragya Singh Thakur, and who is a former BJP MP, and Colonel Purohit are among those who have faced trial. This is one of the longest running terror cases, huge political implications. This is the one by which the whole Hindu terror aspect really came into Indian politics. It had huge implications, and which way this verdict goes will also be a very defining aspect of how the issue and terminology as well as politics related to Hindu terror is likely to go from here on. Let's go back to my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, continues to be with us outside the NIA court. Any minute now, Radhika, is when the verdict is set to be pronounced.
Long-awaited verdict as far as
will be pronounced. Of course, this is a long-awaited verdict as far as Malegaon blast case is concerned. 17 years is what it has taken. Of course, multiple investigation agencies had been probing the case. It was ATS that was probing the case initially, and then NIA took over in 2011. 2015, 2016 is when NIA charge sheet was filed, which was very different from what the ATS had alleged in its charge sheet. As far as ATS is concerned, the allegation is that all of these people, the prime accused, be it Sadhvi Pragya Singh or Lieutenant Purohit, all of these people were belonged to a right-wing extremist group, and they wanted to create the allegation. Therefore, Hindu terror, saffron terror was the coinage at the time during the UPA regime, which was something that was entirely rejected by the BJP at that time. Later, of course, NIA took over. The charges certainly weakened after NIA became the prosecution agency. In fact, multiple people were discharged in the case. As far as Sadhvi Pragya Singh is concerned, NIA had sought her discharge as well in the case. Certain, sections were dropped, but the court did not accept dropping of charges as far as Sadhvi is concerned, and therefore the trial of 7 accused began, and then in the trial we saw being of which close to 40 witnesses turned hostile, and most of these witnesses who turned hostile, who retracted their statements they had given before the ATS, most of them in fact, the allegations are very, very severe and strong. As far as Sadhvi is concerned, her motorbike was used for the blast, is the allegation. Remember, in fact, the IED was strapped to the motorbike, and that is which went off on that fateful day in Malegaon. After which, of course, later, Sadhvi was arrested, and then Colonel Purohit as well. The allegation against Purohit is that he floated Abhinav Bharat. He had procured all of the accused, as well as witnesses say that they were coerced, they were pressured, they were tortured to give out statements, to make those confessional statements. Those were the allegations. By the NIA as well in the charge sheet. So yes, a lot of twists and turns, a lot of courtroom drama we witnessed during the trial in the case, and today is going to be very, very important.
Indeed, Radhika, stay with us because this report is going to walk our viewers through what really have been the twists and turns in this case. 2008 is when the blast took place. 2018 is when the charge sheet actually was filed. There have been a bunch of witnesses who actually turned hostile. Some passed away. It's the longest running case with regard to terror in India. Let's play out this report, viewers, that brings you up to speed with why this case is so important, why this judgment is going to be extremely significant both for India's fight against terror as well as for Indian politics.
17 years. A politically charged case. High-profile accused. Hundreds of witness testimonies. and multiple courtroom twists later, the 2008 Malegaon bomb blast case, where 6 people died and hundreds were injured, is set to reach its conclusion with a verdict by Mumbai's special NIA court. It has been one of India's longest-running terror cases, and also one of the most politically sensitive ones, with words like saffron terror associated with it. Among the accused, Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, a former BJP MP, and Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, a serving army officer at the time of the blast.
2012-13 से मैं इस केस में इन्वॉल्व हूँ और अभी तक 323 साक्षीदारों की गवाही हुई है और एक एक गवाह कई कई दिन लेता था। ऐसा नहीं एक दिन में 2 गवाह हो गए, सभी गवाह लंबे लंबे थे। काफ़ी लंबा चौड़ा रिकॉर्ड है और हमें पूरा विश्वास है कि जितने भी आरोपी हैं उस सभी को न्याय मिलेगा और सत्य की जीत होगी, धर्म की जीत होगी, ये मेरा मानना है।
The case was probed first by the anti-terror squad of the Maharashtra police that made several key arrests and accused Sadhvi Pragya Thakur of being the owner of the bike used in the blast. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit was accused of arranging the explosives, including the RDX used in the blast. The ATS claimed the accused wanted to target a specific community and had discussed working towards a Hindu Rashtra. They were accused of having formed an organization named Abhinav Bharat, which was an organized crime syndicate. The case was handed over to the NIA in 2011, which, during its 2016 charge sheet, claimed several flaws in the original ATS investigation and dropped stringent organized crime charges under the MCOCA, also known as Makoka. Despite the NIA's pitch to drop Pragya Thakur as an accused, the special court hearing the case said there was prima facie evidence to put her on trial.
While the prosecution has not spoken on record ahead of the verdict, they have claimed before the court that the evidence proves a calculated terror plot. The defense, however, has maintained that the case collapsed long ago and that the accused were wrongfully implicated by the ATS. The accused remain confident of an acquittal.
The accused claim the case against them was fabricated by the Maharashtra police.
The investigation done by various agencies is totally fraud, false, framed up and cooked up evidences.
मुझे पूरा विश्वास है 31 जुलाई को सत्य अधोरेखित होगा। हमारे निर्दोषिता के ऊपर सन्माननीय विशेष न्यायालय ठप्पा लगेगा, लेकिन सवाल फिर से बना हुआ है कि उन गुनहगारों को, जो असली गुनहगार है, उनको कौन पकड़ेगा, उनको कब सजा होगी या नहीं होगी। जिन्होंने अपने अधिकारों का बार-बार दुरुपयोग किया, तो उनको सजा होगी या नहीं होगी।
Over 30 witnesses turned hostile during the trial. These witnesses denied having participated in or heard any discussions by the accused about the conspiracy to carry out a bomb blast.
17 years, hundreds of witnesses, thousands of pages of evidence, and a courtroom saga that mixed ideology, identity, and justice. The case will perhaps see closure, but the verdict will not just decide guilt or innocence. It will also be seen as a judgment on the investigation, the politics that followed, and the narrative that shaped public perception for over a decade. This is Radhika Ramaswamy for NDTV.
Viewers, this is the case that started the Hindu terror or saffron terror in public discourse and in Indian politics. We're going to slip into a break, come back and decode this and stay on this big story that will reshape Indian politics from here on. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Sayara success. The director of the sleeper hit Sayara, Mohit Suri, exclusively on NDTV.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all.
Viewers, you're tuning in right now. The most politically important story is unfolding right here on NDTV. On your screens are those visuals that are coming in of the NIA court, which is set to pronounce verdict in the very crucial 2008 Malegaon blast case, in which former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur and Colonel Purohit are among those who are facing trial. This is the country's longest running terror cases, huge political ramifications. There have been a lot of twists and turns in the case so far, and the verdict itself will also pave the way and shape the way which way the narrative goes, both for terror and also for the Hindu terror phrase that was coined when this blast came and happened in 2008. Let's get in some our colleagues who are tracking this verdict, this story very closely for us. Saurabh joins us for more on this. Saurabh, now it's just minutes to go before the verdict, and it seems all accused have also come to the court. Now all eyes on which way this verdict goes.
Absolutely. For our viewers just tuning in, this is one of the most important verdicts in terms of terror cases, given the fact that it has huge political ramifications, what we've mentioned. Now, top leaders of that era, including, two former home ministers, had raked up this angle of, Bhagwa Atank, as they call it, and that was something that had huge political ramifications. Now, a lot of that was based on this case. Now, of course, I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's wife a short while ago while she was, walking into court, and she seemed pretty confident about an acquittal. And, we were there on the day when the MCOCA charges were dropped here. That was years ago in this case. We've covered that case in the past as well, this case. So on that day itself, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, who was even then whisked away in military vehicles, even today, he came in with very high security accompanying him, military vehicle again. And he, of course, was confident then. Today, his wife was very confident. In fact, she said no comments, but she did give us a thumbs up, which meant that she's also confident of an acquittal. And the the thing in this case is that this case was investigated by two separate agencies. First, the Maharashtra ATS, the anti-terror squad, and then later in 2011 the case was handed over to the National Investigation Agency, which is the specific agency for investigating terror cases. But what remains important in this case is the political ramifications it has. Two former home ministers, I presume P. Chidambaram and Sushil Kumar Shinde, will also be watching very carefully this court verdict, because the comments or the political ramifications due to those comments have been attributed to these two top leaders. And of course, Mr. Shinde, Sushil Shinde, later distanced himself from the comments. But this is a case, like you said, with huge political ramifications. It's not just the legal part of it, because this case is, of course, built on, many say, at least the accused say, on confession and confessional statements. But again, this is a case that's
For our viewers tuning in right now, let's now look at some of the other aspects. Those are live visuals, viewers. We're going to keep playing that for you, and let's keep that on our screens right now. Accused have arrived at the NIA court, minutes to go for the verdict. Now, Saurabh, when we were talking about the fact that the agencies changed, the charges also changed. There were earlier Makoka charges, which were very stringent ones. Then they were changed to UAPA. 5 people have been acquitted. Originally there were 12, now there are 7. Walk us through the primary charges that are leveled against these 7 main accused.
What hopes you have, sir? Sir, what hopes you have, sir?
Well, the main is, of course, UAPA, the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, the anti-terror law. That's the main charge. There are, of course, IPC sections as well. And beyond that, the most stringent law that was applied, or the most stringent charge that was applied to this case, was the MCOCA, the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act. But that was dropped. And that was dropped because, the NIA, the agency that took over the case from the ATS, found lacuna in the ATS investigation. They said, there were lacuna. But again, the NIA also pursued the case under UAPA. They did fight the case in court, in this court here. And of course, I remember the number of twists and turns we've reported, including the day, the main accused, Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, and Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit got bail. That also was a very important day in this case. And of course, the Makoka charges being dropped was also extremely important. So this is a case with huge political ramifications, and one cannot stress on enough on the importance of the political ramifications.
And let's come to that, Saurabh.
Case was perhaps the foundation of that phrase that became
right. Let's talk about that. Let's bring our viewers up to speed with the politics of it and the political implications of why this case, this verdict is so important, minutes into it, that we're going to keep telling our viewers about. Now, Saurabh, this was the first time that Hindu terror or saffron terror was a phrase that was used first by P. Chidambaram, who was then the Home Minister, and then it was followed up by his successor, Sushil Kumar Shinde, who also said that saffron training camps are being set up, something to that effect. And this was the first time that India actually said Hindu terror or saffron terror, because all along our policy has been that terror doesn't have a religion. Terror still doesn't have a religion, but this was the case where there was a specific instance of Hindu terror being pointed out, which is why this case has such huge political ramifications.
Exactly, and I remember the day when these statements were made. I think Sushil Kumar Shinde's statement was made at a Congress event, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in Rajasthan. And P. Chidambaram made the statement at a conference of DGs of states. Very, very important moments in the case, because like you said, it was, there was a religion, there was color assigned to terror with those statements. And that's something that obviously is something that the BJP has been very vocal about. The BJP has taken on the Congress no less than the Prime Minister has, criticized the Congress several times for these comments. And of course, a lot will depend, like you said, on the verdict, because, the accused are very confident that this was trumped up charges. The confessional statements based on which this case was built were extracted under duress, under coercion, and therefore they believe that this is a case that will not stand the scrutiny of the law. But again, we've often had the opportunity earlier, even perhaps on the day when the MCOCA charges were dropped, to speak to the accused as well. And the accused have always been confident that this is a case that will not stand the scrutiny of law. And that's why today, when it is verdict day, all eyes are on that verdict, not only because of the accused and what they've said, but also because of the political ramifications it's going to have, because of this phrase that was coined on the foundation of this case. And therefore, this is going to be, again, a huge political debate as well. Not only the case verdict, but the political ramifications of the case, something that we've covered for years in this court, is going to be important and very, very closely watched.
Indeed. Hopefully it will bring some sort of a closure for all those who are affected by this. The 6 people who lost their lives in the Malegaon blast. The fact that this has actually gone on for 17 years till now. Hopefully there will be some sort of a closure that will come in for the victims' families. Now, Saurabh, as things are heating up behind you, I see a lot of action behind you. Minutes to go. Walk us through what's happening right now for our viewers tuning in. How soon are we expecting a verdict that will take place at the NIA court?
Well, very high security to begin with. Everyone's being frisked. In fact, reporters who are carrying pens have been asked to bring transparent pens. A pen like this that's perhaps metal will not be allowed. And of course, this is something that we'll see today as well. But you can see all the cameras also are placed. This is the court where, this verdict will be pronounced. And it's a very, very important day, given the fact, like I said, one cannot stress, enough on the importance and the political ramifications of this case, but also the fact that this is a case that's going to see perhaps the end of one narrative and, perhaps a huge sort of blowback. Also, if there is an acquittal, we don't know what is going to happen in court. But the case, of course, those who observe the case do say that, the...
All right, viewers, my colleagues Saurabh, Radhika continue to be with us. Those are live visuals that are coming in outside the NIA court, where the Malegaon blast case verdict is set to be pronounced very quickly. Let me quickly now walk you through some of the other top stories that are coming in at this hour. First up, big verdict in the 2008 Malegaon blast case. Verdict expected shortly. All accused are in court. Former BJP MP Pragya Thakur, key accused in the case. Our friend but, that's Donald Trump slapping 25% tariffs on India. Government response saying all steps being taken to protect national interest. Donald Trump's fresh barbs at Russia and India, says can take their dead economies down together. Fresh rant coming in from the President of the US. Indian markets slide on Donald Trump's 25% tariff jolt. Equities, particularly sectors that are likely to be most impacted, hit the worst. Politics over Dalit techies murder in Tamil Nadu. DMK's Kannimoy visits the techie's family. Police sub-inspector arrested for conspiracy. Techie Kevin was a victim of an alleged dishonor killing. The Oval Showdown 5th test begins today. Bumrah, Pant and Stokes are set to miss out the final test. Viewers, those are live visuals that are coming in from Parliament. It has started, the proceedings of the day have started right now. On your screens are proceedings coming in from Rajya Sabha. There's a lot lined up today. Congress has given an adjournment notice to discuss Trump tariffs. On your screens are those live proceedings that are coming in of the two houses. The Congress, as I said, has given adjournment notice to discuss the tariffs that have been imposed by the Trump administration.
दिनांक 30 जुलाई 2025 को श्री हरिकोटा स्थित सतीश धवन अंतरिक्ष केंद्र GSLV F-16 रॉकेट के माध्यम से नासा इसरो सिंथेटिक अपर्चर रडार सैटेलाइट का सफलतापूर्वक प्रक्षेपण किया गया है। ये अपनी तरह का पहला मिशन है जिसके माध्यम से
Parliament proceedings, viewers, will be impacted. It's almost a certainty by the other big story that we are tracking on the show, which is the Malegaon blast case, verdict of which is expected soon. The Malegaon judgment day today, minutes to go before the verdict is pronounced in the 2008 blast case. It has huge political ramifications. The very first time that the phrase Hindu terror or saffron terror was actually coined. This was under the UPA era. The first time it was said was the former Home Minister P. Chidambaram coined it. This was further reinforced by his successor Sushil Kumar Shinde, who made similar references in 2013. The big allegation that time and continues is that terror doesn't have religion. Why is it that the Congress Home Ministers of that time chose to single out Hindus when it came to these specific terror cases? So that's the backdrop of why this case is so significant. It is the longest running terror case in India, 17 years. Hopefully the verdict will give closure to the victims' families today. All eyes on which way the judgment is pronounced. Let's go back to my colleagues Saurabh and Radhika, who've been tracking every twist and turn in this case. Saurabh, let me come back to you as proceedings are expected to begin shortly. Judgment day today for Malegaon blast case. For our viewers tuning in right now, the significance of the politics, we'll come to it in just a bit. But the case itself, it has taken 17 years, many twists and turns. Walk us through some of them.
Absolutely. Many twists and turns, many surprises. Bail for the accused, MCOCA being dropped, the NIA, of course, the questioning, the ATS probe, all of these things have taken place over, the last 17 years. And, the last time I remember we were in court for, the last time I was in court covering this case was on the day, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit got bail and, Pragya Singh Thakur got bail. And even at that time, the case did seem to be on a bit of a sticky wicket. But however, the arguments take place, the evidence is collected, and these are things that take place, over a period of time. But at this point, what we know is that this is going to be an extremely, extremely important case, not only because of the amount of time it's taken to come to this point where the verdict is being pronounced, not only for the twists and turns this case has seen in terms of, agencies, in terms of charges, in terms of sections applied, in terms of accused getting bail, but also one cannot stress enough on the political ramifications, which is what we've been talking about. Because like you said, this is a case which laid the foundation for the former Home Ministers of India, Congress leader Sushil Kumar Shinde and P. Chidambaram, who coined that term, Hindu terror, or assigned this term, saffron terror. And this is something that obviously has been protested. Sushil Kumar Shinde at some point did backtrack a bit. He did clarify. He said that was given to me, is what I said, what was already there, thereby implying that it was not something of his doing. But this has been a case that's seen a huge political debate between the Congress and the BJP. No less than the Prime Minister has spoken on it several times at several rallies. So this is going to be a very, very important day in terms of the pronouncement of verdict, not simply because of those involved or what's happening in court in terms of the legal process, But because, like I am saying and like everyone's been repeating, the political ramifications of this case.
Now, Saurabh, in terms of, nobody's second guessing what the verdict is going to be. We are waiting for that. But while we do, what about the legal possibilities that lie for either side? Whichever way the verdict goes, parties have a right to further continue their legal options. What could they possibly be from here on? Because this is a special NIA court. It has its own special powers. So what could be the next legal process for either of the parties that wants to take up the fight and continue the legal fight?
Well, there are two things. It can either be an acquittal or a conviction. That is the two options. The court will, be engaging in one of the two. Given what happens, let's presume, that there is an acquittal. Then, of course, the agency has the chance to move before an appellate court. And if there's a conviction, then the accused have the chance to move before an appellate court. In this case, the Bombay High Court. So that's the legal process, and there are legal avenues still open because this is still the trial court. But what happens in the trial court process is that the evidence is scrutinized to the minute details. Every aspect of the evidence is examined, it's legally scrutinized, and based on that application of legal scrutiny, the judge arrives at a verdict. So you can see the evidence being completely examined, and then the verdict being pronounced. So that's one thing, and one cannot say, when it comes to time, this case has taken really long, and perhaps an example of how strenuous the legal process can be. But the accused, the agencies, all have gone through it. The system has gone through it. Today is the day for verdict, and once the verdict is pronounced, what will take precedence is the political ramifications.
Indeed, that is what will now take precedence after the verdict is announced. And as Saurabh was saying, the tedious, long process of identifying each piece of evidence, piecing it together, getting all the witnesses, all that gets completed at the lower court's phase. And that is where it has actually happened. And now, next up, whichever party wants to now continue this legal... Okay, as we speak, verdict is being pronounced right now. Let's quickly now wait for those details that are coming in. Judge giving history of the case right now. That's the latest update. Remember, it's a long case since 2008. That historical perspective of the twist and turn it has taken is being pronounced right now, is being said. And now the judge has started pronouncing the Malegaon blast case verdict. So any second now, viewers, we're going to tell you what the verdict is. The 17-year-old long trial coming to an end with the verdict being announced right now with the Judge Lahoti speaking about the history of the case, what all it has happened so far in the 17 years. He continues to share in detail, and he's reading that out since 2008. The historical facts in the case so far since 2008, when the Malegaon blast case took place. What happens next? First it was the ATS that took over, then the case came to NIA, the charges were changed, there were Makoka charges, then there were UAPA charges that were leveled later on. There were originally 12 accused, 5 of them were acquitted before this trial started. Now there are 7 primary accused who are there, and all of them are in court right now, waiting for the judgment to be pronounced, viewers. That's the latest and the big headline that we're getting for you, which is that the judgment is being pronounced in the Malegaon blast case as we speak. All right, Saurabh, as we tell our viewers in minutes from now what the judgment really is, the fact that the judge has also been highlighting the history of this entire case tells you that just how long it has taken to arrive at this day today.
Absolutely. September 2008 is when that blast took place, and then of course the court proceedings, the arrests, a lot of things happened in between. I remember covering the case since its early days. So, it feels almost like a lifetime how long this has taken to sort of come to this verdict, because I think, amongst the first hearings was when I barely started my career. So obviously it's been a long time. Just to give a sense of how long it's taken, to sort of reach this day, it's been a very long process of legal proceedings, different agencies. First the Maharashtra ATS, the anti-terror squad, then the National Investigation Agency, the anti-terror agency specifically probing terror cases. Then the political noise around this case, the politics around it, the Congress leaders, attaching, coining that term, Hindu terror, and then of course the blowback, and the blowback from the BJP, highly contesting that claim. No less than the Prime Minister has spoken on this case in the past, and therefore this is, like I said, while it will be very important to see what the verdict is, which should be any minute now. My colleague Radhika, of course, is inside the court, sharing those details with us as the judge delivers that verdict, and we'll be bringing you that verdict shortly as we know what it is in a few minutes from now. Of course, we will have
information that's coming in right now, viewers, which is that Judge Lahoti is saying inside right now court that prosecution has successfully proved that blast happened but failed to establish that bomb was fitted in the motorcycle. That motorcycle belonged to Sadhvi Pragya. It was in her name. And that is the big detail that's coming in right now. Judgment is being pronounced as we speak. The judge is saying that prosecution has established that blast happened. Saurabh, let me bring you in. Judge Lahoti is saying that prosecution has failed to establish that the motorcycle belonged to Sadhvi Pragya. That was the big charge against her.
Absolutely, and very important, because this is then going to be the foundation of the verdict, and one can see where this verdict is going, in which direction. Because remember, this motorcycle is the key piece in this entire case. The allegation was that this blast or this bomb was placed on the motorcycle. The allegation also was that this motorcycle belonged to Pragya Singh Thakur. But if the court is saying that the prosecution hasn't been able to prove that, established that the bomb was fitted in the motorcycle, then very clear, way the verdict is going, and this would, of course,
some of the details coming in. Let's put that out for our viewers as well on our screens. Judge Lahoti is saying that in some medical certificates there has been manipulation. These are information that is coming in pieces from my colleague Radhika, who's inside the court. And Judge Lahoti saying that though RDX was brought and used is the allegation, no evidence of storage of RDX in Purohit's house. Remember, this is the primary allegation against Colonel Purohit and Sadhvi Pragya here. And no evidence to show that he assembled it. He was in the military intelligence wing, and the allegation against him was that he was the one who had actually assembled the RDX. He had taken it when he was posted in Srinagar and several other places. And this is the big headline coming in right now, that the NIA did not prove the bike belonged and was, the bike was fitted, the bomb was fitted on the bike, and the NIA has not been able to prove, the prosecution has not been able to prove that there is any evidence of storage of RDX in Purohit's house. This is going to be the foundation of the verdict, Saurabh.
Absolutely. The big takeaways from this verdict, which we can bring to our viewers now, my colleague Radhika, of course, reporting from inside court, is that, one, the prosecution hasn't been able to prove that the bomb was placed or fitted into the motorcycle, which is what linked Sadhvi Pragya or Pragya Singh Thakur to this case. Secondly, the prosecution hasn't been able to prove that there was storage of RDX in Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit's house. That is what linked Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit to the case. No empty shells were seized, no fingerprint DNA was collected, There was contamination of the spot. Contaminated articles were used for analysis. This is basically a precursor to the case falling apart. And that's, of course, after legal scrutiny, after years of legal scrutiny that has taken place in this case, that, of course, we now see that this will, of course, like I said, will have larger ramifications, huge, history in this case. Especially the comments of, P. Chidambaram and Sushil Kumar Shinde, the former Home Ministers. But right now, the judge is, of course, saying very, very important things. And these are, of course, important things because the two key elements, the scooter and, of course, the motorcycle, I beg your pardon, and the RDX. These were the two things that were linking the two main accused to this case.
The two primary accused, Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit. And the two charges against them, the primary charges, right now what judge is saying is that there is no evidence linking either of them with whether the motorbike chases number was wiped out, engine number under doubt. That's what the clear commentary that's coming in from the judge right now is, that the motorcycle chases number was removed and the engine number also is in doubt. So how do you establish ownership? You cannot establish ownership without these clinching pieces of evidence. And that's extremely important that's coming out, viewers. This is regarding Sadhvi Pragya. The charge against her was that the bike on which the bomb was fitted belonged to her. That was the primary charge. And that's how she was is one of the primary accused in the 2008 Malegaon blast case. Now, Saurabh, fresh details and more details coming in, which is that conspiracy meetings cannot be proven.
Absolutely, and this is significant. All of these are significant points. What the judge is now saying basically is that the elements on which this case was built have not been proved in court. Basically, this is the case falling apart, but we're still waiting for the judge to pronounce the verdict completely. And of course, we'll wait for that. We'll not jump the gun. But whatever were the main elements, the main constructs of this case, that pretty much has been dismantled. The court has not accepted what has been said, which is A, proving the motorcycle belonged to Pragya Singh Thakur 1, B, conspiracy meetings, C, RDX linked to Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit. These are all very, very important elements of this case, and these have now fallen apart after legal scrutiny.
Saurabh, you're making that very important point that nobody here in this broadcast is jumping the gun. We are not second guessing what the Honorable Court is saying, but what we are informing our viewers right now is the details that are coming in from the NIA court where the judgment is being pronounced, and Radhika, our colleague, is inside. But the case, the prosecution case, is now beginning to fall apart. That's what it's looking like, Saurabh. And there is more detail that's coming in, which is that unauthorized interception of data happened by probe agency, which is of no use. Does this mean it is not admissible evidence?
Yes, basically intercepts of phone calls is something that, again, the prosecution very heavily relied on in this case. This is something that we, again, in the early days of reporting on this case, I know that this was one of the main constructs of the case. The interceptions that the prosecuting agency had, in this case, the Maharashtra ATS. So that also seems to have been not been accepted by the court. Anti-terror law can't be invoked, which is the UAPA. That's what the court has said. So this is the biggest sort of update from the court now. Anti-terror law cannot be invoked. So this is something that's very important. Remember, the main charge against the accused is the UAPA. MACOCA, which is the other stringent law, MCOCA, the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act, that has already been dismantled. That was dropped by the court several years ago. Now, the accused were being tried under the UAPA, the anti-terror law, and other sections of the IPC, the Indian Penal Code, or which was then. Now, of course, you have the BNS, which has replaced the IPC. But at this point, what the judge has said, and the biggest update that my colleague Radhika is getting from inside the court is that the anti-terror law cannot be invoked, which means the main law, the main charge against them falls apart. So obviously this is right now what we are seeing in court is the judge saying on what basis he's going to arrive at a conclusion shortly, but on what basis is he going to arrive at that conclusion? That is being dictated, pronounced in court now, and therefore we are seeing these, this is whatever is being said in court. In fact, I spoke to Aparna Purohit, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit's, wife for a short while, and she seemed very confident when she walked into court. We've covered this case for years, and we know the accused have been very confident, saying that the evidence against them is flimsy, always maintaining that, that these were forced confessions that were extracted under coercion. So huge update from the court. UAPA defective and invalid is what the court is saying. Money on Abhinav Bharat Trust was used for Purohit's house construction policy.
Okay, so let's tell our viewers this. What is this Abhinav Bharat? So let's tell our viewers that charge and the allegation against these people was that they had set up an organization called Abhinav Bharat with the aim of establishing Hindu Rashtra. That was the allegation and charge against them. And the update that is coming in right now is that the money for the trust was actually for LIC policies and for construction of Colonel Purohit's house. So yet another charge being dismantled by the court with not enough evidence to back these allegations. Saurabh?
Big update is now there. The judge is saying mere suspicion cannot lead to conviction, extending benefit of doubt to the accused. So these are the last few reasons for the verdict that is being delivered, and perhaps in seconds now we will know what the judge says, but it's absolutely clear from where this case is headed that mere suspicion cannot lead to conviction, extending benefit of doubt to all accused. Therefore, what we were reporting is now perhaps around the corner. In a few seconds from now, we will hear the judge pronounce the verdict in this court, the Special NIA court, which has been hearing the case. No doubt, terror has no religion, but conviction cannot happen based on the evidence presented. So there is no conviction. The court is making it clear. Very, very important breaking news. No conviction can happen based on the evidence presented in court. Very, very important. This is, of course, all accused acquitted. So the breaking news coming in from court is that all accused have now been acquitted by the Special NIA court.
Big breaking news coming in right now. Big breaking news coming in right now that the verdict in the 2008 Malegaon blast case that NDTV has been reporting for you, and the judge has said that all accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. All 7 accused, which included Sadhvi Pragya, Colonel Purohit and 5 others, have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case that took place in 2008, a case which has huge political ramifications as well that we've been talking about. And Saurabh, my colleague, decoding what really was the basis and the premise of which the order that has come in from the court, the basis and the premise of the acquittal that's come in now. Extremely significant, Saurabh, as we've been pointing out, and Radhika getting us all those details from inside the court that all accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. Now, viewers joining in right now, Saurabh, walk them through the top 3, top 4 arguments that were the premise for the acquittal by the court.
Absolutely, and first, the big breaking news, all accused, including Pragya Singh Thakur, including Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, Samir Kulkarni, Major Ramesh Upadhyay, retired, all of them have been acquitted of all charges. The reasons, the court has said that conviction cannot happen on the basis of evidence presented, suspicion not enough for conviction, the benefit of doubt, which is very key in criminal proceedings, has been given to the accused. UAPA defective, invalid, Abhinav Bharat money was not used for terror. This is something that, of course, is very, very clear from the court verdict. This is, of course, the case falling apart completely. And, like I said, this is where the political ramification now comes in. The legal part is one part. That's been dealt with in court. The court has dismantled the charges. The court has found no evidence to support the charges against the accused. The court has acquitted.
The court has acquitted all 7 in the 2008 Malegaon blast case. As Saurabh was telling, the detailed view of the court why the prosecution case collapsed. Now, viewers, the primary charge against Sadhvi Pragya was that it was her motorbike on which the bomb was fitted. That ownership cannot be established conclusively is what the court has said. The primary charge against Colonel Purohit was that he was the one who had assembled the RTX, collected it and done so at his residence. That cannot be established conclusively is what the court has said. And the third important thing is that regarding Abhinav Bharat, the trust that the allegation was that all these people were part of this trust, this organization which was supposed to create a Hindu Rashtra. And that has been, again, not conclusively established. It cannot be conclusively established is what the judge has said. Now, Saurabh, in terms of the arguments, we put that out for our viewers. Now, all the accused are right now in court, aren't they? They must, of course, be present there when this verdict is being pronounced. I'm sure they will all be now coming out and giving their first reactions as well.
Absolutely, the accused are all in court. In fact, Pragya Singh Thakur was brought in. Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit with a military escort. He's, of course, a military man, so a lot of security for him. He was brought in a military vehicle. They went into court. Just as they were going into court, I had the opportunity to speak to Aparna Purohit, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit's wife. She was very confident. And, of course, the verdict has gone their way. All have been acquitted. This is now, of course, the termination or the culmination of a 17-year-old legal process. September 2008 is when the blasts took place. We've been covering this case from its early days. There were lots of twists and turns, but all 7 accused, including Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, have been acquitted in the 2008 Malegaon blast case. The court has arrived at this verdict based on the conclusion of the evidence it has examined. It has said that the scooter cannot be linked to Pragya Singh Thakur. The motorcycle, I beg your pardon, cannot be linked to Pragya Singh Thakur. The allegation was that the bomb was placed on that scooter, fitted on that motorcycle, and therefore what we know is that there was, of course, this motorcycle that was there that cannot be linked to Pragya Singh Thakur. So the case against Pragya Singh Thakur falls. In terms of Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, the fact that RDX was stored at his house, there was no evidence. While the main charge against him was that he had procured that RDX for the blast. So that case falls apart, and the case against others have also fallen apart, which means that all 7 accused in the 2008 Malegaon blast case have been acquitted by the Special NIA court this morning in Mumbai. And now, of course, you will see the political ramifications of this case take over.
Now, very soon, the politics of this case is now going to take over. As Saurabh was pointing out, the big headline, viewers, for all those who are tuning in right now, is that the 2008 Malegaon blast case, the longest running terror case in India, there has been a verdict that has come out. All 7 have been accused, and the primary arguments that were made by the prosecution have been rejected by the NIA. And as Saurabh was saying, I'm just going to put that out for our viewers tuning in right now. No evidence of storing or assembling the explosives in Colonel Purohit's residence. That was the primary argument against him. No sketch of the spot was done by the investigation officer when he did the Panchnama. Again, a serious lapse in terms of investigation. Then no fingerprint dump data was collected for the spot. Again, a serious lapse in the investigation that was done. Then the samples were contaminated. The reports were not conclusive, and therefore they couldn't be reliable. A huge gap in the investigation that was done. Remember, it has taken that long for this entire arc of judiciary and the entire legal process to come to its conclusion. But this is important. The premise on which this acquittal has actually taken place. Then the other, the bike allegedly involved in the blast did not have a clear chassis number. Therefore, ownership couldn't be proven and prosecution could not conclusively prove that Sadhvi Pragya actually possessed this bike prior to the blast. Now, Saurabh, let me come back to you. Let's get those live visuals coming in from the NIA court, where I'm sure there will be reactions that will come in very soon. The lawyers of these accused would also be reacting very soon, Saurabh.
That's right. We will soon have the lawyers of these agencies, also reacting because remember, it's been a very important case and a very long-standing case for everyone. And in fact, we've had, years and years of coming to this court as reporters and covering this case. And this, of course, is the culmination of all of that. But, the political ramifications, like I said, is huge in this case. And that's why it becomes all the more important, this verdict. And of course, there was always, a sort of assertion or a sort of feeling that the case wasn't really strong in terms of the evidence presented in court, that the evidence was a bit patchy.
आरोपियों को बड़ी खुशी हुई है इस बात प्रोसिक्यूशनचे सगळे पुरावे जे आहेत ते अमान्य केलेले कारण आधीपासूनच प्रोसिक्यूशनचा पुरावा होता तो कायद्यास समोर तो न टिकणारा पुरावा होता आणि 17 वर्ष लागले हे आज सिद्ध व्हायला की पुरावे ते कोणतेही ग्राही धरले गेलेले नाही
कई सारी बातें कही गई है
मराठीत होतं पहिले सर सांगा नेमकं कोर्टाने सुरुवात केली होती सर इकडे सर एटीएस दाखल केलेला होता या पूर्ण पुराव्याला नाकारलेला आहे कोर्टाने बैठका झाल्या आरडीएक्स आणलं त्यांचा कोणताही संबंध क्लिअरली ते साबित करू शकले माझं नाव रणजित आहे जो पुरावे जो सबूत थे वो कंटेम्पररी से डिटेल्स में खारिज कर दिया गया है जो पुरावे उन्होंने दाखिल किए थे जो एक्यूज के अगेंस्ट में सफिशिएंट नहीं थे
जो आरडीएक्स की थी और साजिश
जी आरडीएक्स नहीं मिला है ऐसा डिक्लेयर किया गया
भोपाल और फरीदाबाद में नहीं हुई थी ये बात भी कही गई है
सभी
की जो सेक्शन थी
उसके सैंक्शंस को भी हटा दिया गया है कौन से ही सेक्शन अनएप्लीकेबल डिटेल जजमेंट आएगा
डिटेल जजमेंट कब तक एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं
12 घंटे लगेंगे ऐसा साहब ने कहा है कि अपलोड होने को टाइम लगेगा
डिटेल जजमेंट 12 घंटे के बाद
1000 पेज के ऊपर कुछ है तो थोड़ा सा समय लगेगा बार-बार हिंदू दहशत का ये सिर्फ पॉलिटिकल नरेशन था और कुछ भी नहीं था और जो आपका जो आतंकवाद का विषय था ऐसा कोई विषय है नहीं और कोर्ट ने आज साबित कर दिया है कि 17 साल के बाद कि ये कोई घटना इन लोगों से की गई नहीं हो उशीर लागला पण कसं होतं की व्हॉल्युमिनस विटनेस होते 325 च्या जवळजवळ विटनेस होते ते सगळं घेण्यासाठी वेळ लागला
परंतु ज्या पद्धतीने सगळा हा राजकीय हेतू पुरस्कार वाद सुरू होता
हा त्या काळातला एनसीपी आणि काँग्रेसने केलेला षडयंत्र होता काही दुसऱ्या पक्षांनी समोर येऊ नये ह्याच्याकरिता होलं बाकी तर दुसरं काही नाही ओनली पॉलिटिकल नैरेटिव है
अपना नाम और आप किसके वकील हैं?
मैं एक्यूज नंबर 11 का वकील हूँ रंजित नायर नाम है मेरा रंजित नायर
रोल आपल्यासोबत आरोपींचे वकील रंजित नायर आहेत रणजित जी सविस्तर सांगा कशा रीतीनं न्यायालयाने निकाल सुनावला आणि काय काय न्यायाधीशांनी म्हटलेलं आहे
न्यायाधीश साहेबांनी सगळे
लाईव्ह चालू आहे यार
न्यायाधीश साहेबांनी सगळे
टिकटॅक चालू आहे टिकटॅक
Okay, that was one of the lawyers of one of the accused saying that there was a political conspiracy. He also spoke in Marathi, saying that it was a political conspiracy that was hatched during that time, which is why these accused actually faced the legal incarceration, but they have now all been acquitted in the case. The formal order will be uploaded in about half an hour from now. It must be a very voluminous order simply because of the number of witnesses involved, the number of twists and turns this case took. But the big headline that's coming in right now is that all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case have been now acquitted by the NIA court. There's the arguments that were made was, and the grounds for the acquittal is the fact that there was a complete collapse of the prosecution case, and that included for everyone, whether it was Sadhvi Pragya or Colonel Purohit. The primary charges that were leveled against all of them did not stand the legal scrutiny, which is why they were all acquitted in the case today. We're going to try and get correct with some big legal voices here as to what really happened. How is it that the prosecution case fell apart completely in a case that has actually taken so long, 17 years, over 300 witnesses, some went hostile, some died, but so many witnesses were there. There were multiple agencies. How is it that the probe was compromised because of the fact that there was not adequate evidence to back these allegations? Let's get in Radhika, my colleague who was inside the court when the judgment was being pronounced. Now, Radhika, the big headline that we're telling our viewers is that all accused have been acquitted. What are some of the counsels of these accused saying? And you must have spoken to the accused inside court as well. Their first reactions.
That's right, Gauri. As far as the proceedings today was concerned, yes, it was a packed courtroom. All the advocates, all the accused, all of the 7 accused were present.
There was, of course, celebration among the accused as well as the lawyers are concerned. Yes, the court very categorical.
The lawyers are concerned. Yes, the court very categorically stating that no cogent evidence has been found as far as this entire case is concerned. Court went on to say that UAPA is defective. Remember, UAPA was among the most stringent section that was added. UAPA sections were the stringent ones that were added as part of the charge sheet by the ATS as well as by the NIA, and also, of course, other sections under the IPC and under Explosives Act. But all of these were defective is the categorical submission as far as the court is concerned. Went on to speak about various aspects of the case. One, of the bike that was found, which was supposedly belonging to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. Court very directly stating that no evidence proved that the bike, the motorbike to which the bomb was strapped, belonged to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. No evidence is pointed to that, to the ownership of that vehicle by any of the accused. Also went on to speak about the procurement of RDX, the use of explosives. No evidence pointed to the transfer of explosives, to the procurement of explosives, or the fact that it was at the residence of the accused, because the allegation
accused house as well. So that
in another accused house as well. So that is something that cannot be proven, is something the court categorically said. And also going on to speak about funding of Abhinav Bharat. Remember, the allegation was that Abhinav Bharat was funded majorly for terror activities. Now that is something that has also been categorically disproven in a sense by the court, saying that these funds were used for personal usage of the accused, that it was used for Purohit's house construction, LIC policies, and no evidence point to the usage of these funds for terror activities. So yes, this is a big win as far as these accused are concerned. We'll really have to see how this will politically play out, because it had been a flashpoint between the BJP and the Congress party. We know that the Hindu terror or saffron terror at the time, and BJP had completely vehemently denied it. And of course, we'll really.
I want to quickly now play out this chat with Naresh Maske on the verdict, and then we go back to Radhika, who's joining us live from outside the court.
शिवसेना एमपी नरेश मस्के हमारे साथ हैं। सर, सारे जितने भी आरोपी थे सबको एक्विट कर दिया गया एनआईए कोर्ट ने, मालेगांव से जुड़े हुए। आज आप स्वागत करते हैं इस वर्डिक्ट का?
स्वागत करते हैं। सच्चाई सामने आई है। देश में, पूरे वर्ल्ड में हिंदू दहशतवाद के नाम पे जो गलतफहमी घुमाने की, फैलाने की कोशिश जो कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट ने की थी, आज उनका चक्काचूर हो गया है और हिंदू कभी दहशतवादी हो नहीं सकता, ये आज दुनिया के सामने आया है।
कल राज्यसभा में भी अमित शाह ने कहा था कि हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता। सेफरन टेररिज्म की बात हो रही थी, हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात होती थी। कई कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने ऐसा कहा था मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के बाद।
कुछ धर्म के लोगों को खुश करने के लिए, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए इस तरह की बातें फैला रहे थे, लेकिन आज सच्चाई सामने आ रही है। और देखो, आतंकवादी के पीछे देश के खिलाफ काम करने वाली एक शक्ति रहती है और हिंदू कभी भी देश के खिलाफ काम नहीं कर सकता।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करने के लिए। अथवा शिवसेना एमपी नरेश मस्के स्पीकिंग टू NDTV.
All right, now this is a verdict which will have huge political ramifications. We played out the first political reaction for you viewers, and we're going to keep doing that through the course of this broadcast, because this is a case which really put out that Hindu terror, saffron terror concept for the first time. It was under former Home Minister P. Chidambaram's tenure, and he was the one who first coined that phrase, even as the big backlash that came in and continues to be is that terror has no religion. Then why put that out in the domain by singling out a particular religion? That was the big charge and continues to be. And let's go back to Radhika for more on this. And Radhika, that's the politics of the Malegaon blast case. One is the fact that there should be justice if there is a blast case that has taken place. Victims deserve and need justice, need closure. Second is the politics of this case, which is so significant as well.
Absolutely. Politics of the case is very, very.
After which ATS took over the case, and ATS very categorically at the time alleged that several of the accused they arrested, including Sadhvi Pragya Singh as well as Purohit, belonged to the right-wing extremist group, and this act was done in order to get rid of people from a certain community, in order to instill fear, in order to sort of create division within the community. That's what was said by the ATS at the time. The accused and several of the witnesses also at the time pointing that they were coerced into making certain confessions. MCOCA was invoked at the time, which means the confessions that happened during 2008, 2009, 10 was admissible before the court. But then NIA came into picture in 2011. It had also filed a charge sheet sometime in 2015, 2016, whereby it had decided to drop some of the charges, including MCOCA, and also made certain allegations against ATS, which was the primary investigating agency at the time, that people, the accused, were tortured and coerced into making
ATS, which was the primary investigating agency at the time, that people, the accused, were tortured and coerced into making all kinds of submissions and admissions and confessions. And then, of course, the trial started. Many people were discharged, Gauri. One must remember that more than 11 people were arrested initially, and more arrests happened. And then there were some who were called absconding in this case. 3 to 4 were discharged by the, NIA itself, during the proceedings at the time. And then 7 people stood trial. And NIA at the time had categorically also said that they do not have any evidence to establish that Sadhvi was directly involved in this particular case. So yes, but the court did not drop those charges. Court decided to go ahead with the trial of the 7 accused, including Sadhvi, and it went on for several years. 2018 is when the trial started. More than 323 witnesses examined, more than 1,000 pages of evidence materials submitted before the court. Today also pointing at how some of the evidence submitted does not point to their direct involvement, be it the forensic evidence, be it the dump data, or any of the evidence from the spot that was procured at that time. None of it really establishes that these people were involved. It establishes that people were killed on that fateful night. But beyond that, their involvement, the involvement of all these 7 accused, including Purohit or Sadhvi, cannot be established at this point, is something the court has said, which is why all the charges have been dropped. In fact, they have been acquitted, and very importantly, UAPA cannot
Radhika,
be
stay
imposed.
with me. Radhika, stay with me. We're going to continue this conversation, but I have to take that very short break. Viewers, we're slipping into a break, but let me just tell you, the court said, no doubt terror has no religion, but conviction cannot happen based on the evidence presented. That was the big thing, and one of the big commentary that came in from the court in terms of how and why this acquittal had to take place. I believe I have to take a very short break. All right, but all right. Before we slip into a short break, viewers, let's quickly now get in. Sadhvi Pragya Singh's sister joining us on her first reaction of this verdict. आप क्या बोलना चाहेंगी इस वर्डिक्ट के लिए? जो उपमा जी, आप जो ज्वाइन कर रही हैं हमें, क्या पहला आपका कोर्ट ने पूरी तरह से एक्विट कर दिया है साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी को।
सबसे पहले तो ठाकुर जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माता रानी की कृपा से इतने लंबे टॉर्चर के बाद सत्य सामने आया, सत्य की जीत हुई। बहुत सारे लोगों ने, मीडिया ने, समाज के लोगों ने और स्पेशली कांग्रेसियों ने जिस तरह का टॉर्चर किया, उस सब से आज निजात पाने का समय आया है और भगवान की कृपा से सत्य की जीत हुई है। क्योंकि वो डे 1 से कह रही थी कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मैं इसमें शामिल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई मानने को तैयार नहीं था और फाइनली आज भगवान की कृपा से कोर्ट ने ये चीज सबके सामने ला दी।
जी, और कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि चेसिस नंबर, इंजन नंबर लिखा नहीं था और उससे ये कहा नहीं जा सकता था कि वो जो मोटर बाइक थी वो वाकई प्रज्ञा जी की है या नहीं। ये बेसिक चीज थी जो कोर्ट ने कही है।
हाँ, कोर्ट ने जो कहा है, कोर्ट के पास तथ्य हैं, कोर्ट के पास आधार है बोलने के लिए, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा। भाई कोर्ट को कोई बरगला तो सकता नहीं है, कोर्ट पर कोई दबाव तो बना सकता नहीं है। जो सत्य था वो कोर्ट ने कहा, उनके पास जो एविडेंस थे उसके आधार पर उन्होंने निर्णय दिया और न्यायपालिका हमारे लिए सर्वोच्च है। हम सभी उसका सम्मान करते हैं, भारतीय होने के नाते हम उसमें आस्था रखते हैं और हमारी सबसे बड़ी आस्था ईश्वर के प्रति है। धन्यवाद।
जी जी, एक आखिरी सवाल उपमा जी मैं पूछना चाहूंगी आपसे, वो ये कि इस केस को लेके बहुत जबरदस्त राजनीति हुई थी तब से लेके आज तक। Alright, that was Upma Singh, Pragya Singh's sister, her first reaction to the acquittal that has come in from the NI court in the Malegaon blast case. Viewers, a quick break. We return with our rolling coverage of the big story. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analysed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how
Our friend, but that's what Donald Trump says when he slaps 25% tariffs on India. Government response is all steps taken for national interest. Donald Trump's fresh barbs at Russia, India. His rant continues. He says can take their dead economies down together. Market slide on Trump's 25% tariff joke. Politics over Dalit techies murder in Tamil Nadu. DMK MP Kadimoi visits the techie's family. Police sub-inspector arrested for conspiracy.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The big headline that we are tracking and the big breaking news coming in right now at NDTV is that all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case have been acquitted. Acquittal from all charges for former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, and the judge said that benefit of doubt is being extended to all the accused. Let's get in a reaction coming in from BJP MP Ravi Kishan on this.
गृह मंत्री जी ने, अमित शाह जी ने कोट किया कि हिंदू कभी आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता, और आज बाकायदा माननीय न्यायालय ने ये साबित कर दिया, उन सभी को बरी कर दिया। ये देश आज, लेकिन देश बहुत दुखी होगा। वो सारे 100 करोड़ हिंदू आज दुखी होंगे बजाय प्रसन्नता के, क्योंकि 17 साल में तो आदमी की जिंदगी खत्म हो गई। अब बरी होके भी व्हील चेयर पर वो आ चुकी हैं, और अनगिनत लोग और उनके साथ जितने अक्यूज थे उनका परिवार भी खत्म हो गया। एक आरोप को सर पे लेके चलना समझ रहे कलंक जैसा लगा दिया गया था अपोजिशन द्वारा और लोगों के द्वारा, और भगवा आतंक का जो नाम देके 100 करोड़ हिंदुओं की आस्था पर, उनके चरित्र पर जो दाग लगा था, उसको कौन धोएगा?
After 17 long years in India's longest running terror case, there's a verdict that has come in. The NI court has acquitted all the 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The primary reasons that were attributed for the allegations, all those are not clinching evidence. The prosecution case fell apart, and the NI judge, Judge Lahoti, made it very clear when he said that benefit of doubt needs to be given to the accused here, and which is why all 7 have been acquitted. Satvi Pragya, the primary charge against her was that the motorbike on which the bomb was fitted actually belonged to her, but there was no engine number or chassis number to be able to establish that ownership. The primary charge against Colonel Purohit was that he was the one who assembled the RDX, the bomb, and he was the one who collected it. He was a military intelligence officer at that time, and the charge was that he was in a position to be able to get those ammunition. That charge did not hold in court today, and he's been acquitted along with 6 others. Viewers, we take a quick break. We come back on the other side, continue to take a deep dive into the big story that we are tracking, which is the Malegaon blast case, the politics of which, and what happens next. Stay with us.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
कर रहे हो
सुनो
सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक
आपने मेरा
Gaikwad is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think in a way Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword.
Right.
Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very
Viewers, the big story that we are tracking on NDTV right now, the Malegaon blast case. All 7 accused have been acquitted by the NIA court, that includes former BJP MP Pragya Thakur, Colonel Purohit and 5 others. This is the verdict that has come in after 17 years in the case. 6 people were killed, over 100 were injured in the blast. Let's get in Majid Memon, senior advocate and former Rajya Sabha MP, for his first thoughts on it. Mr. Memon, your first reaction to the verdict that has come in, and also the argument, the basis on which the NIA court made that acquittal when he said that suspicion not enough for conviction, benefit of doubt to accused, among several other comments and observations that were made. Your thoughts, sir?
You see, my first reaction to this verdict, long-awaited verdict for which the eyes of the whole nation were set since last couple of days when it was announced that the judgment would be pronounced on the 31st of July. And even we were asked to opine even before the judgment came, and we gave our own expressions. My first grievance is that done to the victims, whether justice has been done to the suspects, the accused. My answer is a negative. Those who have suffered as victim of the terror act, you see, those who have suffered as an act of terror, whether they got justice because they believe that those who committed the crime are still at large. They are not arrested. Similarly,
Right, sir.
Similarly, those who were accused of the offense have been found to have not committed the crime. Now they have remained for a considerable period behind bars. They have also, at the same time, carried the burden of serious accusations in the society for so long as 17 years. You see, the problem is therefore whether justice has been done to whom. This is a failure of our criminal justice system. Why does it take 17 long years for a special court and a special investigation team to come to conclusion in the first trial? Now this matter has not ended. It is going to go in appellate court. A whole generation passes away. Another 10 years for the High Court to decide, then another 5 years to the Supreme Court to decide. So finality will be assumed after 2 generations have passed. Is this justice, criminal justice? I am sorry to say that the first question that arises is that prolonged delay of such a long time has caused injustice to everybody, including the accused.
The Indian legal system, you're right about the fact that it's taken 17 long years. Those who were accused were now acquitted. They also lost 17 years of their
I may
life.
also ask a very
sir. I want to quickly now get in Mr. Eknath Shinde, who's joining us on the phone line right now. Sir, आपका पहला रिएक्शन ये मालेगांव ब्लास्ट केस में जिसमें 7 लोगों को अक्विट कर दिया गया है. एकनाथ शिंदे जी. Okay, we'll connect with Mr. Shinde in just a bit. In seconds from now, we'll get that line up and running. That's the first reaction that will come in from the Maharashtra government. It will be extremely significant because, as I said, there are 2 aspects to this case. One is the legal process that Majid Memon was highlighting, how that itself has failed all those who were involved. And second is the politics of it, the Hindu terror aspect of it, which came to light for the first time with the Malegaon blast case, something that the BJP had raised then and continues to raise and is likely to become a major issue today as well after the acquittal that has come in of all the 7 accused. Let's go back to Mr. Menon, and then as and when we connect with Mr. Eknath Shinde, we go back to him. Yes, Mr. Menon, the other aspect that we were talking about, the arguments that have been made, all of which did not stand legal scrutiny when the judgment was being pronounced, whether it is about the charge against the primary accused Colonel Purohit or Sadhvi Pragya.
Importantly, I want to tell your viewers that regrettably, yesterday the Union Home Minister made a sweeping statement that no Hindu can ever be a terrorist, knowing it fairly well that certain Hindus were facing serious accusations for which verdict was to be pronounced the following day. Did somebody whisper into his ears that they are going to be acquitted tomorrow? This is something very serious. How could the Home Minister make such a statement on the floor of the House that no Hindus can ever be a terrorist? You see, a terrorist cannot be termed as Hindu, Muslim, Sikh or whatever it is. A terrorist is a terrorist. A person who does not believe in God, who does not follow any religion, would be a terrorist. But how could such a statement be made on the floor of the House by such a responsible person like a Union Home Minister that no Hindu can ever be terrorist, when it was known that the verdict with regard to accusations on certain Hindus of being involved in terrorism was to be announced the following day? This is creating a serious doubt in the minds of the people. What is happening? Of course, we respect the Honorable Court and we would respect those who have been acquitted. But then this kind of a sweeping statement coming barely 24 hours before, what does it suggest?
All right, sir. We leave it there. As I said, of course, that is something that the world knows and India has all along known and continues to believe in, that terror has no religion. This case pointed out and spoke about religion as a fact in terms of those who were involved in the case is why the politics of this became so important. Let's go back to Radhika, who's with us, joining us outside the NIA court. And already, Radhika, the politics of this case is taking over. Majid Memon pointing out and speaking about what the Home Minister had said, hinting that the politics of this case is now going to really be center stage.
Absolutely. This verdict will certainly reinforce the long-standing narrative of Hindutva terror. Some of the parties will feel vindicated and some will certainly feel embarrassed. We know for a fact that UPA, it was during the UPA regime that this entire phrase, Hindu terror, saffron terror, was coined, and which was completely rejected by the BJP. They had called it an attack on Hindutva. So at this point, of course, the BJP or the ruling party, or rather at this point, let's just say the accused are feeling vindicated, which is why Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, during the interaction with the judge, pointed at how she had suffered over the years, how she was alienated over the years, how she was tortured by the initial probe agency, and now this verdict is the victory of Hindutva. That is what she told the judge. That is what she said in the open court after the verdict was pronounced. So this is obviously going to have a lot of political ramification implications, considering the fact that this entire terminology that of saffron terror was coined for the first time in India, which had in a sense polarized the society and community. This was completely rejected by the BJP, and it had turned into a flashpoint.
Stay with us. I'm going to get in a quick reaction from Mr. P.K. Jain, former additional ADGP of Maharashtra, joining us on the broadcast. Sir, you were the former additional DGP of Maharashtra. Under your tenure, this case has happened. It took 17 years. Your reaction to the fact that what the NIA judge, when he was pronouncing the verdict, he had some very strong comments to make about how the prosecution case completely fell apart. There was not enough evidence backing any of the charges.
Gauri, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. Yes, it is a fact that the judge has made some adverse comments on the investigation. In fact, the investigation in the case was always under a bit of a cloud right from the beginning. There were two different charge sheets filed by the ATS and by the NIA. That itself is a cause of concern. However, see, the government of the time was hell-bent on naming these accused as a part of a larger conspiracy and setup. That is the saffron terrorism. It was not only evident in this particular case. In 2006, there was another bomb blast in Malegaon in which a certain set of accused had been charge sheeted. The government ensured that all those accused were discharged, and these accused who were so-called accused in 2008 case were also made accused in that case. That was one. Secondly, senior leadership of a particular party of the ruling combine at that time made no bones about it to call it a saffron terrorism, not only in this particular case, but also the case of 2611, when all the terrorists had come and they had Mauli on their hands and they had Hindu eye cards on their persons. They tried to even club that case, saying that was a case of saffron terrorism. They have fallen flat on their face. It was a very big conspiracy on the part of the ruling combine at that time, that they wanted to discredit a particular group, or they wanted to discredit a particular party which was following the Hindu agenda in politics. The case has been rightly acquitted by the magistrate. I'm sure that he has gone into detail into all the aspects of the case and taken his decision to acquit all the accused, which is, Right.
Mr. Jain, thank you for your initial comments. I urge you to stay with us. I want to get a reaction from Waris Pathan of AIMIM. Your first reaction to the verdict in terms of the acquittal that has been announced for all the 7 accused?
Well, yeah, just got to know that the judgment, all the 7 accused have been acquitted, and it's very disappointing. The 6 Namazis who had gone there to offer prayers were killed in the blast, and more than 100 of them were injured. A motorcycle was used, and it was alleged that it was used in the name of Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur, who was then given ticket and made a member of parliament by the BJP government. Now, who is responsible for the death of those 6 people? Who is responsible? Now, after 17 years, the NIA special court has given acquittal to all of them. Now, we say that as earlier, during the train blast which occurred in Mumbai, and around 12 of them were acquitted for no evidence, for remaining in jail for 18 years. And the Maharashtra government immediately moved an appeal, filed appeal before the Honorable Supreme Court. We would like the same Maharashtra government to show the same swiftness in filing appeal against these people who are acquitted today by the NIA court. Now, who is accountable for them? What we came to know during that period also was that Rohini Selin, who was the prosecutor at that time, I'm also practicing lawyer. I was also practicing then. She made categorically said that the NIA has told her to go soft on this case. So everything has to be taken into consideration. Hemant Karkare was the chief of the ATS then, was subsequently martyred after 26/11. And Sadhvi Pragya said that I have given him sharp. So all these things have to be taken into consideration. The prosecution could not prove the case. Proper evidence were brought before the court. Where are those secular party leaders? Will they ask for the appeal to be filed against these people urgently and to see to it that they are sent to jail again?
No, that's for the government of the day to respond, sir. That's for the government of the day to respond.
The government has to see everything together. The government has to see equality. Constitution talks about equality. If they move so swiftly against the persons who are acquitted in the train blast, they should move even now swiftly and take task the NIA investigation. Why did the prosecution fail? Everything has to be taken into consideration now.
So that's for the government of the day to decide how they want to take this legal battle going forward. After 17 long years, this is the first verdict that has come in, acquittal for all the accused in the case so far. But the fact is, you are yourself a practicing lawyer. Some of the commentary that came in from the court said that there is no case. The prosecution did not fulfill basic criteria. Even the samples were not collected. They were compromised, which is why there was no case and prosecution's case fell apart. It seems that Varis Pathan is not on the phone line anymore. He's disconnected. The AIMIM has made a statement, and in fact, their view is that this should be challenged just like Maharashtra government challenged the other case. And that's what their primary statement is, their first reaction after the Malegaon blast case, which is that they feel, and which is the fact that there were 6 people who lost their lives is a fact, and those 6 people, those victims, their families await justice is something that we at NDTV are also saying. These are not the 7 people who were responsible for the blast. That's what the court's verdict is today. That needs to be highlighted very clearly for our viewers right now, which is that the 6 people who died that day in the Malegaon blast case, their families deserve justice. They are waiting justice. It's been 17 long years. But these people who've been acquitted today are not responsible for that bomb blast, is what the court's verdict is. Let's go back to Mr. Jain, who's patiently waiting by for more. Now, Mr. Jain, respond to what the AIMIM spokesperson just said, Mr. Pathan, that will the Maharashtra government, or should the Maharashtra government also challenge this, just like it challenged the other verdict a few days back?
Gauri, there have been, I knew that the comparisons are bound to be drawn between the railway blast case and this particular case, if the acquittal takes place. See, please understand one basic difference. In the railway blast case, the NIA court had convicted all those accused, 12 accused. Not only convicted, 5 of them were given death penalty and 7 of them were given life sentence. Whereas in this case, the basic trial court has acquitted them. So difference between them is that the trial court had held that all those 12 accused were guilty. It was only in appeal that they were acquitted. And there also, in my opinion, they were hastily released from the court because the next day only, or maybe 2 days later, the Supreme Court stayed that order. See, I am reminded of a judgment in the case of Jayalalitha, where she was convicted by the trial court, acquitted by the High Court, again convicted by the Supreme Court. Now, in this case, the government will have to take a view whether they want to go in appeal or not, because the trial court itself has said that they are not the accused. Whereas in the railway blast case, it was the conviction was granted by the trial court.
That's a very important point you're making, sir. That's a very important point you're making, and help us through the legal aspect. The viewers would like this to be detailed in as much clarity and also simplified terms as possible. Now, the lower court is where most of the, or all of the evidence is gone through in detail. Fine combing of evidence, witness statements, all of that happens at the lower court. the same process is not repeated at the higher court, whichever appellate court that the subsequent appeals go in. Does that mean that the fine combing of the entire process, witness details, all of that happened in lower court will not be repeated if this case comes up in High Court? It's already going. That's breaking news coming in right now that Malegaon victims will be moving High Court against this judgment immediately. That's the breaking news coming in, that Malegaon victims, 6 people who lost their lives, 100 who were injured, are going to move court. Let's go back to Radhika for more on this. Radhika, there's legal appeals already now set to happen. Victims are exercising their right, which is to appeal against the judgment.
Absolutely. In fact, the victims had filed intervention applications several times in the past during the course of the trial as well, and they had also filed applications against the discharge, applications that had been moved by the accused and so on. And I mean, this was of course expected that the victims will be moving, appealing before the High Court, and that's what has happened. They have decided to move the High Court against this verdict of the special NIA court. Now, it will be very interesting to see if NIA will make any such move, because NIA is the prosecution agency. Of course, it is the second prosecution agency in this court. Earlier, it was ATS. NIA had, of course, busted several of the ATS claims and had pointed at several loopholes as far as ATS investigation is concerned. But will the NIA really move is the big question against this particular verdict. Unlikely so, because remember, when the charge sheet was filed, NIA had decided to drop many charges, discharge several accused as well, and was against charges. Was also keen to drop charges against Sadhvi as well, which was not allowed by the court at the time. So yes, the accused have moved High Court, which was something that was expected. I beg your pardon, victims have moved the High Court, which was something that's expected. Now remains to be seen when that will be taken up, if that will be taken up at all, and whether series of hearings will happen if it is sort of accepted by the High Court, and if High Court intends to hear it at all. But certainly, as far as today's verdict is concerned, a big victory for all of these all of these 7 accused who faced a long trial in this case.
Okay, so big victory for all the accused who've been acquitted in the case. And the update also coming in, viewers, is that the 6 people who died, more than 100 who were injured, their families are now moving High Court against the judgment. That's the big breaking news coming in. And more news coming in right now. Reactions from the accused who've now been acquitted. They are not accused anymore. They've been honorably acquitted by the court. And first reaction coming in from Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, who said that thank court for giving me a chance and have chance now to serve my nation. He was a Lieutenant Colonel ranking officer in the military intelligence wing of the army when he was picked up. The charges against him have all been quashed, and this is his reaction coming in. First reaction after the acquittal, where he said that people in those agencies did wrong and court restored his faith of the common man. And that's the first reaction that's come in from Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. Let's go. And Radhika, now these are reactions that are coming in from these people, their first reactions. You must have also spoken to them in court as well. Some of those reactions that must have come in. Extremely important day for all these people who've been acquitted by the court.
Absolutely, sense of relief, and that was something that was visible in the courtroom as well. We did speak to, relatives of some of the accused, including Aparna Purohit, who we've all been in touch with. Saurabh is standing with us. Saurabh, you have spoken to Purohit's family members, and now Purohit has spoken. He has said people in those agencies did wrong. A court restored faith in common man.
Absolutely, and this was important because I think Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit's role in this was also something that the Maharashtra ATS, when it investigated, it relied on. And in fact, when we remember the first charge sheet was filed way back, at that time he was named as one of the main people in this conspiracy. But all of that seems to have fallen apart, and it's important because, remember, he's a part of the military intelligence. He's a part of the institution that should always and has always been, beyond any of this kind of thing. So for him to be acquitted is not just, I would say, relief for him, but also in a sense the institution he belongs to, because he was very clear in one part of the defense. I remember when he said that, whatever he was doing, he had kept his superiors informed. So it's a very important aspect of this acquittal is not just, of course, there is always the question of then who did it, but the fact that people like Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit have been acquitted and no evidence has been found to support their role is extremely crucial, not just in terms of their own acquittals, but also the kind of larger impact it has.
And you said this important point that Purohit had said that this was part of the military exercise, right? That he had to be a part of those meetings and his superiors were aware of the fact that, he was part of those meetings. That is something he had said. But the allegation was that he had made those bombs. He had procured those bombs from J&K and then put it in the house of another accused. So really, really serious allegations there, but everything busted by the court today.
Absolutely. And one of the weaknesses of this case was that it relied very heavily on confessions extracted, which the accused say were under coercion. But once that was there, and once the evidence did not back up this massive claim, I mean, this is someone who's part of the setup, who's part of, an institution that is always above all this thing, and this is someone who's very clearly mentioned what he does. So obviously, in this case, the fact that there was no evidence to prove that the RTX that was used was procured by him, was stored at his house. In fact, the court very clearly said that there's no evidence to link him to that explosive. So once that main charge, the main structure on which you built your case collapses, there is nothing left in the case.
Right, and also the allegation that the money that was used in Abhinav Bharat was used for terror funding. That's also busted by the court, saying that it was used for his personal purpose, for, LIC policy, for construction of house. That funds did not go for terror funding is something that the court pointed that to.
Absolutely. You would remember when Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit got bail, and we both covered that in the past. And that day there was no chance to speak to him. But before he got bail in court, all of us did have a word with him, and he's repeated this in court through his lawyers, conversations that people have had with him before, of course, he got bail, and the little bits of information that we as reporters picked up in court. It was always, he had always maintained that he had no link, and therefore it was very important to note that this, of course, is something that's now been that's undergone legal scrutiny and been dismantled completely by the court.
And also, Saurabh, if I may ask, all these investigation agencies were under clout, be it the ATS and to an extent NIA as well. Now, victims have approached the High Court with an appeal. Do you think, what is the sense that you get? Do you think NIA is going to appeal against this verdict, since it's the prosecution agency?
I mean, I think the NIA, in a sense, even when it made the plea to drop the MCOCA, did somewhere also reveal that the case was not an airtight, strong case. So in that case, if that's the case, the NIA would have to then look at on what basis, on what grounds, because the evidence on which it has built its case is not stood the scrutiny of law. What other evidence can it add? And is there any additional evidence that it can gather to build a case? That's what it'll look at, I guess, before making any decision on whether it wants to appeal or not, because it has to get more evidence, because whatever evidence you presented before the court has already been decided upon, has been scrutinized, and the court has felt that it's not enough to convict them.
Absolutely. Thank you, Saurabh, for that. So that's Saurabh giving us all the updates, and of course, his analysis of what has happened in the court today. Of course, we will keep getting reactions on the story as and when, we proceed with the coverage today. We have the reaction from the advocate of one of the victims. Let's listen.
जो अथॉरिटी ने दिया था उन्हें अपना माइंड अप्लाई नहीं किया, कुछ प्रेशर में दिया होगा, देन हैव टू गो थ्रू जजमेंट, डिटेल जजमेंट देखना पड़ेगा. बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट नहीं मराठी, बॉम्बे हाईकोर्ट. हाँ, अपील होने के बाद डिसाइड हाईकोर्ट डिसाइड करेगा. शाहिद एक मिनिट एक मिनिट बात 17 वर्ष हा सगळा तपास चालला. यंत्रणांची यंत्रणांची काही चुकी आहे का? जजमेंट स्पीक्स इटसेल्फ, किसकी चुकी है वो कोर्ट देखेगा. कोर्ट ने बताया है. शाहिद नदीम.
पण सर, हा सगळा जे काही तपास झाला 17 वर्ष, त्याच्यामध्ये तपास यंत्रणांची चूक आहे का? ज्या पद्धतीने जे काही म्हणजे जे गवाही देणार आहेत ते पलटले गेले.
तो ये तो जो एजेंसी है उसका ही चूक है ना, तभी तो सब लोग छूट गए. कोर्ट ने तो सारा एविडेंस देखा और कोर्ट ने अपना जो उनके सामने गवाही आई उसकी बुनियाद पे छोड़ा है सबको. ये तो चूक एजेंसी को, विक्टिम का तो कोई चूक नहीं है. जो मरे उनका तो कोई चूक नहीं है. उन्होंने तो अपने जो विक्टिम, उन्होंने गवाही दी, मालेगांव से आके बताया, अपने जख्म बताए, किसका हाथ कट गया, किसकी आंख फट गई, सब बताया. कोर्ट ने माना है कि ये लोग का बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था मालेगांव में और इसीलिए उनको कॉम्पेंसेशन देने के लिए कोर्ट ने बोला है. और बेनिफिट डाउट दिया है कि उसको क्लियर एक्विटल नहीं दिया कोर्ट ने.
कॉम्पेन्सेशन दिली आहे ती किती कमी आहे? कारण की 2 लाख रुपये जवळपास 17 वर्ष.
बट दैट इज एस्टॅब्लिशिंग द बम ब्लास्ट दॅट हॅपन्ड देअर इन मालेगाव.
नाही, पण एकीकडे कोर्ट म्हणते की बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट झाले, मग आरोपी कोण आहेत?
तर आरोपी ते वी विल सी इन हायकोर्ट विल सी जजमेंट.
परंतु मग कुठेतरी सरकारी यंत्रणांचा दबाव असल्यामुळे हे सगळे
आय कांट कमेंट. आय कांट कमेंट.
नाही, पण ज्या पद्धतीने हे सगळं सुरू आहे, हिंदू दहशतवाद
सब ऑलमोस्ट सारी दलीलें खारिज कर दी गई क्योंकि जो यूएपीए का सैंक्शन था वो भी कोर्ट ने बोला इलीगल है. जो प्लांटिंग आरडीएक्स के ट्रेसेस मिले थे वो भी प्रूव नहीं कर पाए. मतलब क्लियर कट प्रूव नहीं हुआ. बेनिफिट है, सस्पेक्ट है, कोर्ट बोलते हैं, पर कोर्ट ने कहा कि उनके कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंस नहीं है कि सजा दे सके, इसलिए बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देके छोड़ दिया सब. वी विल चैलेंज इन हाईकोर्ट. वी विल एग्जामिन द जजमेंट एंड चैलेंज हाईकोर्ट. शाहिद नदीम विक्टिम्स. शाहिद नदीम विक्टिम्स. आणि तुमचं नाव? शाहिद नदीम. मी विक्टिम आहे. मी लॉयर आहे, विक्टिमचं लॉयर.
विक्टिमचं नाव काय?
विक्टिम आहे निसार अहमद. नहीं तो निसार नहीं.
That's a victim Nisar Ahmed's lawyer speaking about the appeal they have filed before the High Court. Remains to be seen what happens in the High Court, but it is just the victims that have at the moment decided to file that appeal. NIA has not filed. Of course, NIA will have to gather more evidence if they have to make this a watertight case and then perhaps go ahead and file an appeal. Will they do that? Not entirely certain, but the lawyer they're also saying that of course they did not find concrete evidence, which is why all of these people have been acquitted, and it is benefit of the doubt that has been given. That is something the court has categorically stated, but certainly this was a huge flashpoint, but this will certainly have political
देश निष्ठा के लिए कैसे समर्पित हो जाता है और कैसे परिश्रम किए जाते हैं, उसका एक आदर्श है. उनके जीवन के कारण हम सब लोगों के कारण है, सामने है. उन्होंने देहदान किया है. हम सदगति तो उनकी तपश्चर्या के कारण उनका अधिकार है. उस सदगति पर हम सब लोगों को धैर्य मिले, इतनी प्रार्थना हमें.
एक उन्होंने आदर्श साहब किया देहदान करके, इसको क्या कहेंगे आप?
इसमें कहने की आवश्यकता नहीं, कृति ही बोलती है. प्रमिलाताई गेल्या आमच्या डोक्यावरचं छत्र हरपल्यासारखी भावना आमची झालेली. त्यांनी निष्ठापूर्वक इतके वर्ष जे समितीचं काम केलं.
That was the first reaction coming in from RSS chief Mohan Bhagwat after the Malegaon blast case. All 7 accused have been acquitted. Let's now play out another important voice, Shrikant Shinde, who's the Shiv Sena MP and son of Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Eknath Shinde.
Shrikant Shinde is with me. Shrikant, NIA का verdict, सातों एक्विट कर दिया गया है. किस तरीके से देखते हैं? आपको लगता है आज भगवा आतंकवाद, सैफरन टेररिज्म जैसे टर्म्स का खत्म?
सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये टर्म कॉइन करने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ. एक नया नैरेटिव 2008 में चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से यहाँ पर हो रहा था. सिर्फ और सिर्फ इतने सालों तक जो देश पर पाकिस्तान के माध्यम से, आतंकवादियों के माध्यम से हमले होते आए, उसको छुपाने का काम और एक तमके को खुश करने का काम, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए, गंदी राजनीति के लिए ये सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये नैरेटिव चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ. आज एनआईए के कोर्ट ने एक जोरदार तमाचा कांग्रेस के मुंह पर चढ़ दिया है.
यूपीटी फैक्शन कह रहा है कि सरकार से सवाल खड़े करने का आज वक्त आ गया है कि इतने सालों से ये केस चलता रहा, कोई भी सबूत क्यों नहीं मिले? मुंबई टेरर अटैक के दौरान भी यही हुआ था।
वो भूल गए 2008 में केंद्र और राज्य में सरकार कांग्रेस की थी। आज कांग्रेस के साथ उनका गठबंधन है, तो उनके अंदर हिम्मत नहीं है कांग्रेस को सवाल पूछने के लिए। अगर 2008 और 2006 के सही आरोपी पकड़ते तो 2006 के आरोपियों को भी सजा होती यहाँ पर, और 2008 के आरोपियों को, सही आरोपियों को सजा होती। ये गलत लोगों को पकड़ने का काम और कुछ लोगों को छुपाने का काम इन्होंने किया, और ये करते आए हमेशा। इन्होंने तो अफजल गुरु को भी नहीं छोड़ा। अफजल गुरु जिसने इस पार्लियामेंट पर हमला किया, उसकी भी सजा कम करने की मांग इन्हीं के नेता ने किया, जिसने सैफरन टेररिज्म शब्द कॉइन किया। तो 2 दिन पहले भी पहलगाम में जिन्होंने हमला किया, जिन आतंकवादियों ने हमला किया, ये आतंकवादी पाकिस्तान से आए हैं। इसका क्या सबूत है? ये सबूत पूछने का काम भी किसने किया? कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने किया। तो अभी यूपीटी और कांग्रेस का डीएनए एक हो चुका है। वो हिंदुत्व भूल चुके हैं, बाला साहब के विचार भूल चुके हैं, तो उनसे आप दूसरी कुछ उम्मीद नहीं कर सकते।
इतने सालों का गुनाहगार कौन?
कांग्रेस। इतने सालों का गुनाहगार जो है कांग्रेस है। कांग्रेस को पूरे देश के सामने माफी मांगनी चाहिए, नेताओं को माफी मांगनी चाहिए कांग्रेस को।
आप कह रहे हैं हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते?
हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते, आज प्रूव हो गया है। मेरा बोलने का कुछ मतलब वहां पर नहीं है, आज कोर्ट ने साबित कर दिया है।
बहुत शुक्रिया। श्रीकांत शिंदे स्पीकिंग टू एनडीटीवी।
Okay, that's the reaction that's come in from Eknath Shinde after the Malegaon blast case, in which the verdict has come in that all accused have been acquitted. They've been actually acquitted because the prosecution case completely fell apart. Since then, there's fresh updates come in, which is that the victims in the case and their families are now going to move High Court. There's politics over this case that's already taking place, with AIMIM equating the Malegaon blast case to the Mumbai train blast case that took place a few days back, where the Maharashtra government challenged the High Court verdict because they had overturned the lower court's conviction verdict. Now, in the backdrop of that, this is going to continue to lead to more political ruckus and more political friction, because this is when the Hindu terror phrase and the saffron terror phrase was pointed out first time. That's Devendra Fadnavis, Maharashtra Chief Minister's first reaction coming in on Twitter, where he's put out saying that Atankwad Bhagwan na kabhi tha, na hai, na kabhi rahega. That's the first reaction of the Maharashtra Chief Minister in the wake of the acquittal for all 7 in the Malegaon blast case. As I said, the legal process is only one part of the Malegaon verdict. The other is the political part of it. When during the UPA tenure, there were 2 home ministers who coined the phrase saffron terror, Hindu terror. And at the time, it was raised and continues to be raised that terror has no religion. Why is it that in this particular case, the then home ministers chose to have a certain color to it, or a certain community being identified? That is being rebutted by Devendra Fadnavis here. And I'm going to now play out this conversation with Pragya Sadhvi Pragya's sister, and her first reaction when her sister was acquitted after 17 long years that she faced during that case. Listen in. उपमा जी, आप जो ज्वाइन कर रही हैं हमें, क्या पहला आपका रिएक्शन रहेगा? कोर्ट ने पूरी तरह से एक्विट कर दिया है साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी को।
सबसे पहले तो ठाकुर जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माता रानी की कृपा से इतने लंबे टॉर्चर के बाद सत्य सामने आया, सत्य की जीत हुई। बहुत सारे लोगों ने, मीडिया ने, समाज के लोगों ने और स्पेशली कांग्रेसियों ने जिस तरह का टॉर्चर किया, उस सब से आज निजात पाने का समय आया है। और भगवान की कृपा से सत्य की जीत हुई है, क्योंकि वो डे 1 से कह रही थी कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मैं इसमें शामिल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई मानने को तैयार नहीं था। और फाइनली आज भगवान की कृपा से कोर्ट ने ये चीज सबके सामने ला दी।
जी, और कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि चेसिस नंबर, इंजन नंबर लिखा नहीं था, और उससे ये कहा नहीं जा सकता था कि वो जो मोटर बाइक थी वो वाकई प्रज्ञा जी की है या नहीं। ये बेसिक चीज थी जो कोर्ट ने कही है।
हाँ, कोर्ट ने जो कहा है, कोर्ट के पास तथ्य हैं, कोर्ट के पास आधार है बोलने के लिए, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा। भाई, कोर्ट को कोई बरगला तो सकता नहीं है, कोर्ट पर कोई दबाव तो बना सकता नहीं है। जो सत्य था वो कोर्ट ने कहा, उनके पास जो एविडेंस थे उसके आधार पर उन्होंने निर्णय दिया और न्यायपालिका हमारे लिए सर्वोच्च है। हम सभी उसका सम्मान करते हैं, भारतीय होने के नाते हम उसमें आस्था रखते हैं और हमारी सबसे बड़ी आस्था ईश्वर के प्रति है।
All right, let's get into some other political reactions that have been coming in on a story which has deep political ramifications. Let's play out this conversation that my colleague Aishwarya Jain had with one of the parliamentarians inside Parliament.
सारे जितने भी आरोपी थे सबको एक्विट कर दिया गया एनआईए कोर्ट ने मालेगांव से जुड़े हुए। आज आप स्वागत करते हैं इस वर्डिक्ट का?
स्वागत करते हैं। सच्चाई सामने आई है। देश में, पूरे वर्ल्ड में हिंदू दहशतवाद के नाम पे जो गलतफहमी घुमाने की, फैलाने की कोशिश जो कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट ने की थी, आज उनका चक्काचूर हो गया है और हिंदू कभी दहशतवादी हो नहीं सकता, ये आज दुनिया के सामने आया है।
कल राज्यसभा में भी अमित शाह ने कहा था कि हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता। सेफरन टेररिज्म की बात हो रही थी, हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात होती थी। कई कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने ऐसा कहा था मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के बाद।
कुछ धर्म के लोगों को खुश करने के लिए, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए इस तरह की बातें फैला रहे थे, लेकिन आज सच्चाई सामने आ रही है। और देखो, आतंकवादी के पीछे देश के खिलाफ काम करने वाली एक शक्ति रहती है और हिंदू कभी भी देश के खिलाफ काम नहीं कर सकता।
Let's play out some of the other political reactions that are coming in on this big story.
Development has taken place as far as the NIA court is concerned. The verdict have come out. All 7 accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. How do you see this development? Do you welcome it?
It's very unfortunate that consecutively, second time that this has happened in the Mumbai blast case. Also, the accused were released. They were acquitted because of prosecution was not able to establish beyond doubt, and the failure on the part of the prosecution, which made the court to release those who were accused. And this raises a serious question in the minds of the people of Maharashtra, not only Maharashtra, but all over India, that if government who is responsible to see that citizens of this country, citizens of the state are secured, and the probing agencies like law enforcing agencies and all, they are capable of handling the situation when this kind of mishaps happen. And if they are not able to, then who's to be blamed? Government has to take the blame on themselves.
There has been a lot of talk that TCS and other companies are laying off employees over, AI. These are some concerns or apprehensions. How do you really look at it, sir?
I've read the report on TCS. I think it has more to do with their over-hiring of bench strength rather than to do with AI alone. Well, the MeitY is looking into it, and we are also checking with organizations, and we have also launched a campaign to see how AI will affect workforce. So we have given a month's timeline for this, and we are hopeful that we'll get our answers there.
So very quickly, if you could tell us, Malegaon, the blast case, all the accused here have been acquitted. How do you really look at it, including Sadhvi Pragya?
Well, I'm not sure about what has transpired in the court over there, but you know what has happened, transpired earlier with Sadhvi Pragya and.
कि ऐसा कोई भी पुख्ता सबूत प्रोसिक्यूटिंग एजेंसी न्यायालय के सामने नहीं रख पाई है। दूसरी बात, जो इंश्योर्ड सर्टिफिकेट्स बनाए गए थे वो फर्जी बनाए गए थे, और वो फर्जी सर्टिफिकेट्स किसने और क्यों बनाए, इसके ऊपर मामले की जांच करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को माननीय न्यायालय ने आदेशित किया है। उसी तरह से सुधाकर चतुर्वेदी जी के घर पर जो आरडीएक्स के झूठे और गलत पद्धति से ट्रेसेस प्लांट किए गए, उसके ऊपर भी तफ्तीश होनी चाहिए। ये भी निर्देश और प्रोब करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को निर्देशित किया है। तीसरी बात, इस पूरे मुकदमे में किसी भी प्रकार के पुख्ता सबूत माननीय न्यायालय के सामने ना ही एनआईए ना ही एटीएस साबित कर पाई या प्रोड्यूस कर पाई। इसके अभाव में माननीय न्यायालय ने सब आरोपियों को एमसीओसीए से तो दोषमुक्त हो ही चुके थे, लेकिन यूएपीएसए और बाकी जो सेक्शंस लगाए हुए थे, आईपीसी होगा, आर्म्स एक्ट होगा, एक्सप्लोसिव एक्ट होगा, उस सब से बाइज्जत बरी कर दिया गया है।
साहेब, ज्या पद्धतीने हिंदू दहशतवादावरती जास्त भर दिला जात होता त्याला या एकूणच निकालातनं काय
आपण हे एकदा कव्हर करून दिस इज अ इम्पॉर्टंट पॉइंट. यूएपीए अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज प्रिवेंशन एक्ट की जो 2-fold टेस्ट होती है वो प्रोसिक्यूशन सिद्ध नहीं कर पाई और धारा 45(2) अनलॉफुल एक्टिविटीज प्रिवेंशन एक्ट के अंतर्गत जो सैंक्शन पूर्व सम्मति आवश्यक होती है केंद्र सरकार की, वे दोनों सैंक्शन जो एक एसीएस होम महाराष्ट्र सरकार ने दी थी और केंद्र सरकार की थी ही नहीं, तो जो सैंक्शन प्रोसिक्यूशन ने प्रोड्यूस की थी वो दोनों सैंक्शन पूर्व सम्मति डिफेक्टिव थी, ऐसा निष्कर्ष माननीय न्यायालय ने निकाला.
धर्म के संबंध में भी कुछ कोर्ट ने कहा.
धर्म के संबंध में माननीय न्यायालय ने कोई टिप्पणी नहीं की है. जब तक हमको जो जजमेंट है उसकी कॉपी नहीं मिलती, इसके ऊपर कोई भी टिप्पणी करना गलत होगा.
फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस कंटेमिनेटेड हो चुका था, इसके बारे में जिक्र.
दिस इज अनदर वन इम्पोर्टेंट पॉइंट कि पूरा फॉरेंसिक एविडेंस जो जमा किया गया था वो एक गलत तरीके से जमा किया गया, वो कंटेमिनेट हुआ था. जो कि ये मामला पूरा बम विस्फोट का था तो कुछ एक बॉडी के अंदर बुलेट पाई गई लेकिन उसके कोई शेल केसिंग्स नहीं पाए गए. इसका मतलब वहां पर फायरिंग हुई थी. वो फायरिंग होने के बाद वहां पर एक 15 से 20 हजार लोगों की भीड़ हुई थी और वहां पर क्राइम सीन कंटेमिनेट हुआ था. इस कंटेमिनेशन के चलते जो सैंपल्स कलेक्शन हुआ था वो ठीक तरीके से ना होने के कारण फोरेंसिक एविडेंस जो सैंपल कलेक्शन किया था सीन ऑफ ऑफेंस से, उस पर भी माननीय न्यायालय ने कहा कि ये पुख्ता सबूत नहीं हो सकता.
कर्नल प्रसाद पुरोहित के घर से आरडीएक्स मिलना और बम बनाने को लेकर भी जिक्र किया है कोर्ट में.
जरी तुम्ही आरोपीचे वकील असलात तरी
200% चुकीचं आहे. त्याच्यामध्ये तुम्हाला कारण सांगतो. जरी आम्ही आरोपीचे वकील असलो तरी तो पॉइंट मीच काढलेला होता की लक्षात घ्या, जर फॉरेन्सिक एक्सपर्टनी कलेक्शन केलं बरोबर तर त्याला थोडीशी क्रेडिबिलिटी येते. फॉरेन्सिक एक्सपर्ट जागेवर उभे होते आणि त्यांनी पोलिसांच्या हवालदारांना सांगितलं की ते सॅम्पल उचल, ते सॅम्पल उचल, ते सॅम्पल उचल. फॉरेन्सिक एक्सपर्ट जागेवरनं निघून गेले आणि नंतर दिवसभरामध्ये कधी पोलिसांनी ते स्थानिक पोलिसांनी नाशिकच्या कधी ते सॅम्पल्स सील केले, कसे सीज केले, पंचनाम्याअंतर्गत खरंच सीज केले की नाही केले. जर देवळालीमध्ये सुधाकर चतुर्वेदींच्या घरी हे लोक आरडीएक्स प्लांट करण्यापर्यंत यांची जर मजल जाऊ शकते तर इथे आरडीएक्स चे ट्रेसेस सीन ऑफ ऑफेन्सच्या सॉइलमध्ये किंवा तिथल्या मातीमध्ये मिसळून सॅम्पल एफएसएलला पाठवायला काय अवघड होतं यांना. त्याच्यामुळे फक्त डिफेन्सचं वकील म्हणून नाही पण तुम्ही एक निष्पक्ष व्यक्ती म्हणून जरी हे बघितलं तरी असा कोणताही पुख्ता पुरावा माननीय न्यायालयासमोर आलेला नाही जेणेकरून या कोणत्याही आरोपींची या खटल्यामध्ये किंवा या तथाकथित गुन्ह्यामध्ये सदोष सहभाग असेल याची कोणताही हवाला देता येणार नाही.
निष्पक्ष पद्धतीनं मग हीच गोष्ट म्हणता येईल का की पुराव्यांअभावी आरोपी निर्दोष
नाही असं म्हणता येणार. कारण एक पुरावा नाही मिळाला, एक कुठेतरी फॉल्ट असेल तर ठीक आहे. तुमच्याकडे कॉन्स्पिरसीचा पुरावा नाही कारण एकही मीटिंग नाही. आलं लक्षात. जे लोक तुम्ही साक्षीदार म्हणून हजर केले त्या लोकांना जे कधी भोपाळला गेलेच नाहीत. आमचा यशपाल भाडाना भोपाळला कधी गेला नाही. एटीएस त्याला तिकडे घेऊन गेलं आणि त्याला 4-5 दिवस कस्टडीमध्ये ठेवलं होतं आणि त्याला सांगितलं की तुम्ही स्टेटमेंट द्या की तू भोपाळला गेला होता आणि जी भोपाळची मीटिंग झाली होती तिथे तू चहा नाश्ता सर्व केला होता. दादन तर चुकीचं आहे. त्याच्यामुळे जी गोष्ट नाही ते सिद्ध करण्याचा जर प्रकार जर या लोकांनी केला असेल किंवा प्रयत्न केला असेल तर त्याला शंकेच्या अभावी नाही म्हणता येणार जरी बचाव पक्षाचे वकील असलो तरी.
सर, भारतीय व्यक्ती म्हणून किंवा भारतीय संविधानाच्या अनुषंगानं अशा पद्धती.
Okay, that was the lawyer, the counsel of Colonel Purohit, Ranjit Sangle, saying why is it that the arguments on which the prosecution case fell apart and the arguments for the verdict to come in favor of Colonel Purohit. That is what Ranjit Sangle was pointing out in detail. Let's go back to Radhika, who's with us and tracking this case. And Radhika, now we heard Ranjit Sangle, the detailed point-by-point explanation as to why is it that the prosecution's case completely fell apart, and also him and Colonel Purohit being grateful that even though it took 17 long years, at least the ordeal, the legal ordeal is now completely behind him.
Absolutely. This is a huge victory as far as defense is concerned. Ranjit Sangle, who had been firmly backing Colonel Purohit over the years, they're giving that media bite in which he spoke about the verdict that was being read out by the special NI judge. In fact, he spoke about how there was absolutely no evidence that was found, that was established, which could implicate these 7 accused, something they had been reiterating in their arguments over the years. Also going on to speak about, and many other defense lawyers also did speak about how they were coerced, they were tortured into making confessions before the ATS, and NI also had spoken about it. Now, what the court categorically today pointed out is that no evidence to establish that RDX was transported by Colonel Purohit, and it was sort of in the homes of any of the accused. No evidence pointing out to the fact that the bike belonged to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur. The spot of the blast, the spot where it happened, was contaminated. So therefore, none of the forensic evidence, can really prove the involvement of any of the accused, because they were contaminated, is something the court has said. And also about the funding, the allegation was that Abhinav Bharat, which was a right-wing organization, was in fact planning these terror acts, including the Malegaon one, and that they were heavily funded is something that the ATS had said, and that was also something that was busted by the NI, saying it was the funding was not used for terror activities, but it was used for personal purposes. So yes, most of the evidence has been busted that was presented before the court,
point by point detailing that Mr. Sangle was doing to tell why is it right now that there was no case against Colonel Purohit. Radhika, stay with me because I want to now take this important commercial break. Viewers, we come back and continue our rolling coverage of the Malegaon blast verdict. The politics of it, there are more political reactions that are coming in. We will address that and tell you what is it that really happened 17 years back and that's still relevant now and going forward. Stay with us, we continue that story.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
Malegaon blast verdict. All accused have been acquitted. Verdict after 17-year-long wait. Former BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit acquitted. Judge Lahoti points out the gaps in evidence collection. Judge says no proof to show Pragya owned the bike. ENI judge said no evidence of Colonel Purohit assembling the RDX used in the blast. Key observations by the Chief Justice on anti-defection law. Political defection, a threat to democracy, says the Chief Justice. Our friend but Donald Trump slaps 25% tariffs on India. Government response says all steps taken for national interest.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Viewers, the big story that NDTV has been continuing to focus on, which is the Malegaon blast case verdict that has come out, where all 7 have been honorably acquitted. That includes Sadhvi Pragya, who's a former BJP MP from Bhopal. Colonel Purohit, who was a military intelligence officer, picked up and with the charges that were leveled against him, all of which have been now completely rejected, with the prosecution case of falling apart. Now, there's also the huge political aspect of this, the narrative that was set during the time this blast took place under UPA era, which was that this was a case of Hindu terror. Senior leaders of the Congress party, and that included Digvijay Singh, who had spoken about it, for the first time coloring terror with a certain religion, with a certain community. And now Digvijay Singh has reacted to the verdict. Let's play out that reaction for you.
आरोपियों को बरी कर दिया गया है।
आप एआईसीसी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता जी से पूछिए।
लेकिन हिंदू आतंकवाद का जो आरोप लगा था,
कोई धर्म के आधार पे आतंकवाद नहीं होता है। ना हिंदू आतंकवाद होता है, न इस्लामिक आतंकवाद होता है। हर धर्म प्रेम, सद्भाव, सत्य और अहिंसा का रूप है।
कल यही कहा था मिश्रा जी ने कि हिंदू आतंकी नहीं हो सकता। आप मानते हैं कि आज के फैसले के बाद वो चीज़?
ना हिंदू आतंकवादी हो सकता, न मुसलमान हो सकता है, न सिख हो सकता, न ईसाई होता है। केवल कुछ लोग होते हैं जो कि धर्म को नफरत की तरह उसका हथियार उपयोग करते हैं, वही आतंकवाद को जन्म देता है।
लेकिन बीजेपी तो ये कहती रही है सर कि हिंदू टेरर का जो शब्द था वो कांग्रेस ने दिया था।
बिल्कुल गलत कहते हैं, बिल्कुल गलत कहते हैं।
All right, that's Congress leader Digvijay Singh making that claim that, and in fact saying that BJP is the one who is trying to color, and Congress at no point of time coined the phrase Hindu terror or saffron terror. Let's get in Saurabh, who's been tracking this case and has tracked the case through much of its timeline. Saurabh, to the best of my memory, it was first P. Chidambaram followed by Mr. Shinde, both of whom have actually said and reaffirmed these phrases. 17 years later, Digvijay saying, no, it wasn't the Congress party whoever came up with that phrase.
Well, obviously this was something that was always going to be debated, and now, of course, we know that there is, of course, a record or reportage on P. Chidambaram, and of course, he was speaking at an event which was with, state DGPs, etc. And Sushil Kumar Shinde was speaking at a party event when the remarks were attributed to them. Now, Sushil Kumar Shinde later, of course, said that, this is not something I had said, on the lines of, he backtracked, he distanced himself from the comments. But this had become a major sort of debate between the BJP and the Congress even then, even when the case was being heard. So this debate and this, sort of back and forth between the Congress and the BJP is not new. But what has happened today is that this entire case, based on which this entire line or this entire thought was constructed, that case itself has fallen apart. Everyone has been acquitted, and therefore, now, of course, the debate is, why was that raised initially in the first place? So that is something that now you will see an aggressive BJP target the Congress over, because this is something that you will see play out, and this is something that will now dominate political discourse as well. Because earlier too, when there was this issue that was discussed, it would always be a Congress versus BJP, and therefore now you will see the political ramifications of this verdict play out.
Absolutely. That political ramifications is going to be our big story and big focus, Saurabh. And we're going to keep coming back to you for those details and those latest updates. Right now, it's time for a quick break. We return on the other side with the big story, which is the Malegaon blast verdict and its ramifications. Stay with us, viewers. Malegaon blast verdict, all accused acquitted. Verdict after 17-year-long wait. Former BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit acquitted. Judge Lahoti points out gaps in the evidence collection, says no proof to show Pragya owned the bike. Judge says no evidence of Colonel Purohit assembling the RDX. Key observations by Chief Justice on the anti-defection law, says political defection a threat to democracy. Our friend, but Trump slaps 25% tariffs on India. Government responds, all steps taken for national interest.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear. Walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
All accused in the Malegaon blast case have been acquitted by the court. Verdict comes after 17-year-long wait. Former BJP MP Pragya Thakur, Colonel Purohit among those who are acquitted in the case. The special judge presiding over the case points out gaps in evidence collection. Judge says there is no proof to show Pragya Thakur owned the bike. The judge says there is no evidence that suggests that Colonel Purohit assembled the RDX. Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit react to the verdict from the court. Pragya Thakur says Hindutva has won. God will punish the guilty. Colonel Purohit says don't blame agencies but their officers involved. Malegaon victims will move the High Court against the verdict. The victims have said that they're going to file the appeals independently. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi dodges question on Malegaon, says Trump is the bigger issue here. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis says terror is never saffron, and that has been proved. Owaisi questions the verdict in the case. And key observations by CJI on anti-defection law. Political defection a threat to democracy, says the CJI. Hi there, a very good afternoon. You're watching NDTV 24/7. My name is Kitty Behel. On the top of this hour, the verdict from the court in the Malegaon case. Special court in Mumbai has acquitted all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The judgment now comes after nearly 17 years since the attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon during the month of Ramadan in 2008. Former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay were among the 7 accused in the case who've been acquitted now. Special Judge A.K. Lahoti presiding over the case had said today that the prosecution failed to prove the allegations in the case and that all 7 accused deserve the benefit of doubt. Judge Lahoti said that the prosecution could not prove that the motorcycle used in the blast belonged to Pragya Thakur, and even said the engine number was unclear and the chassis number had been wiped out. The court has said although there are allegations that RDX was used to cause the explosion, there is no evidence that the RDX was stored at Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's residence, and neither is there any proof that he had assembled the bomb. The court has said there is also no evidence to prove that the bike in question was owned by Pragya Thakur. Well, remember the Malegaon blast case was first with the Maharashtra anti-terror squad. However, in 2011, the NIA had taken over the case. Now, BJP Shiv Sena also have reacted, saying that 17 years of injustice has finally ended, and the saffron terror theory, that was the term that was coined by the Congress, has now been exposed. All right, my colleague Saurabh Gupta is also now joining us on the broadcast. He's been tracking all the details here. My colleague Aishwarya Jain also here on the broadcast joining us. live here. Saurabh, if I could come to you first. We have reactions also now coming in, we understand, from Colonel Purohit and Sadhvi Pragya Thakur. Take us through the details there.
Well, you know, I mean, this is a case that's seen several twists and turns. And right now what we know is that in this case, the main, accused, against whom the main case was, they've been acquitted. The court has found no evidence to convict them. The court has in fact said neither was the RDX that was allegedly, according to the ATS procured by Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, that evidence was not proved by evidence. Then, of course, the motorcycle on which the bomb was allegedly planted, the evidence did not link it to Pragya Singh Thakur. So both these people have now reacted because they were kind of the entire construct of the case. And therefore, what you see now is, of course, this case completely falling apart in court. But the indications that the case was not very strong was there earlier too. In fact, earlier the court had dropped the MCOCA charges. What is the MCOCA? It's the Maharashtra Control of Organized Crime Act. It is to deal with conspiracies, to deal with organized crime. So that's one. Then, of course, the UAPA was, the charge, the anti-terror law, was what these accused were tried under. And now they have been acquitted. So this is something that comes as a huge relief to them. But not only to them, like we've been saying, it has larger ramifications, and the reactions that have been coming in point towards the larger ramifications. Was there a conspiracy? Were these accused framed as they claim, as they've earlier claimed? Were the confessions based on which this case was built, were they extracted under coercion? These are things that have been discussed during the course of the trial. But the larger political ramifications is what we are seeing political commentary on as well. Devendra Fadnavis, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, has reacted, saying terror was never saffron and it'll never be. So obviously this term, saffron terror or Hindu terror or whatever nomenclature was used or whatever phrase was used to describe this construct, that is now completely falling apart with this court verdict, and the BJP has adopted a very aggressive stance.
I'll just come back to you, Saurabh. My colleague Ishwarya Jain also with us on the broadcast here. Ishwarya, we understand even as the opposition is saying that this is a very disappointing verdict, and it's taken a lot of time for the verdict to come out, about 17 years. We understand the NIA had earlier taken over the investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS. This was in 2011 that the NIA had taken the investigation, but the BJP and the Shiv Sena have said that their stand remains, is vindicated now. They've been time and again saying that the saffron terror theory or the Hindu terror theory, the bogey that was raised by the Congress party, is clearly exposed, and there is nothing as such that exists.
Well, after the verdict, there is huge ramifications that are now coming out as far as the reactions pouring in from the opposition and from the BJP or Eknath Shinde faction of the Shiv Sena. The opposition pointing out towards the government, towards the agencies who had been probing. They're saying that it's been 17 years. Sadhvi is now on a wheelchair. They have lost their entire life facing such huge allegations against them. They have time and again stated that they are not guilty in this case. They have been framed on different laws, and the evidences that are being found out are not pointed towards them, but nobody listened to them. It is the agencies who should answer that what sort of investigations they are doing and what sort of governance it has been doing. In fact, opposition also stated that this was the same case that happened in Mumbai terror attacks as well, when the accused had been acquitted. It is, now the BJP or the Eknath faction of the Shiv Sena is stating that the term that was coined by then Congress and NCP government, that there is Hindu terrorism, saffron terrorism, is now being exposed completely. Hindu cannot be a terrorist is something that this verdict have proved. In fact, the kind of verdict and if you read out the order, there is also
that
stated
had carried out the investigation for so long, and it was carried out thoroughly. The court has given a verdict in this matter today and clearly said there is no proof. The prosecution has failed to prove the charges against Pragya Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit and the other 4 accused in the case. Well, serious charges were slapped against them, and they now stand vindicated clearly with this verdict from the court. I'll just come back to you, Aishwarya, in just a minute. We have now a reaction coming in from Congress MP Rahul Gandhi, who's actually said that Malegaon is not really important. Trump is the important issue here, and that is something that needs to be talked about. That, and also we have Pragya Thakur's sister, Upma Singh, who had spoken to us earlier. Let's also listen into that.
All 7 have been acquitted. All 7 have been
Look, please don't, sister, please don't try and digress the issue. The main issue sitting in front of India today is that the government has destroyed our economic policy, has destroyed our defense policy, has destroyed our foreign policy. Okay? They are running this country into the ground. ये डील होगी, ट्रंप डिफाइन करेगा ये डील कैसे होगी, और मोदी वही करेगा जो ट्रंप कहेगा.
उपमा जी, आप जो ज्वाइन कर रही हैं हमें, क्या पहला आपका रिएक्शन रहेगा? कोर्ट ने पूरी तरह से एक्विट कर दिया है साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी को.
सबसे पहले तो ठाकुर जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. माता रानी की कृपा से इतने लंबे टॉर्चर के बाद सत्य सामने आया, सत्य की जीत हुई. बहुत सारे लोगों ने, मीडिया ने, समाज के लोगों ने और स्पेशली कांग्रेसियों ने जिस तरह का टॉर्चर किया, उस सब से आज निजात पाने का समय आया है. और भगवान की कृपा से सत्य की जीत हुई है, क्योंकि वो डे 1 से कह रही थी कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मैं इसमें शामिल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई मानने को तैयार नहीं था. और फाइनली आज भगवान की कृपा से कोर्ट ने ये चीज सबके सामने ला दी.
जी, और कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि चेसिस नंबर, इंजन नंबर लिखा नहीं था और उससे ये कहा नहीं जा सकता था कि वो जो मोटर बाइक थी वो वाकई प्रज्ञा जी की है या नहीं. ये बेसिक चीज थी जो कोर्ट ने कही है.
हाँ, कोर्ट ने जो कहा है, कोर्ट के पास तथ्य हैं, कोर्ट के पास आधार है बोलने के लिए, इसलिए उन्होंने कहा. भाई, कोर्ट को कोई बरगला तो सकता नहीं है, कोर्ट पर कोई दबाव तो बना सकता नहीं है. जो सत्य था वो कोर्ट ने कहा, उनके पास जो एविडेंस थे उसके आधार पर उन्होंने निर्णय दिया. और न्यायपालिका हमारे लिए सर्वोच्च है, हम सभी उसका सम्मान करते हैं. भारतीय होने के नाते हम उसमें आस्था रखते हैं और हमारी सबसे बड़ी आस्था ईश्वर के प्रति है.
All right, Upma Singh, the sister of Pragya Singh Thakur, who's now been acquitted by the court in this case, clearly saying that the truth has won, and her sister Pragya Singh Thakur, I beg your pardon, has been clearly saying, repeatedly saying over these years that she is not involved and that she is being framed in the case, but nobody was ready to listen to her. But finally truth has won, and it's out in front of everybody. Now we understand Malegaon blast victims are also somehow disappointed with the verdict, saying that they were waiting for clarity, for justice in the case, and that has not been given to them. My colleague Saurabh Gupta, outside the court in Mumbai, what are the victims going to do? We are learning they could move the High Court. Saurabh?
Well, also it will largely depend on the prosecuting agency, and the prosecuting agency in this case is the NIA. The evidence that is already there as part of the system, as part of the legal process, is clearly not enough to convict anyone, let alone prove who was there or were these people actually involved. So that's one. So on what basis, if it has to appeal, it'll only appeal once it feels that there is enough evidence or that this court is wrong in acquitting them. Only then can it go to an appellate court. The appellate court in this case is the Bombay High Court, and therefore, of course, right now the order first has to be, typed out. It has to be given out. Certified copies have to be given to everyone. Once that order is read and discussed, then of course the agencies will take a call. But in such cases, usually agencies are aware of what evidence they have, and if a judge has not taken cognizance of the evidence that has been presented and the case hasn't gone their way, then they move to an appellate court. But whether that's the case in this particular case is still not clear. One has to wait to hear from the NIA on what it wants to do next. But the NIA, and this is interesting to note, the NIA earlier has argued this case, and the NIA in the earlier in the court proceedings felt that there was lacuna in the Maharashtra ATS investigation, and therefore that's important to note. So the NIA, when it started, was already not very convinced about the investigation.
Absolutely, and that is what the court observed today, that mere suspicion is not enough to prove a case against somebody. And no conspiracy or meetings, the charges that were made against these accused in the case has been, those charges have been proven in regard with the case, and there is no evidence to show that Pragya Singh Thakur owned that motorcycle. Even Colonel Prohit assembled the RDX. No proof, no evidence to show that he had even stored the RDX in his house. Then on what basis charges were framed against these accused in the case? That is what the court has said, and has given a clean sheet to them. I'll just come back to you, Saurabh, in just a bit. We have more reactions now coming in. Let's first listen into that.
तो ये तो जो एजेंसी है उसका ही चूक है ना, तभी तो सब लोग छूट गए। कोर्ट ने तो सारा एविडेंस देखा और कोर्ट ने अपना जो उनके सामने गवाही है उसकी बुनियाद पे छोड़ा है सबको। जो मरे उनका तो कोई चूक नहीं है। उन्होंने अपने जो विक्टिम उन्होंने गवाही दी, मालेगांव से आके बताए, अपने जख्म बताए, किसका हाथ कट गया, किसकी आंख फट गई, सब बताया। कोर्ट ने माना है कि ये लोग का बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था मालेगांव में, और इसीलिए उनको कॉम्पेंसेशन देने के लिए कोर्ट ने बोला है। और बेनिफिट डाउट दिया है कि उसको क्लियर एक्विटल नहीं दिया कोर्ट ने। सब ऑलमोस्ट सारी दलीलें खारिज कर दी गई, क्योंकि जो यूएपीए का सैंक्शन था वो भी कोर्ट ने बोला इलीगल है। जो प्लांटिंग आरडीएक्स के ट्रेसेस मिले थे वो भी प्रूव नहीं कर पाए, मतलब क्लियर कट प्रूव नहीं हुआ। बेनिफिट है, सस्पेक्ट है, कोर्ट बोलते हैं, पर कोर्ट ने कहा कि उनके कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंस नहीं है कि सजा दे सके, इसलिए बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देकर छोड़ दिया सब। वी विल चैलेंज हाई कोर्ट, वी विल एग्जामिन द जजमेंट एंड चैलेंज हाई कोर्ट।
प्रलंबित मुकदमे के अंत में आज अपना निर्णय सुनाया है। इसमें सारे अभियुक्तों को निर्दोष मुक्त पाया है। इसके जो मूल बिंदु है वो यह है कि जो साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर की मोटरसाइकिल बताई गई थी वो उनकी मोटरसाइकिल वह इस्तेमाल कर रही थी या उनकी थी, ऐसा कोई भी पुख्ता सबूत प्रोसिक्यूटिंग एजेंसी न्यायालय के सामने नहीं रख पाई है। दूसरी बात, जो इंजोर्ड सर्टिफिकेट्स बनाए गए थे वो फर्जी बनाए गए थे, और वो फर्जी सर्टिफिकेट्स किसने और क्यों बनाए, इसके ऊपर मामले की जांच करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को माननीय न्यायालय ने आदेशित किया है। उसी तरह से सुधाकर चतुर्वेदी जी के घर पर जो आरडीएक्स के झूठे और गलत पद्धति से ट्रेसेस प्लांट किए गए उसके ऊपर भी तफ्तीश होनी चाहिए। ये भी निर्देश और प्रोब करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को निर्देशित किया है।
सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये टर्म कॉइन करने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ। एक नया नैरेटिव 2008 में चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से यहाँ पर हो रहा था। सिर्फ और सिर्फ इतने सालों तक जो देश पर पाकिस्तान के माध्यम से, आतंकवादियों के माध्यम से हमले होते आए, उसको छुपाने का काम और एक तमके को खुश करने का काम, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए, गंदी राजनीति के लिए ये सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये नैरेटिव चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ। आज एनआईए के कोर्ट ने एक जोरदार तमाचा कांग्रेस के मुंह पर चढ़ दिया है।
यूपीटी फैक्शन कह रहा है कि सरकार से सवाल खड़े करने का आज वक्त आ गया है कि इतने सालों से ये केस चलता रहा, कोई भी सबूत क्यों नहीं मिले। मुंबई टेरर अटैक के दौरान भी यही हुआ था।
वो भूल गए 2008 में केंद्र और राज्य में सरकार कांग्रेस की थी। आज कांग्रेस के साथ उनका गठबंधन है, तो उनके अंदर हिम्मत नहीं है कांग्रेस को सवाल पूछने के लिए। अगर 2008 और 2006 के सही आरोपी पकड़ते तो 2006 के आरोपियों को भी सजा होती यहाँ पर, और 2008 के आरोपियों को, सही आरोपियों को सजा होती। तो अभी यूपीटी और कांग्रेस का डीएनए एक हो चुका है। वो हिंदुत्व भूल चुके हैं, बाला साहब के विचार भूल चुके हैं, तो उनसे आप दूसरी कुछ उम्मीद नहीं कर सकते।
इतने सालों का गुनाहगार कौन?
कांग्रेस। इतने सालों का गुनाहगार जो है कांग्रेस है। कांग्रेस को पूरे देश के सामने माफी मांगनी चाहिए, नेताओं को माफी मांगनी चाहिए कांग्रेस के।
आप कह रहे हैं हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते?
हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते, आज प्रूव हो गया है।
A big development has taken place as far as the NIA court is concerned. The verdict have come out. All 7 accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. How do you see this development? Do you welcome?
It's very unfortunate that consecutively second time that this has happened in the Mumbai blast case. Also, the accused were released. They were acquitted because of prosecution was not able to establish beyond doubt. And the failure on the part of the prosecution, which made the court to release those who were accused. And this raises a serious question in the minds of the people of Maharashtra, not only Maharashtra, but all over India, that if government who is responsible to see that citizens of this country, citizens of the state are secured, and the probing agencies like law enforcing agencies and all, they are capable of handling the situation when this kind of mishaps happen. And if they are not able to, then who's to be blamed? Government has to take the blame on themselves.
All right, now Deputy Chief Minister of Maharashtra Eknath Shinde also has tweeted after the Malegaon case verdict, clearly saying that truth may be troubled but it can't be defeated. He said that a dark chapter has ended today and the stigma on the Hindu community has been wiped away. My colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us on the broadcast. He's right outside the NIA court in Mumbai that has delivered this verdict. Well, a lot of reactions also coming in. Saurabh, we understand, well, after this verdict, the BJP, Shiv Sena clearly saying that truth is won. It may be troubled, it can't be defeated, but the opposition is asking that even after these many years, 17 years of investigation, it hasn't been made clear who killed those 6 people. I mean, that question still lingers.
Absolutely, and if it weren't these accused, then who did it? That's something, of course, that's a question that will continue to be asked. But the fact is that this particular case and the 6 or 7 accused who face trial, if you look at the case from the beginning, and this is something that, we've done. We've reported on this case for a long time now. It's been 17 years and, right from the first charge sheet of the ATS, etc. The thing is that in this case, there was always a feeling that the case was built on confession statements. Under Makoka, confession statements are admissible as evidence. It is so under UAP as well. But again, in this case, the evidence, the physical hard evidence required to prove something as detailed, as intricate as a terror conspiracy was not there. In fact, the NIA earlier also said that there were lacuna in the earlier investigation, which was the ATS investigation. So 2 different agencies, 2 different directions of investigation. That's one. Secondly, the accused themselves have always been saying that they've been framed. And once the MCOCA charges were dropped against them, it was clear that the case was not on a very strong wicket, even though the discharge applications were not allowed, and the court said that prima facie there was evidence to put the accused on trial. So the court tried the accused, all the evidence against them was examined, every piece of evidence presented before the court was heard, seen, and of course examined. And then of course the court has decided that, look, there are 3 important parts to the judgment. One, the motorcycle on which the bomb was allegedly planted cannot be linked to Sadhvi Pragya Singh Thakur beyond reasonable doubt. And for any conviction, the prism is beyond reasonable doubt. And so the benefit of doubt goes to the accused. Again, in the next case, to show that the RDX was actually procured by Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit, that again was not proved beyond reasonable doubt with evidence. So the benefit of doubt went to the accused. Now the victims' families or the victims' associates are saying that they will move the High Court, which is the appellate court. But again, if the evidence itself is not strong enough, if the evidence itself does not stand legal scrutiny, then of course the case is on weak legs. But what's more important is the political ramification. Now once this case came to light, there was this line, there was this phrase, the nomenclature, saffron terror, Hindu terror, these were terms that were used. And that became a massive political row between the BJP and the Congress. Today, the BJP is saying that it stands vindicated, that there was no saffron terror because the case itself on which these nomenclatures or these phrases were constructed on has collapsed.
Absolutely. The court cited lack of evidence to support the charges, and all accused have been out on bail during the trial and finally have been given a clean chit by the special NIA court in Mumbai. The court has clearly said that there is no evidence, no proof to suggest that these accused were involved in the Malegaon blast case, giving them a clean chit. This verdict has come after a long gap of 17 years in the case, and the opposition is raising a lot of questions, clearly saying that with Asaduddin Owaisi also clearly asking this question as to who was responsible for the killing of those 6 people, and over 100 people were injured in the Malegaon blast case. Who are the ones, who are the people who are responsible for that? But the BJP clearly saying that the term saffron theory or Hindu terror that was coined by the Congress party at that point in time, it doesn't really exist. This is exposed. The saffron terror theory has been clearly exposed, and this is what the BJP is saying. All right, we have reactions now coming in on this. We will play that out in just a bit. Eknath Shinde so far has reacted. Devendra Fadnavis has also clearly said that it's a clean chit to these people, and clearly they stand vindicated. They've been clearly for a long time saying that the word the Hindu terror that was coined by the Congress party is something that doesn't really exist in reality, but it was only to pin the blame on the patriots. That is what the BJP and Shiv Sena say, that these people are the patriots on which the blame was pinned by the Congress party at that point in time. And the court has also said that there is no evidence to prove that the bike in question was owned by Pragya Thakur. Even the RDX used in the case was assembled by Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. All right, my colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us in the broadcast. He is tracking all the details. Saurabh, what more are we learning? What next are we likely to see in the case now?
Well, the first step, of course, in this now will be a detailed order of the copy where the court will explain how it arrived at its verdict and what were the lacuna, why did the case not stand in court, why were the accused, acquitted. These are things that the court will explain in its judgment. So that order copy, I don't think will come today. It might come tomorrow or it might come late evening today. Once that happens, the legal process is that certified copies will be given. Once those certified copies are given, only based on that can the accused or the prosecution agency or the victims can go to court. So it will take some time for both the prosecution agency, but in the meantime, the court here has said the blast did occur. 6 people died. So who did that? There's question on evidence. So all of those things will now, obviously it will be the responsibility of the prosecuting agency. Currently the NIA, remember this case has seen different prosecution agencies take different directions as far as the probe is concerned. So these are things that will now be part of the legal process. But beyond the legal process, I think, and again one cannot state this enough, is that the political ramifications of this case are huge. It is about whether the bogey of saffron terror or Hindu terror or whatever the nomenclature was, which was a huge massive row between the BJP and the Congress, whether that stands or not.
Absolutely. There's a huge political fight now that has erupted over the word saffron terror. Union Home Minister Amit Shah has hit out at the opposition in the parliament, saying that there is no such thing as Hindu terror or saffron terror and it's false propaganda. that was being spread by the Congress party. The NDA has said that Congress had raised the saffron terror bogey, which is clearly exposed now. And it was former Home Minister Sushil Kumar Shinde, remember, who had spoken about saffron terror first, from where this word had actually come out. Let's also listen in to how he's reacted. Listen into what the BJP and the Congress party has said.
उन्होंने कहा है तो आरएसएस ने कराया था। मान्यवर ये क्या बोल रहे हैं, किसके लिए बोल रहे हैं, किसको बचा रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहते हैं? और हिंदू टेरर का सगुफा किसने छोड़ा? मैं आज दुनिया के सामने, देश की जनता के सामने गर्व से कहता हूं कि हिंदू कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकता। हम कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकते। क्या कहना चाहते हैं? फर्जी टाइप के केस बनाए, एक भी केस अदालत में नहीं टिका।
There is a recently uncovered phenomenon of saffron terrorism that has been implicated in many bomb blasts of the past. My advice to you is that we must remain ever vigilant and continue to build at the central and state levels our capacity in counter-terrorism.
जो ये सब इतने बार पेपर में आ गया है, ये कोई नई चीज नहीं है जो मैं आज बताया हूँ। ये सैफरन टेररिज्म की बात मैंने की है, वही की है, इससे दूसरे कुछ नहीं है। और जो ये बताना था वो बताया है, ये सब पेपर में आते ही रहा है। नई कुछ चीज हमने नहीं बताई है, ये सब पेपर में आ गया, हर रोज आ गया है।
सर आपके अकॉर्डिंग इज इट हिंदू टेररिज्म और
सैफरन टेररिज्म बोल दिया है। सैफरन टेररिज्म,
राइट विंग टेरर की बात कर रहे थे।
नहीं, मैं सैफरन टेररिज्म बताया।
से जोड़ा है, क्या आपको लगता है? राजनीतिक
नहीं, वो मैंने जो पेपर में आ गया वो बताया कि
बीजेपी को कभी नहीं जोड़ा गया टेररिज्म से।
नहीं, सैफरन टेररिज्म का है वही। चलिए,
बीजेपी से जोड़ना गलती, बीजेपी से जोड़ना,
चलिए, जो मैंने बोला वो बोला। चलिए ना भाई, चलिए ना।
All right, my colleague Saurabh Gupta continues to be with us on the broadcast here. That was Congress leader Sushil Kumar Shinde. Clearly, the Congress party, I mean, we've tried speaking to Rahul Gandhi also. The Congress party seems to be on the back foot here, Saurabh, and clearly doesn't really have much to say. Rahul Gandhi also said that this is not something that he wants to talk about. He wants to talk about Trump, and that is the bigger issue. And we have other Congress party leaders also clearly saying that this is a bid to divert the issue. But clearly the verdict has come out from the court. I mean, the BJP really doesn't have much to do in that.
Well, I mean, in this case, the two prominent Congress leaders, both former Home Ministers of India, P. Chidambaram and Sushil Kumar Shinde, these were the two leaders who had prominently said these things on public platforms. P. Chidambaram had said it at a meeting of DGPs, etc. And of course, you heard what he said. And of course, Sushil Kumar Shinde had said it at a party event. Now, this is something that was associated as a Congress construct, that it was something that the Congress party had, of course, propagated. And it came from top leaders of the Congress, Sushil Kumar Shinde and P. Chidambaram. The BJP at that point also had contested this claim. The BJP had said that there was no such thing as Hindu terror. In fact, I've covered political rallies in the past where Prime Minister also has said nothing like this is there. And you heard the Home Minister also clarify that. So it is now a political battle over political the political impact, the political ramifications of this case, and which is why we've been harping on the fact on how important the political ramifications are, because in this case, this entire...
Yes. All right, Saurabh, I'm sorry I'll have to interject there. Upma Singh, sister of Pragya Singh Thakur, is speaking to NDTV. Listen.
सत्य होता है और सत्य की ही विजय होती है, चाहे कितने भी आरोप लगे। और चाहे कितने भी आरोप लगे, परंतु समय कितना भी लग जाए, जीत सत्य की ही होना है। और क्योंकि साध्वी जी सत्य के साथ थी और इस चीज को वो डे वन से कह रही थी कि मैंने कोई अपराध नहीं किया है, मैं सही हूँ। इतने सारे नार्को, इतने सारे लाई डिटेक्टर्स टेस्ट और दुनिया भर के जो टेस्ट लगा सकते थे एटीएस ने लगाए, परंतु कुछ नहीं मिला क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं। और यही आज माननीय न्यायालय निर्णय कि
हेलो हेलो मैडम तो होगा नहीं,
किसी और का नहीं पता, पर साध्वी जी शुरुआत से कह रही थी ये चीज कि ये बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है। और इसको आप लोगों के माध्यम से, कई चैनल के माध्यम से, प्रिंट मीडिया के माध्यम से भी हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने भी ये कहा कि जब भी हम उसे जेल में, हॉस्पिटल में कहीं भी मिलते थे तो वो हमेशा कहती थी कि देखना एक दिन ये निकल करके आएगा कि ये षड्यंत्र। ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया गया हमारे द्वारा। मैं पूर्णतः निर्दोष हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल स्वच्छ हूँ, मेरा किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोग मेरे ऊपर षड्यंत्र के तहत ये सब कायम कर रहे हैं, आपराधिक मुकदमे चला रहे हैं, मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे हैं, ये सब जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। और इसमें भी ठाकुर जी कोई मर्जी होगी, ठाकुर जी किसी को कहीं ना कहीं जनता के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, लोगों के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, ये दिखाना चाह रहे होंगे कि देखो जब कोई बुरी मानसिकता के लोग अच्छे लोगों पर षड्यंत्र करते हैं, अच्छे लोगों को फंसाते हैं, तो किस तरह का पर्दाफाश भगवान कर। और ये आज पर्दाफाश हुआ कि जो कांग्रेसी नेता थे, जो अपने आप को शायद उस समय का सर्वोच्च व्यक्ति मान रहे थे, हालांकि ईश्वर से सर्वोच्च कोई होता नहीं है, पर वो जो मान रहे थे कि मैं ही सारा करता धरता इस नहीं का, मैं ही हूँ भगवान, मेरा सबकी तरफ है, सोनिया गांधी की तरफ भी है, चिदम्बरम की तरफ भी है, और उनकी जो भी चट्टे बट्टे रहे होंगे, उनके लल्लू पंजू लोग जो उनके सहयोगी रहेंगे, उन सबकी तरफ मेरा इशारा है। और इशारा नहीं, मैं नाम ले रही हूँ इस पर। तो उन सबकी तरफ मेरा ये संकेत है कि ये सारे लोगों को आज जो भगवान की तरफ से एक तमाशा पड़ा है ना इनके गाल पर, इससे इनको सीख लेना चाहिए। आगे ठाकुर जी इनको सद्बुद्धि दे और ये किसी भी अच्छे व्यक्ति को इस तरह से प्रताड़ित करने का दोबारा प्रयास न करें। मुझे लगता है कि दिग्विजय सिंह जी की, सोनिया गांधी की, सबकी शारीरिक स्थितियां ऐसी हैं, जनता को कुछ दिखाए ना दिखाए, पर कहीं ना कहीं भगवान इनको उसका त्रास तो दे रहे हैं, उसका परिणाम तो ये पा रहे हैं। और आज शायद उनको लगा होगा कि हमने जो गढ़ा था टूट के चूर चूर हो गया। बिल्कुल राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र ही था, और ये प्रारंभ से हम लोगों के द्वारा कहा जा रहा था कि ये राजनीतिक षड्यंत्र। देखिए ये लोग तो, इनका तो ऐसा है। मैं अखिलेश यादव के बारे में तो बोल भी दे रही हूँ, पर मैं किसी आपकी आज के दिन नहीं लेना चाहती, किसी भी विधान मैं किसी का नाम नहीं लेना चाहती, क्योंकि आज हमारा संविधान का दिन है और हम हर्ष के वातावरण में बुरी चीजें, बुरी मैं कह रही हूँ एनडीटीवी को, स्पेसिफिक एनडीटीवी को मैं रिकॉग्नाइज करके बोल रही हूँ कि आप सच दिखाएं, बिना सच जाने अपने मन से ये मास्टरमाइंड, ये आतंकवादी नंबर 1, ये धूर्त महिला, ये ढोंगी महिला, ये ढोंगी सन्यासी, जितनी गालियां अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से दे सकते थे वो आप लोगों ने दी, पर बात किसी और के साथ वापस ऐसा नहीं। एनडीटीवी को भी बहुत बहुत बधाई। हाँ, धन्यवाद।
All right, that was Upma Singh, Pragya Singh Thakur's sister, clearly in a conversation with NDTV saying that, justice has been delivered after 17 years of a long gap, and her sister had to suffer because of that. The charges that were framed against her in the initial investigation that was carried out by the Maharashtra ATS in 2008 after the blast had taken place, but there was no link to prove the link of Pragya Thakur with the bike, the motorcycle that was used as a key evidence in the case. The prosecution could not prove that the bike allegedly used in the crime belonged to Pragya Thakur, and it was in her possession immediately before the blast. This is what the court has said very clearly as well. All right, we have reactions coming in. Listen in.
हमारे साथ पूर्व केंद्रीय मंत्री और एनसीपी नेता पटेल है। सर, जो मालेगांव का जो वर्डिक्ट आया है, सारे लोगों को बड़ी क्या माने कि मालेगांव की कितनी बात? देखिए, मालेगांव की घटना हुई अप्रिय है। किसी की भी मौत नहीं होनी चाहिए, किसी की भी मतलब कोई इंजरी या धोखे में नहीं आना चाहिए। जब तक वो भारतीय हैं उनको सभी को एक सरीखा मतलब न्याय मिलना चाहिए, और यही हमारे संविधान में अम्बेडकर साहब ने हमको जो दिया है उसमें ये व्यवस्था है। लेकिन साथ साथ में न्यायपालिका की व्यवस्था है कि अगर कोई भी चीज़ है तो न्यायपालिका है जिसके माध्यम से उसका फैसला होगा, और आज उनका फैसला अगर इन सबको बरी करता है उसका हम लोगों ने स्वीकार करते हैं।
क्योंकि जांच एजेंसी का भी दावा था, क्योंकि मुंबई में जो ट्रेन में ब्लास्ट हुआ उसमें भी सारे बरी हुए।
देखिए, यही बात है ना, इसमें धर्म और जाति का कोई सवाल नहीं है। न्यायपालिका अपना काम करती है। अब आगे कल कोई बड़े कोर्ट ने और कोई फैसला बदला या कुछ अंतिम फैसला दिया तो उसके बारे में मैं आज नहीं कह सकता।
सेफ्रॉन टेरर का वर्ड भी कॉइन हुआ था।
देखिए, ये सब वर्ड जितने भी शब्दों का चयन होता है, ये तो जिसको जिस वक्त जो सुविधा लगता है उस तरह से वो शब्द होता है। अभी आज पहलगाम में जो इतनी अप्रिय घटना हुई, पाकिस्तान के द्वारा प्रेरित वो घटना हुई, और उसमें हमारे हिंदू भाइयों को चुनकर मारा गया। अब इसको हमने किस तरह से देखना चाहिए? हमने केवल इसको एक गलत अप्रिय आतंकवाद की घटना ये इसी तरह से देखना चाहिए, और उस पर कड़क से कड़क कार्रवाई हमारे देश में करनी चाहिए, जो हमारे सरकार ने आज ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के माध्यम से कर।
एक लास्ट हेमंत करकरे ने इस केस को इन्वेस्टिगेट किया था, उनकी इंटीग्रिटी भी
अब हेमंत करकरे ने की शहादत इस देश की रक्षा करते हुए हुई। उन्होंने क्या किया, कैसे उन्होंने इन्वेस्टिगेशन किया, इसके बारे में आज टिप्पणी करना ये योग्य नहीं होगा। केवल इतना ही कहूँगा कि जो भी फैसला है न्यायपालिका के माध्यम।
All right, we have reaction coming in from UP Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath also, who said that the acquittal of all the accused in the Malegaon blast case is a vibrant proclamation of Satyamev Jayate. He said, finally, truth has won, and it's very much clear, it's out in the open after a long gap of 17 years that these patriots, who he is referring to, the BJP also is referring to, Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit in the case, these were patriots and these people had no role in the Malegaon blast case. He said it's the Congress party's anti-Hindu character that has been exposed, and Congress had created this Hindu terror myth, the saffron terror myth that is clearly exposed now. All right, we've spoken to Upma Singh as well, the sister of former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, who's been acquitted in this case, clearly saying that, all right, I'm being told that BJP leader Ravi Shankar Prasad is speaking to the media at the moment. Let's first dip in.
यंत्र था
वो आज धराशायी हो गया। और ये बात हम बहुत जिम्मेवारी के साथ कहना चाहते हैं। मालेगांव ब्लास्ट मामले में जो कोर्ट का फैसला आया है, उस पूरे में स्पष्ट रूप से कहा गया है, जो बातें अभी तक आई हैं, कि किसी भी एक्यूज के खिलाफ कोई पर्याप्त सबूत नहीं है और प्रोसिक्यूशन अपना केस प्रूव नहीं कर सके। आपके रिकॉल के लिए हम बताना चाहते हैं कि उसमें कर्नल पुरोहित एक बहुत ही डेकोरेटेड आर्मी ऑफिसर था, जिसने कश्मीर में आतंकवाद के खिलाफ बड़ी लड़ाई लड़ी। उसको फंसाया गया, उसके घर से आरडीएक्स निकला था। आपको मालूम है कि प्रज्ञा ठाकुर एक बहुत अच्छी साध्वी, नेत्री, एमपी, उनको कहा गया था उनकी मोटरसाइकिल से बम लाया गया था और 10-12 दिन तक उनको इतना टॉर्चर किया गया कि उनका बाद में चलना भी मुश्किल होता था। आपने सबों ने उनको देखा है। और बाकी कई सेना के पदाधिकारी, बाकी लोगों को फंसाया गया। ये कांग्रेस पार्टी की एक सोची हुई रणनीति थी। मैं आपसे कहना चाहता हूं, शुद्ध वोट बैंक पॉलिटिक्स के लिए इट वॉज ए वेल कैलकुलेटेड conspiracy of the Congress party for sheer vote bank politics। क्या ध्यान रखिए, और मैं भी उसको थोड़ा रखूंगा आपके सामने में। पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय मंच से हम इस निर्णय का स्वागत करते हैं और ये कॉन्स्पिरेसी एक्सपोज हुई, धराशायी हुई, इस पर हमें संतोष भी है और खुशी भी है। आप सच्चाई को बहुत दिन तक नहीं झुठला सकते, बहुत दिन तक नहीं छुपा सकते। यू कैनॉट फॉल्सिफाई द ट्रुथ बाय योर डायबोलिकल डिजाइन फॉर टू लॉन्ग। ट्रुथ हैज एन अनकैनी हैबिट ऑफ रीअपियरिंग विथ अलार्मिंग रेगुलरिटी। वही बात इसमें हुई है। मित्रों, थोड़ा अब आपको हम रिकॉल के लिए कहना चाहते हैं। याद होगा, गृह मंत्री चिदम्बरम ने सैफरन टेरर की बात कही थी, और कहां कही थी? डीजीपी के कॉन्फ्रेंस में। याद होगा, दूसरे गृह मंत्री सुशील कुमार शिंदे ने भी सैफरन टेरर की बात कही थी, और राहुल गांधी ने, जो अमेरिकी राजदूत तिमोथी थे, उनसे बातचीत में कहा था कि हिंदू टेरर इज मोर डेडली देन लश्कर-ए-तैयबा। याद है आपको? ये उनका स्टेटमेंट था ऑन रिकॉर्ड, जो बाद में विकीलीक पर आज भी है, जो एम्बेसडर ने अपने मेमोयर्स में उसको भेजा था एडे कैंप में, रिपोर्ट में, क्षमा करेंगे। तो दो गृह मंत्री और राहुल गांधी। और मुझे याद है कि उस समय मैं पार्टी का मुख्य प्रवक्ता था, तो चिदम्बरम की टिप्पणी पर मुझे प्रेस करने का अवसर मिला था 11 अशोक रोड में, और मैंने कहा था, श्रीमान गृह मंत्री जी, आप सैफरन टेरर की बात करते हैं, तो भारत के तिरंगे में भी सैफरन है। भारत के संत भी भगवा पहनते हैं। जिस महाभारत में रथ के सारथी भगवान कृष्ण थे, उस पर भी तो सैफरन झंडा था ना। तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं? ये तो भारत की सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का रंग है ना। तो पूरे देश में इतना बवाल हुआ कि बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी को थोड़ा, जनार्दन द्विवेदी थे उस समय, उनको आना पड़ा, वो भी उतना नहीं कर पाए। थोड़ा मैं आपको पीछे ले जाता हूं। याद करिए, जब बिहार में 2005 का चुनाव था, तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट के रिटायर्ड जस्टिस यूसी बनर्जी, उन्होंने एक कमेटी लालू प्रसाद रेल मंत्री से बनवाई थी। उन्होंने क्या कहा था कि कार सेवकों ने अपने स्टोव से ही आग लगाई थी, और वो भी मैंने प्रेस किया था जब आया था वो। तो मैंने कहा था, ये बिकी हुई रिपोर्ट है,
और जज साहब की हिम्मत है तुम उस पर कार्रवाई करें, कुछ नहीं कर सके। याद करिए, इशरत जहां केस में अमित शाह को फंसाया गया कि नहीं फंसाया गया था, याद है कि नहीं आपको? 2 बिके हुए विटनेसेस को खड़ा किया गया था और भारत के गृह मंत्री को महीनों तक जेल में रहना पड़ा था, शायद 1 साल के ऊपर। और जब उनको बेल मिली तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने उनको 1 साल गुजरात से दरबदर कर दिया था। और आज मैं पूरी जिम्मेवारी से कहूंगा दैट जजमेंट ऑफ सुप्रीम कोर्ट वाज रॉन्ग। और मैंने उसको पूरा एग्जामिन किया है लीगली अपने अनुभव से। कोई एविडेंस नहीं था अमित शाह के खिलाफ। तो अमित शाह को फंसाओ, भगवा आतंक बताओ, मालेगांव केस बताओ। और अब मैं आपके सामने इसका दूसरा पक्ष रखना चाहता हूं, ये आप नोट करें बिकॉज बैकग्राउंड बहुत जरूरी है। 18 फरवरी 2007 को समझौता एक्सप्रेस ब्लास्ट हुआ था। इसमें सिमी के 2 मुखिया सफदर नौगोरी ने अपनी भूमिका स्वीकार की थी और 2 पाकिस्तानी मुस्लिम आतंकवादी को पकड़ा गया था और बाद में उसको छोड़ दिया गया क्योंकि मोड़ना था भगवा आतंकवाद की ओर। 2007 में हैदराबाद के मक्का मस्जिद बम विस्फोट मामले में स्थानीय पुलिस ने हुजी संगठन से जुड़े 100 मुस्लिम युवाओं को गिरफ्तार किया था। बाद में सबों को छोड़ दिया गया। 11 अक्टूबर 2007 को अजमेर बम ब्लास्ट में हिंदुओं को बदनाम करने की साजिश कांग्रेस ने रची थी और उस समय के एक आरोपी भवेश पटेल ने केंद्रीय मंत्री सुशील शिंदे पर बड़े लोगों को फंसाने के लिए दबाव देने की बात कही थी। और 26/11 मुंबई हमले में भी आपको मालूम ही है। अब मैं थोड़ी तारीख आपको बता देता हूं कब कब यह हुआ है। 17 दिसंबर 2010 को विक्की लीक्स ने राहुल गांधी की अमेरिकी राजदूत टिमोथी रोमर से 20 जुलाई 2009 को हुई बातचीत का ब्यौरा दिया। राहुल ने अमेरिकी राजदूत से कहा था, भारत विरोधी मुस्लिम आतंकवादियों और वामपंथी आतंकवादियों से बड़ा खतरा देश में हिंदू आतंकवाद है। 25 अगस्त 2010 को जो बताया, तत्कालीन गृहमंत्री चिदम्बरम ने राज्य के पुलिस डीजीपी के कॉन्फ्रेंस में कहा था कि सैफरन टेरर इज वेरी डेडली। 20 जनवरी 2013 को जयपुर में कांग्रेस के चिंतन शिविर में उस समय गृहमंत्री ने हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात की थी, सुशील कुमार शिंदे ने। और दिग्विजय सिंह तो हैं ही हैं, वो शांति दूत जाकिर नाइक को कहते रहे। आज मैं आपको एक और बात कहना चाहता हूं। अंदर में विरोध हुआ, बड़े लोगों के द्वारा विरोध हुआ। स्वर्गीय राष्ट्रपति प्रणब मुखर्जी ने अपनी पुस्तक द कोलिशन ईयर में 2004 में जब शंकराचार्य जैन सरस्वती की गिरफ्तारी हुई तो मेंबर थे कैबिनेट के, उन्होंने उसका विरोध किया था। कहा कि उन्होंने पूछा, क्या इस तरह के मामलों में खाली हिंदू संतों की भूमिका होती है? और देखिए, ये मैं ऐसे नहीं कह रहा हूं, ये सबके रिकॉर्ड है हम लोग के पास। ये जहां जहां ये कोटेड है वो सब इंटरनेट पर उसका बेस हमारे पास है। मुझे कई बार इस विषय पर बोलने का अवसर मिला है। आपको याद होगा, इशरत जहां के मामले में उस समय के गृह मंत्री पिल्लई थे, तो श्रीमान चिदम्बरम साहब ने उन पर दबाव डाला कि इशरत जहां को एफिडेविट में लश्कर तैयबा की एजेंट मत कहो, जबकि लश्कर तैयबा ने क्लेम किया था कि हमारी एक एजेंट शहीद हुई है। याद होगा आपको? तो ये सारी बातें आपके सामने हैं। तो कांग्रेस पार्टी वोट बैंक के लिए किसी सीमा तक जा सकती है। बीजेपी की ओर से हम बड़े विनम्रता लेकिन सख्ती से बोलना चाहेंगे कि कांग्रेस पार्टी ने एक झूठा षड्यंत्र किया भगवा आतंकवाद का और इसको बोलना शुरू किया और हर केस में फंसाने की कोशिश शुरू की। उसका एक बड़ा मामला आज आया है जो कोर्ट ने पाया कि ना कोई एविडेंस है, ना उस मोटरसाइकिल का कोई चेजिस नंबर है, ना कोई बाकी नंबर है, और वहीं पर गवाहों ने यह भी कहा कि उनको मारा गया, उनको प्रताड़ित किया गया। और जब
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
आप एक गुंडे जैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर।
मेरी
आप तो एक
मेरा
गायकवाड इज रनिंग अवे फ्रॉम NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think in a way Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword.
Right.
Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very serious disagreement with this acknowledgement of the West to know that we are important. Because I think that in itself is a wrong notion. Right. And I've personally been very against people who always think that there's this Gora hangover we still suffer from. I think we're still not outgrown our
colonial fever.
Colonial droppings that are all over us. No other country in the world feels like this. Everybody celebrates their indigenous crafts, their languages, their music, and they're all happy.
Right.
We in India, for example, a simple example, till 6-7 years back, Punjabi music was looked down upon.
Correct.
Okay. Suddenly, half the world is rapping in Punjabi, this thing, so suddenly it's cool.
Yes.
Now Louis Vuitton gets A.R. Rahman to compose a Punjabi track for their main show.
Right.
So look at what's happening.
Right.
So now again it took someone else to acknowledge that this is relevant, and then Indians love it. Fantastic.
So what do you think? Are we hungry for that acknowledgement? Are we not appreciating ourselves enough?
I think we don't value our country enough.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you,
All accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. Verdict from the NIA court in Mumbai comes after a long wait of 17 years. Former BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit among those who've been acquitted. Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit have reacted to the verdict from the NIA court. Pragya says Hindutva has won and God will punish the guilty. Colonel Purohit says we need not blame the agencies but the officers involved. Special judge presiding over the case points out gaps in evidence collection. Judge says there is no proof to show Pragya owned the bike and no evidence that Colonel Purohit assembled RDX. Malegaon victims will move the High Court. Victims have said they will file appeals independently. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi dodges question on Malegaon, says Trump's the bigger issue. Maharashtra Chief Minister Fadnavis says terror is never saffron. And key observations by the CJ on anti-defection law, says political defection is a threat to democracy. Big breaking news now coming in at the top of this hour. We're learning now Congress party ally has now contradicted MP Rahul Gandhi's statement on economy. Sena UBT MP Priyanka Chaturvedi has said that not that one needs to say it, there is enough legitimate data available to know that Indian economy is in the top 5 of the world and one of the fastest growing economies. And she said that calling it a dead economy can only come from a position of arrogance or ignorance. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had called Indian economy as dead economy after the decision by Donald Trump imposing 25% tariffs on India and penalties on doing trade with Russia. We clearly now understand this statement coming in from Priyanka Chaturvedi at this point in time, who is a Shiv Sena UBT MP, is a counter to Rahul Gandhi's statement there. Let's also first listen into what Rahul Gandhi had earlier said on Trump.
He knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है. फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी. ठीक है, एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है.
All right, my colleague Sunil Prabhu also now joins us on the broadcast, getting us more on that. Sunil, we've heard what Rahul Gandhi had said earlier on Indian economy and Trump's statement, Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on Indian goods. We have now Priyanka Chaturvedi, Shiv Sena UBT, contradicting Rahul Gandhi on his statement. How does one see it?
Well, it's very clear that the Indian economy, from all indicators, even though it might be in a difficult position today, given the fact that President Trump has imposed tariffs of 25%, we are still very resilient, and India has been a silver lining in the global market in terms of in the global world, emerging as one of the few fastest growing economies. And it's in that backdrop, I think, things have to be put in perspective. Rahul Gandhi, of course, is putting it in the perspective of what has happened in the last 11, 12 years of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's rule, alleging that there has been, demonetization and GST failure and a whole lot of other issues which he has put out in his tweet. And of course, Priyanka Chaturvedi joining issue with him and saying that's not exactly correct. There has definitely been a case where India has been able to succeed. The economy, as we can see, and if you look at the markets, have been able to rise in the last few years. So what exactly is the indicator? How are you pointing out? Is it just the fact that there is unemployment? Is to be looked in that perspective. But definitely a war of words between the Congress as well as its ally from the Shiv Sena on this entire issue.
All right. Thanks so much for getting us all those details there. And clearly the Shiv Sena UBT MP is not on the same page with her India bloc ally, the Congress party here. Rahul Gandhi, Congress party MP and LOP in Lok Sabha, clearly had said that the Indian economy is in shambles, and that's very much clear. And what Trump has said has also exposed the reality of India and the relationship that we share between India and US. But Priyanka Chaturvedi clearly reminding Rahul Gandhi here that on what basis is that statement being given? Indian economy is among the top 5 economies in the world and is one of the fastest growing economies. And that is how, well, Priyanka Chaturvedi has clearly contradicted the statement given by Rahul Gandhi here, who's her own India bloc ally. Well, clearly shows the cracks in the India bloc here. All right, shifting our focus now to some more news that we're tracking at this point in time. A special court in Mumbai has acquitted all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The judgment comes after nearly 17 years after the attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon in 2008. Former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay were among those 7 accused named by NIA in the case. Special Judge A.K. Lahoti presiding over the case has said today that the prosecution failed to prove the allegations in the case and that all 7 accused deserve the benefit of doubt. The judge said that the prosecution could not prove that the motorcycle used in the blast belonged to Pragya Thakur and that the engine number was unclear, the chassis number had been wiped out. The court has said there are allegations that RDX was used to cause the explosion. There is no evidence that the RDX was stored at Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's residence and neither is there any proof that he had assembled the bomb. The court said there is no evidence to prove the bike in question was owned by Pragya Thakur or even the RDX assembled was by Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. And well, reactions also coming in from the BJP Shiv Sena also saying that 17 years of injustice has ended and the saffron terror theory, the word coined by the Congress party, has clearly been exposed. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins us on the broadcast here. She is in Mumbai tracking the developments on this case here. Radhika, big verdict from the court here in Mumbai today on the Malegaon blast case. All 7 accused in the case have been acquitted. And we have now reactions coming in from the BJP as well as Shiv Sena clearly saying that their stand has been vindicated. What has been said by Pragya Thakur as well as Colonel Purohit, we understand they've also reacted to the verdict.
That's Kitty. In fact, I was part of the proceedings in the court today when the judgment was being read out by the special NIA judge. Of course, the judge there pointing that there is no concrete or cogent evidence as to implicate any of these 7 accused. And post that, of course, we saw a sense of relief among the faces of all the accused who had about all the evidence that were presented before the court. Nothing that suggests that the bike belonged to Sadhvi Pragya Singh, that the RDX was planted or rather was transported or used by Colonel Purohit, and several such evidence could not be linked to the accused of something that the court has categorically stated. Of course, also going on to say that terror has no religion, but in this case, the benefit of the doubt has to be given, and also pointing fingers to the investigations conducted by the ATS in the beginning, whereby there were certain allegations of torture by ATS officials as far as these accused are concerned.
Right.
Now, as far as Colonel Purohit and Sadhvi Pragya are concerned, yes, they did go ahead and speak to the judge. They expressed their relief as far as the judgment is concerned, also going on to say that they had faced a lot of torture, harassment, they had suffered over the years, but now their stand has been vindicated, and those who were responsible in the laxity in this particular case must be punished, is the appeal by several of the accused.
Okay, all right. And we understand reactions have come in from the victims of Malegaon as well, their families, who clearly say that they are disappointed with the verdict. Many of them have said that they are going to appeal against the verdict. My colleague Avinash Pawar, also joining us from Pune, is getting us more on that. Avinash, the victims in the case and their families clearly not satisfied with the verdict that has come in, because many are still asking if these 7 accused in the case are acquitted today, then who is responsible for those who died, for the killings of those 6 people and many more who were injured in these blasts? So that question still continues to be asked at this point in time. What are the victims planning to do next and their families?
Definitely, this is the severe attack on the Malegaon bomb blast. After everything is we have now I am in Pune. There is the residence of Mr. Colonel Purohit, and in front of his home there is we can see all these volunteers are coming here and making the all things here, and he will be talk with us about that decision which is court given to all these victims. Now at the behind side we can see the Malegaon bomb blast when 7 injuries are there, and that is Apollo guys they, but other sides they are convicting all these things. We can talk with them. How do you see towards this all result?
यह जो रिजल्ट आया है उसका हम आनंद से स्वागत करते, और जो रिजल्ट दिया गया है वो भारतीय न्याय व्यवस्था पर जो भारतीयों का विश्वास है उसके ऊपर एक आज शिक्कामोर्तब हुआ है.
लेकिन व्हाट यू सी अबाउट दैट 7 इंजुरीज आर देयर, दे आर डेड एंड देयर फैमिलीज आल्सो सॉरो अबाउट दैट.
उसके लिए हम ये भी करते, निषेध भी करते, जिन्होंने बॉम्ब स्फोट किया उसका निषेध करें, और जो लोग जख्मी हुए और जो मृत्युमुखी पड़े, जो उनको ये हुआ है उसके लिए हम ये भी करते. लेकिन जिन्होंने किया है उनको जो छूट दी गई एसआईटी चौकसी करके उनको उनके ऊपर जो को है वो दोष लगा जाए और उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई कर जाए.
आफ्टर ऑल दैट दे आर सेइंग दैट देयर इज डेफिनेटली कीप द इंक्वायरी अबाउट दैट ऑल इंसिडेंट, एंड दैट बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट वाज हैपन इन मालेगांव बॉम्ब ब्लास्ट. सो वी हैव टू regarding this all incident, they apologize about that incident.
From outside Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's residence, well, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, remember, an army officer who was implicated in the case and clearly now has been acquitted and vindicated in the case. He's been saying that he's been framed over the years for his work in the intelligence department here. He is now well, we understand he spent about 9 years in custody, after which he walks free. And with Pragya Thakur also, her sister we had spoken to a while back, Upma Singh, clearly saying that she was also framed. There were charges fabricated against her, and she also stands vindicated at this point in time after the court's verdict. Let's also listen in to Upma Singh.
माँ जी, आप जो ज्वाइन कर रही हैं हमें, क्या पहला आपका रिएक्शन रहेगा? कोर्ट ने पूरी तरह से एक्विट कर दिया है साध्वी प्रज्ञा जी को।
सबसे पहले तो ठाकुर जी को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। माता रानी की कृपा से इतने लंबे टॉर्चर के बाद सत्य सामने आया, सत्य की जीत हुई। बहुत सारे लोगों ने, मीडिया ने, समाज के लोगों ने और स्पेशली कांग्रेसियों ने जिस तरह का टॉर्चर किया, उस सब से आज निजात पाने का समय आया है और भगवान की कृपा से सत्य की जीत हुई है। क्योंकि वो डे 1 से कह रही थी कि मैंने कुछ नहीं किया है, मैं इसमें शामिल नहीं हूँ, लेकिन कोई मानने को तैयार नहीं था। और फाइनली आज भगवान की कृपा से कोर्ट ने ये चीज सबके सामने ला दी
जी।
कि बड़ी मुश्किल से कोई स्त्री उस प्रताड़ना को झेल सकती थी। आप सोच नहीं सकते हैं कि आज मुझे कितना आंतरिक शांति प्रदान करने वाला ये फैसला है। लेकिन अब मैं ये चाहती हूँ कि पी चिदम्बरम, दिग्विजय सिंह, राहुल गांधी, वामपंथी, समाजवादी और कांग्रेस पार्टी के वो सब नेता जो भगवा आतंकवाद शब्द को गढ़ करके उसको सत्यापित कर रहे थे, आज उनकी चौराहों पर खड़े करके कौन सी सजा होनी चाहिए, अब मैं ये जानना चाहती हूँ, देश की जनता जानना चाहती है।
उन पे भी मतलब कार्रवाई की जानी,
कार्रवाई नहीं, असामान्य कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए, साधारण कार्रवाई नहीं।
और ये अपील करने की बात कांग्रेस के नेता कह रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट में अपील करनी चाहिए, जैसे बॉम्बे ब्लास्ट की गई थी।
ये इन सब बातों पर तय होगा कि जिस एजेंसी ने जांच की है वो क्या फैसला करती है।
All right, Uma Bharti there, BJP leader and former Chief Minister of Madhya Pradesh, clearly saying that those who were involved, their names need to come out. And it was a shoddy investigation that was done initially. Clearly, the NIA bringing out the truth in the open. Well, we have more reactions also coming in. Uma Bharti, of course, getting emotional there as he spoke to the media about the case, clearly saying that Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, who were falsely accused in the case, have now been acquitted, and this is the victory of truth over evil. All right, we'll get you more on that in just a bit. We have more reactions also coming in, but it's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back with more details.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring
in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold?
All accused have been acquitted in the Malegaon blast case by the NIA court today. Special judge presiding over the case points out gaps in evidence collection in the case. Sadhvi Pragya, Colonel Purohit react to the verdict, say Hindutva has won and God will punish the guilty. Malegaon victims to move High Court, they say that they are going to file their appeals independently.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back after the break. The Malegaon verdict has now put the spotlight on the term saffron terror, with NDA MPs calling out the Congress, saying that there is nothing as such that exists. And Union Home Minister Amit Shah also has now attacked opposition in the parliament, that Amit Shah has said that there is no such thing as Hindu terror that has been claimed by the Congress party in the past. Former Congress Home Minister P. Chidambaram as well as Sushil Kumar Shinde had also spoken about this word, and the BJP now has hit back. Listen in.
उन्होंने कहा है तो आरएसएस ने कराया था। मान्यवर ये क्या बोल रहे हैं, किसके लिए बोल रहे हैं, किसको बचा रहे हैं, क्या कहना चाहते हैं? और हिंदू टेरर का सगुफा किसने छोड़ा? मैं आज दुनिया के सामने, देश की जनता के सामने गर्व से कहता हूं कि हिंदू कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकता। हम कभी टेररिस्ट नहीं हो सकते। क्या कहना चाहते हैं? फर्जी टाइप के केस बनाए, एक भी केस अदालत में नहीं टिका।
There is a recently uncovered phenomenon of saffron terrorism that has been implicated in many bomb blasts of the past. My advice to you is that we must remain ever vigilant and continue to build at the central and state levels our capacity in counter-terrorism.
जो ये सब इतने बार पेपर में आ गया है, ये कोई नई चीज नहीं है जो मैं आज बताया हूँ। ये सैफरन टेररिज्म की बात मैंने की है, वही की है, इससे दूसरे कुछ नहीं है। और जो ये बताना था वो बताया है, ये सब पेपर में आते ही रहा है। नई कुछ चीज हमने नहीं बताई है, ये सब पेपर में आ गया, हर रोज आ गया है।
सर आपके अकॉर्डिंग इज इट हिंदू टेररिज्म और
सैफरन टेररिज्म बोल दिया है। सैफरन टेररिज्म,
राइट विंग टेरर की बात कर रहे थे।
नहीं, मैं सैफरन टेररिज्म बताया।
बीजेपी से जोड़ा है, क्या आपको लगता है? राजनीतिक
नहीं, वो मैंने जो पेपर में आ गया वो बताया कि
बीजेपी को कभी नहीं जोड़ा गया टेररिज्म से।
नहीं, सैफरन टेररिज्म का है वही। चलिए,
बीजेपी से जोड़ना गलती से, बीजेपी से जोड़ना,
भाई चलिए, जो मैंने बोला वो बोला, चलिए ना भाई, चलिए ना।
याद होगा गृह मंत्री चिदम्बरम ने सैफरन टेरर की बात कही थी, और कहां कही थी? डीजीपी के कॉन्फ्रेंस में। याद होगा दूसरे गृह मंत्री सुशील कुमार शिंदे ने भी सैफरन टेरर की बात कही थी। और राहुल गांधी ने, जो अमेरिकी राजदूत तिमोथी थे, उनसे बातचीत में कहा था कि हिंदू टेरर इज मोर डेडली देन लश्कर ए तैयबा। याद है आपको? ये उनका स्टेटमेंट था ऑन रिकॉर्ड, जो बाद में विकीलीक पर आज भी है, जो एम्बेसडर ने अपने मेमोयर्स में उसको भेजा था एडे कैंप में, रिपोर्ट में, क्षमा करेंगे। तो दो गृह मंत्री और राहुल गांधी। और मुझे याद है कि उस समय मैं पार्टी का मुख्य प्रवक्ता था, तो चिदम्बरम की टिप्पणी पर मुझे प्रेस करने का अवसर मिला था 11 अशोक रोड में। और मैंने कहा था, श्रीमान गृह मंत्री जी, आप सैफरन टेरर की बात करते हैं, तो भारत के तिरंगे में भी सैफरन है। भारत के संत भी भगवा पहनते हैं। जिस महाभारत में रथ के सारथी भगवान कृष्ण थे, उस पर भी तो सैफरन झंडा था ना। तो आप क्या कहना चाह रहे हैं? ये तो भारत की सांस्कृतिक आध्यात्मिक परंपरा का रंग है ना। तो पूरे देश में इतना बवाल हुआ कि बाद में कांग्रेस पार्टी को थोड़ा, जनार्दन द्विवेदी थे उस समय, उनको आना पड़ा, वो भी उतना नहीं कर पाए। थोड़ा मैं आपको पीछे ले जाता हूं।
Well, the BJP hitting out at the Congress party, saying that the word saffron terror that was coined by the Congress party after this case is now, it clearly doesn't exist, and their theory of saffron terror or Hindu terror is clearly exposed. That was BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad hitting out at the Congress party. Well, we understand reactions have also come in from the Congress. The Congress party is clearly saying, even other opposition parties, including AIMIM, Owaisi has spoken to the media saying that they're disappointed with the verdict. We'll get you more on that in just a bit. Meanwhile, it's time for a short break here. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear. Walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर? मेरी आप तो एक मेरा गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri couples costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that
Hello and welcome. July 30th is World Day Against Trafficking in Persons. This year's theme is powerful and really puts trafficking into perspective. The theme for 2025 is Human Trafficking is Organized Crime, End the Exploitation. Did you know human trafficking is considered the second largest criminal enterprise globally? Some reports indicate it generates a staggering $150 billion annually. What is even more tragic is that, as per statistics, 1 in every 3 people trafficked is a child. It is a crisis that is being tackled head-on in India. Just Rights for Children's Access to Justice for Children program has become the largest civil society intervention against child trafficking and child labor in India. Operating in collaboration with a network of partners and with over 85,000 children rescued and more than 50,000 traffickers prosecuted, this shows that India is at the forefront of combating child labor and child trafficking as an organized economic crime. In fact, a report by JRC partner India Child Protection Center for Legal Action and Behavior Change has studied how India's model of strict law enforcement offers a clear pathway to reach the tipping point to end child labor. It is this report that forms the basis of our conversation today. And joining us in the studio for the discussion is child rights activist, advocate, author, and founder of Just Rights for Children, Bhuvan Ribu. Welcome to the studio.
Thank you.
To set the context, let's quickly take you through some of the key highlights from the report. Building the case for zero. In the last 2 years, Just Rights for Children partner organizations have assisted law enforcement agencies in rescuing 53,651 child victims of trafficking and kidnapping across more than 400 districts. Of the children rescued, 90% were from the worst form of child labor. इसका नतीजा ये हुआ है कि लगभग 38,000 चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग, अपहरण, यौन शोषण और भीख मांगने के मामलों में कानूनी कार्रवाई की शुरुआत की गई है। बचाव अभियान के दौरान 5,809 एम्प्लॉयर्स और ट्रैफिकर्स को गिरफ्तार किया गया है, जो कि बचाए गए बच्चों को इंसाफ दिलाने और अपराधियों की जिम्मेदारी तय करने की ओर बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण कदम है। The top 5 states in terms of child labor rescues were Telangana, Bihar, Rajasthan, UP, and Delhi. And if you would like to read the full report, then do scan the QR code that you see on your screens right now. So, Bhuvanji, let's begin by asking you that in this evolving, increasingly digital world, what is trafficking really and how has trafficking changed and evolved? इसका जो पूरा स्वरूप है, वो कैसे बदला है? How is it all around us? It's very insidious. I mean, sometimes we don't even realize, but it is actually trafficking.
बिल्कुल, सबसे बड़े दुर्भाग्य की बात यह है कि हम लोग
बच्चों के शोषण को गरीबी या उनकी असहायता का एक बहाना बना के उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं। दूसरी सबसे बड़ी समस्या ये है कि हम देखते हैं और चुप रहते हैं, हम खामोश रहते हैं। ये दो समस्याएं सबसे ज़्यादा विषमता से ट्रैफिकिंग को बढ़ावा देती हैं। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले बिहार में एक इस तरह का नया केस सामने आया कि ऑर्केस्ट्रा के नाम पे लड़कियों की ट्रैफिकिंग हो रही है, छोटी छोटी बच्चियों की, और उनसे अश्लील नृत्य कराए जा रहे हैं, जो कि हर शादी में, हर फंक्शन में, हर पार्टी में लोग जो है उनको कपड़े उतरवा के इस तरह से उनके साथ सब तरह का व्यभिचार कर रहे हैं, और छोटी छोटी बच्चियों को उनकी नृत्य कला को बढ़ावा देने के नाम पे इस तरह से शोषण किया जा रहा है। ट्रैफिकिंग या एक्सप्लॉयटेशन अपना स्वरूप बदल रहा है। एक तरफ वो दिख रहा है, जहां वो बच्चियां नाच रही हैं, जहां उनके साथ इस तरह का शोषण हो रहा है, वहां 100 आदमी उसे देख रहे हैं और कोई आवाज नहीं उठा रहा। हमारे घरों में जिन बच्चियों का शोषण हो रहा है, जो प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी के माध्यम से, जो कि बिहार से, झारखंड से, वेस्ट बंगाल से, उड़ीसा से, छत्तीसगढ़ से ट्रैफिक करके लाई जा रही हैं, दिल्ली, मुंबई जैसे महानगरों में मध्यम वर्गीय लोगों को घर में मदद करने के नाम पे, उनमें से अधिकांश बच्चियों का यौन शोषण होता है, उनको ब्लैकमेल किया जाता है। लगभग न के बराबर बच्चियों को मिनिमम वेज दिया जा रहा है और कोई प्लेसमेंट एजेंसी रजिस्टर नहीं हो रही। तो ये हमारे बीच में है ये, लेकिन इनविजिबल स्लेवरी की तरह हम इस पे खामोश हैं। तो ये जब तक लोग चुप्पी नहीं तोड़ेंगे, silence in the case of trafficking is violence. Looking away is no longer acceptable. It is right amongst us. That is the biggest problem.
No, sometimes looking away is probably when you do not even recognize that it is some kind of trafficking.
बिल्कुल सही है, बिल्कुल सही है।
ये हमने खुद देखा, मैंने खुद देखा है अपने घरों में, जब हम काम के लिए लोगों को रखते हैं, ऐसे में जो एजेंसीज छोटी छोटी होती हैं, जो आपके घरों में प्लेसमेंट के लिए लोगों को लेके आती हैं, वो अंडर एज लड़कियों को लेके आती हैं, खास तौर पे उनके नकली आधार कार्ड बना
के। बिल्कुल आपने सही कहा। आधार कार्ड तो भारत के कानून में एज वेरिफिकेशन माना ही नहीं जाता जुवेनाइल जस्टिस एक्ट में, लेकिन हर चौराहे पे जो कि बच्चों को भीख मंगवाई जा रही है, आज बीएनएस के अनुसार वो ट्रैफिकिंग है, उसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए केवल। तो जिस चीज की जरूरत है वो है प्रोसिक्यूशन एट स्केल। टू कॉम्बैट एंड ऑर्गेनाइज्ड क्राइम, people must speak and the government must respond.
Yes.
That is what is needed.
So talking of new theatres of trafficking, there may be new changed modes of trafficking, but they hide the same crime. The intelligence to identify them also exists, and it comes from the survivors themselves.
हमारे कटिहार, पूर्णिया, सीमांचल एरिया से जो अभी बच्चों का ट्रैफिकिंग हो रहा है, ट्रेन के माध्यम से, बस के माध्यम से, ज़्यादातर ट्रेन के माध्यम से बच्चों का ट्रैफिकिंग हो रहा है। तो उसके लिए हम लोग काम कैसे कर रहे हैं, हम लोग का फील्ड में जो सर्वाइवर लीड इंटेलिजेंट नेटवर्क है, उसके माध्यम से हम लोग को जो कंप्लेंट आ रहा है, उसके आधार पे हम लोग रेलवे स्टेशन में जाके रेकी करते हैं। बच्चे का ग्रुप रहता है, उस रेकी करके फिर इंफॉर्मेशन को इकट्ठा करके आगे टीम को, साथी को साझा करते हैं, और कि बच्चा ट्रैफिकिंग होने से बचे। और हम भी एक ट्रैफिकिंग का शिकार हुए थे, हम भी एक बंधुआ बाल मजदूर से ट्रैफिकिंग का शिकार हुए थे। हम भी ये चाह रहे हैं कि मेरे जैसा बंधुआ बाल मजदूर और दूसरे बच्चे ना हो, और सबका पढ़ने का अधिकार है, खेलने का अधिकार है।
So, you know, we've always talked about how the people themselves can help and can be a big source of help as far as identifying trafficking is concerned. Now, if this is enormously lucrative organized crime because it generates a big revenue, then how do we make it economically unviable? How do we really nip it in the bud?
To combat trafficking, there are some cardinal rules that have to be followed. 1, look beneath the surface. 2, follow the money. Trafficking may be something as innocuous as a phone call saying that there is a child working in my neighborhood. But if you actually look beneath the surface, you would realize that the child is a victim of kidnapping, extortion, cheating, abduction, maybe even sexual abuse, maybe even offences under the IT Act, offences under Juvenile Justice Act, under Bonded Labour Act, buying, selling. It is a basket of crimes.
Yeah.
And the second is follow the money. The entire chain of trafficking starts from a place where the victim is made to leave, if it is trafficking for labor or for sexual exploitation in the traditional sense. And at the source, during transit and at the destination, simultaneous application of law is required. So at the destination, what is required is attach the properties, forfeit the properties, make sure that if a child labor is rescued, then the recovery of fines also takes place that makes it economically unviable for a person to employ a child. Children are not employed because they are poor. Children are employed because they are the cheapest form of labor. Children are employed because they can be exploited and they cannot fight for their rights. That needs to stop. Secondly, at the source areas, we must ensure that the vulnerable families are identified and they are linked to services and government schemes.
So turning to solutions now, what is the kind of multi-pronged strategy that JRC is working on with its many partners and collaborations on the ground?
First and foremost, we are trying to ensure that there is, as I said earlier, prosecution at scale. आप देखिए कि भारत में 827 एंटी ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग यूनिट्स हैं जो आज काम कर रहे हैं. अगर वो एंटी ह्यूमन ट्रैफिकिंग यूनिट्स हर महीने 4 केस भी करेंगे तो एक बहुत बड़ी चेन को इन्वेस्टिगेट करके रोका जा सकता है. सेकेंडली, व्हाट वी आर यूजिंग इज अ लार्जर फ्रेमवर्क कॉल्ड पिकेट. P stands for policy. Policy which is implemented in prevention, in protection. Protection also includes rehabilitation and in prosecution of the entire chain. Secondly, building institutional capacities. Institutions यानी anti-human trafficking unit. Thirdly, build the capacity and convergence. Make sure that intelligence is being shared on a real-time basis. Convergence, coordination, communication and sharing of intelligence. Then knowledge. बच्चों को पता होना चाहिए कि ट्रैफिकिंग क्या है और अगर कोई उनको इस तरह के सब्ज़बाग दिखा रहा है या कोई उनको एंटाइस कर रहा है तो उसे कैसे रोका जाए. हिटिंग द इकोनॉमिक्स, बिल्डिंग द एंटायर इकोसिस्टम एंड यूज ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी. आज हमारे पास अगर दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा ट्रैफिकर्स का डेटाबेस है तो हम हीट मैप को बना के कि यहाँ से ट्रैफिकिंग होती है, इस आदमी को इस वक्त ये इस तरह से बच्चों को ट्रैफिक करता है, इस तरह से करता है, इस मोड से करता है. We have been able to share this data and intelligence with the railways. Railways has been able to prosecute over 2,000 people. So use technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, use data.
बिल्कुल, जैसा आप कह रहे थे कि पूरा लैंडस्केप बदला है, डिजिटल लैंडस्केप है, वहाँ भी ट्रैफिकिंग हो रही है, तो उसका इस्तेमाल करके आप बचाव का काम भी कर सकते हैं उसी के जरिए. So as we talk about solutions, one of the biggest differences on the ground actually comes from the partnership between civil society organizations and law enforcement. Association for Voluntary Action का कहना है कि ऐसी पार्टनरशिप उन समुदायों की मदद कर सकती है जो ट्रैफिकिंग से सबसे ज़्यादा प्रभावित हैं और पीड़ित हैं. आप सुनिए क्या कहना है इनका और हम लौटते हैं एक छोटे से ब्रेक के बाद.
चूँकि रेलवे एक बहुत ही सस्ता ट्रांसपोर्ट है, इस वजह से बच्चों की ट्रैफिकिंग बड़ा आसान होता है और इसकी पहुंच भी देश के कोने कोने में है. एसोसिएशन फॉर वॉलंटरी एक्शन और आरपीएफ के बीच में जब से 22 में ये एमओयू साइन हुआ तो मैं कह सकता हूँ कि बहुत ही अच्छा एग्जाम्पल गया है देश के सामने कि सिविल सोसाइटी और लॉ इन्फोर्समेंट एजेंसी कितना फ्रूटफुल रिजल्ट दे सकता है. आज तक हम लोग लगभग 8,000 से ज़्यादा बच्चों को रेस्क्यू कर चुके हैं. इसके अलावा लगभग 500 FIR हम लोग ट्रैफिकर्स के अगेंस्ट रजिस्टर्ड करा चुके हैं. 1100 से ज़्यादा ट्रैफिकर्स इस वक्त अरेस्ट हैं और हम लोगों ने लगभग 11,500 RPF ऑफिसर्स को देश भर में ट्रैफिकिंग के खिलाफ एक कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग उनका किया हुआ है. बहुत सारे केसेस में देखने में आता है कि चूँकि बच्चों को ट्रैफिकिंग के लिए कई तरह के मॉडस ऑपरेंडी चेंज करते हैं ट्रैफिकर्स, कभी मदरसे के नाम पे, कभी जो है घुमाने के नाम पे, और डेली कहीं ना कहीं RPF और एसोसिएशन फॉर वॉलंटरी एक्शन के लोग मिल करके उन बच्चों को रेस्क्यू करा रहे हैं. और जितने भी देश के हॉट स्पॉट्स हैं, खास करके जो सोर्स स्टेशंस हैं, वहाँ पर हमारा स्टाफ RPF के साथ मिलकर बराबर रेस्क्यू कराने में लगा हुआ है.
Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves.
And Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edapadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So do you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword. Right. Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about
Welcome back. Child trafficking is insidious. It is all around us. One of Just Rights for Children's many collaborations is with the RPF or the Railway Protection Force. देश भर में रेलवे स्टेशनों पर और प्लेटफॉर्म से ऐसे बहुत सारे बच्चों को बचाया गया है. आइए सुनते हैं कैसे.
I think our association with the Association for Voluntary Action was in fact a milestone in our efforts aimed at eradicating the evil of child trafficking. The Association of Voluntary Action provided capacity building efforts. In different parts of the country, the RPF personnel were provided comprehensive training in all aspects of child trafficking, including the legal aspects, the psychological aspects, and the tactical aspects. And this really empowered our people and also gave them a sense of mission. The results have been absolutely amazing. I'm happy to inform you that for last 4 years since we signed this MOU with Association for Voluntary Action, we have been rescuing on an average 14,000 children every year under Operation Nanne Farishte, where lost, misplaced, missing and destitute children who are found loitering on the railway platform and trains and who can become victims of trafficking have been rescued. So over last 4.5 years, this figure comes to 64,549, which includes about 21,000 girls. So it's an astounding effort. Secondly, for preventing active child trafficking, those results have also been very, very impressive. In last 4.5 years, 2,748 children have been rescued from trains while they were in the process of being trafficked. And more than 750 traffickers have been arrested red-handed. And this has had a huge impact. And we would not have been able to do it without the intelligence support and training support provided by Association for Voluntary Action.
The ICP report says that prosecution acts as a tipping point to end child labor. We also read that number of human trafficking cases prosecuted in India alone is more than the average number of such cases prosecuted globally. Prosecution इतना महत्वपूर्ण क्यों है? क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है इससे? और ये भी जानना चाहते हैं, हम बात कर रहे हैं कि भारत जो है वो लीड कर रहा है, तो भारत के उदाहरण से भुवन जी दुनिया क्या सीख सकती है?
तुलसी रामायण में कहा गया भय बिन होए न प्रीत. That is what is prosecution. The goal, the end goal of any justice delivery mechanism has to be in the prevention of crime. And we must prosecute to prevent. इसलिए prosecution ज़रूरी है ताकि डर हो कानून का. Exploitation will always survive and thrive in a situation, in an ecosystem where there is no fear. That fear of the law must be there. The law must be there to protect the child, to rehabilitate the child, as well as to tell the criminal that you will be caught, you will be punished. That is what is necessary. One. Secondly, India has shown in the example of missing children that prosecution has led to prevention of crime. That is the best example globally. Secondly, we have seen in instances of child marriage, because trafficking also results in child marriage in a lot of cases. In Assam, where the government has had a crackdown on child marriage, there has been an 81% reduction in instance of child marriage within 3 years. So prosecution will lead to prevention of crime. India has shown to the world, prosecute with an intent to protect, with an intent to prevent, prosecute with an intent to attach properties and make it economically unviable, and cut off the tentacles of this crime. That is what the world needs to learn from India.
हमारे चारों तरफ बाल उत्पीड़न है, ट्रैफिकिंग है, बच्चों को प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है. ज़रूरत है कि हम चौकन्ने रहें, अपनी आंखें खुली रखें, उसे पहचानें. We need to be alert to it, to recognize the signs of it. When we fail to do so, when we look the other way, we normalize it. Here is an account from Vasavya Mahila Mandal, JRC's partner NGO in Vijayawada.
A 17-year-old girl is being told by her mother, the uncle is coming, you entertain and also skip your training classes. She approached with weeping that my mother is telling that do not cry loud if you get a pain also. So what is it showing is the girls are suppressed and the girls are bound to obey the orders for giving a sexual pressure out of it. So immediately Vasavya Mahila Mandali with its family counseling center and access to justice program, we have counseled her and also produced before the Child Welfare Committee virtually that day because there is no bench on that day. So that's why she was kept in the child care center, and when the 2 days after the girl was produced to the Child Welfare Committee, and the parents have assured after the repeated counselings and long discussions with the Child Welfare Committee and Vasavya Mahila Mandali that they understood the need for the child to go for education, and the Child Welfare Committee has kept them under the legal provisions of Child Marriage Act, POCSO Act and trafficking laws. Then now the girl is going to achieve her dream and admitted in Bachelor of Business Administration.
So law enforcement, prosecutions and civil society organizations aside, since child trafficking is evident around us, what kind of a role can I as an individual play in stopping it, in preventing it?
Report to the police. The more people see any form of exploitation around them and they speak up, the more is the chance of saving a life. We are not talking about numbers here. These are human lives. These are children. They must be protected. And if we fail to protect our children today, nothing else we do in life matters. We can create the entire economic infrastructure, but it must be built with an aim at the future of our country, of our society, by protecting all children.
So the most important thing is to report.
The
right?
most
To be aware
important
of
thing
it.
is to report. Secondly, at the government level, because trafficking is constantly shifting its stance and the exploitation nature is changing, the government must be cognizant of the fact that we must change the policies soon. We should not wait. All the parliamentary debates can wait, but an exploited child needs to be protected today. People are finding new forms of exploiting the vulnerability of the children. That response needs to come from the public as well as the government. The political will is there, the administrative will of enforcement, the behavior change will of the people at the end of the day is going to be the key in ensuring the end of trafficking as an economical organized crime. At the end of the day, we must remember that if we see a child being exploited, for us it may be just another child in the world, but for that child, what we choose to do in that point in time may make the entire world.
Absolutely.
So to protect children, see, speak, act, protect, ensure that you join hands, you can help, support, combat this evil just by doing what you can.
So cooperation from the civil society is very, very important.
Absolutely.
And for that, it is very important that all of us know about it. Keep our eyes and ears open और देखते रहें अपने चारों तरफ और पहचानें कि ये किस तरह का शोषण हो रहा है और ये भी child trafficking है. इसको पहचानना भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. As we end the conversation today, we must remember that the fight against human trafficking is constantly evolving, and so our response must evolve with it. Just Rights for Children is at the forefront of this battle, with ongoing work in prevention, protection and prosecution, providing vital support to survivors and working to dismantle these networks. We urge you, our viewers, to be part of the solution. आपका सहयोग इस मिशन की कामयाबी के लिए बेहद ज़रूरी है. आपकी सतर्कता एक बच्चे की ज़िंदगी बचा सकती है. If you suspect trafficking or need assistance, the helpline numbers are on your screen: 1800-102-7222 and 1098. And of course, you can dial number 100 for police assistance. You can also contact Just Rights for Children by emailing complaint@avaindia.org. For a comprehensive understanding of the issue and the report, Building the Case for Zero, please scan the QR code on your screens. Let's remember that it is only together that we can make a difference. Thank you for watching.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry, and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools, and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shah. A 17-year-long wait has ended for all the accused who were involved in the Malegaon blast case. All of them, they have been acquitted by the court. We'll get you all the details of that story and much more. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. All the accused acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. This verdict comes after 17-year-long wait. Ex-BJP MP Pragya Thakur along with Colonel Purohit have been acquitted. The Malegaon victims set to move High Court. They say that they will file appeal independently. Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit, they both react to the verdict. Sadhvi Pragya says that Hindutva has won and God will punish the guilty. Meanwhile, Colonel Purohit, he says that he does not blame the agencies but the officers. While announcing that verdict, the judge points out gaps in evidence collection. The judge says that there was no proof to show that Pragya owned the bike and that there is no evidence that Colonel Purohit assembled the RDX. A host of political reactions coming in over the Malegaon verdict. Rahul Gandhi dodges the Malegaon question, says that Trump is the bigger issue. Meanwhile, the Maharashtra Chief Minister says that terror is never saffron. Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned the verdict, says that he will the government appeal swiftly. Key observations by the Chief Justice of India on the anti-defection law. The Chief Justice of India says that political defection is a threat to democracy. All right, starting our bulletin with the big breaking story that we are getting, and this is after a special court in Mumbai acquitted all the 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. Colonel Purohit, one of them, he has given his first reactions. In fact, listen in to what exactly he says about this verdict.
Sir, एक छोटा सा राइट दे दीजिए ना।
Justice has prevailed. What do you want to say?
How do you respond to this? After 17 years, exonerated.
Permit me, then I'll speak.
Yeah, sir. Please.
What I said, I'm just repeating myself. What I said in the court.
Okay.
I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I'm extremely grateful to the environment, to my nation, and all those who stood by me. I'm extremely grateful first and foremost to my organization, which is known to hold the hand of their own soldiers and their own officers. I'm repeating myself, there cannot be a better organization than the Indian Army. Please note this.
It's a long wait, 17 years long wait.
Saffron terrorism rhetoric being busted. How do you respond to that?
So those things which are gone by are gone by. I will not make any statement which will have a political tinge. I was accused of something. Today I have been exonerated. I am out of it. I am happy about it. I am grateful to my lawyers, and especially I want to make a mention about my lawyer, late Mr. Shrikant Shivde. He is no more with us, but the fight which he made us fight, walk of the path which prevailed. My other lawyer who fought this case, Advocate Nandu Phadke, Sadanand Phadke, and the main fighters of this case, my young lawyers, that is Viral Babar, his senior Amit Ghag, and the youngest amongst them, Yasir Khan. They were the main Bennett chargers in this case, and I'm extremely grateful to all of them.
How do you look at the investigation during UPA regime? Sorry.
I'm grateful to all of them. Lawyers at Supreme Court and subsequently who provided incessant support to us. Senior counsel Harish Salve sir, and Mukul Rodgi sir.
Okay, sir.
And I must make a mention here that all these lawyers have fought this case pro bono. Because they knew what the fact is. I am indebted to these people, and I shall remain under their debts because no amount of compensation is going to pull me out of this.
How do you look at the probe during the UPA regime? जिसकी वजह से तकलीफें उठानी पड़ी, उसको भी सजा हो, उसकी भी जांच हो.
यार क्यों बिताते हो पीछे यार? तकलीफ होती है. ठीक है.
How do you look at the probe during UPA regime? How do you look at the last?
Well, that was Lieutenant Colonel Purohit giving his first reaction after that verdict has come out. In fact, this judgment comes after nearly 17 years since that attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon during the month of Ramzan in 2008. The former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay, they were among the 7 accused who were named by the NIA in this particular case. In fact, as you heard, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, his first reaction post the verdict, where he says that he's grateful to those who stood by him and that he's thankful to the armed forces. Remember this explosion on the night of September 29, 2008 near the Bhikku Chowk in Malegaon. It killed 6 people, left more than 100 injured. A low-intensity bomb fitted to a motorcycle went off near a busy intersection, triggering panic and chaos in the communally sensitive town. In fact, my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who has been tracking this story, she joins us to get us more on this. Radhika, without getting into the technicalities of the verdict, what I want to understand from you is how do you think that this is going to play out politically now?
Well, politically it has already started playing out. Of course, there are political implications simply because the term saffron terror was coined by the UPA government at that time, and the ATS pointing that all of these accused belong to an extremist right-wing group, and that Abhinav Bharat was out there to make this country a Hindu Rashtra and so on. So there were multiple allegations against the accused that they were conspiring together to get rid of a certain section of the society, certain people of the community and so on. So therefore UPA had coined this term, P. Chidambaram at the time had coined the term saffron terror, which was completely rejected by the BJP. The BJP had been pointing out how they're trying to the Congress is trying to vilify an ideology and is trying to defame Hindutva, and that is something that is being reiterated now that that theory has been busted in the form of these acquittals. The BJP, the NDA coming out stronger longer, stating that the Congress at the time, UPA, was only trying to sort of appease a certain section of the society by demeaning another community. So that's the kind of reactions coming in from the BJP. It is going to play out very strongly in the political circles. We know that this Malegaon blast a trial and all the investigations that were carried out was an election rhetoric time and again across the country, used by both the Congress party as well as by the BJP. But certainly the accused now standing vindicated. The fact that multiple investigation agencies had probed this case from ATS to NIA. There were loopholes found in the ATS case, which was part of the NIA charge sheet. And the court also very categorically pointing that no cogent evidence has been found to link all of these accused to the case. Terrorism doesn't have any religion, and there is a benefit of the doubt that one must give to all of these accused, and therefore these people have been acquitted. Now, will NIA approach a higher court? NIA is the prosecution agency. Their case is weak. It is an extension of the ATS case, but very different from the ATS case. But still, being a prosecution agency, will they approach a higher court against the verdict? Not entirely certain, because they will have to gather strong evidence and make it a watertight case. But at this point, the victims have decided to approach the High Court with an appeal against the verdict. All the accused here, now no more the accused, all the people who've been acquitted, saying that this is a victory of Hindutva, and also going on to say that this is, a vindication of their fight.
Radhika, another big question that arises as far as the investigation agencies and the legal implications is concerned. What does this acquittal imply about the effectiveness of the investigation process, about how the investigation was conducted?
Absolutely. As far as the investigation agencies are concerned, there have been multiple investigation agencies. We're talking about ATS, NI. Initially, it was investigated by the local police. Then it went to ATS. And as far as effectiveness goes, they were under scrutiny. All these agencies came under scrutiny. A lot of clout around it as well. The fact that all of the accused and some of the witnesses also saying that the ATS coerced the accused into making confessional statements. They were tortured, they were beaten up, and evidence was planted in Purohit's home and so on. So a lot of, these allegations by the accused as far as the ATS is concerned, something that was part of the NIA charge sheet as well. They found loopholes in ATS case, a lot of, witness testimonies whereby they stated that they were coerced into making certain statements, which is why 40 people retracted their statements, 40 hostile witnesses in this particular case, which is quite a big number in a terror case per se. So yes, a lot of scrutiny as far as ATS case is concerned. In terms of how the NIA really looked at it, they discharged some of the accused. There were some sections that were dropped, including MCOCA, because they found this is not an organized crime syndicate. Of course, today all the sections have been dropped. And also, they had dropped charges against Sadhvi Pragya also, which the court did not accept at the time. So all of these agencies will come under scrutiny, something that the accused have been reiterating in the last few hours, that they were tortured, they had to suffer at the behest of the ATS, and those people responsible for these acts must be punished, is the appeal made by many of these acquitted people.
All right. Radhika Ramaswamy, thank you very much for getting us all those details and breaking it down for our viewers as well. Meanwhile, Pragya Singh Thakur's sister, Upma Singh, she spoke exclusively to NDTV. Listen in to that conversation.
कितना भी लग जाए, जीत सत्य की ही होना है। और क्योंकि साध्वी जी सत्य के साथ थी, और इस चीज को वो डे वन से कह रही थी कि मैंने कोई अपराध नहीं किया है, मैं सही हूँ। इतने सारे नार्को, इतने सारे लाई डिटेक्टर्स टेस्ट और दुनिया भर के जो टेस्ट लगा सकते थे, एटीएस ने लगाए, परंतु कुछ नहीं मिला, क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं। और यही आज माननीय न्यायालय निर्णय, किसी और का नहीं पता, पर साध्वी जी शुरुआत से कह रही थी एक चीज कि ये बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है, और इसको आप लोगों के माध्यम से, कई चैनल के माध्यम से, प्रिंट मीडिया के माध्यम से भी हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने भी ये कहा कि जब भी हम उससे जेल में, हॉस्पिटल में कहीं भी मिलते थे तो वो हमेशा कहती थी कि देखना एक दिन ये निकल करके आएगा कि ये षड्यंत्र, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया गया हमारे पास। मैं पूर्णतः निर्दोष हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल स्वच्छ हूँ, मेरा किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोग मेरे ऊपर षड्यंत्र के तहत ये सब कायम कर रहे हैं, आपराधिक मुकदमे चला रहे हैं, मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे हैं, ये सब जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। और इसमें भी ठाकुर जी कोई मर्जी होगी, ठाकुर जी किसी को कहीं ना कहीं जनता के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, लोगों के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, ये दिखाना चाह रहे होंगे कि देखो जब कोई बुरी मानसिकता के लोग अच्छे लोगों पर षड्यंत्र करते हैं, अच्छे लोगों को फंसाते हैं, तो किस तरह का पर्दाफाश भगवान कर। और ये आज पर्दाफाश होगा कि जो कांग्रेसी नेता थे, जो अपने आप को शायद उस समय का सर्वोच्च व्यक्ति मान रहे थे, हालांकि ईश्वर से सर्वोच्च कोई होता नहीं है, पर वो जो मान रहे थे कि मैं ही सारा करता धरता इस नहीं का, मैं ही हूँ भगवान, मेरा सबकी तरफ है, सोनिया गांधी की तरफ भी है, चिदम्बरम की तरफ भी है, और उनकी जो भी चट्टे बट्टे रहे होंगे, उनके लल्लू पंजू लोग जो उनके सहयोगी रहेंगे, उन सब की तरफ मेरा इशारा है। और इशारा नहीं, मैं नाम ले रही हूँ इस पर, तो उन सब की तरफ मेरा ये संकेत है कि ये सारे लोगों को आज जो भगवान की तरफ से एक तमाशा पड़ा है ना इनके गाल पर, इससे इनको सीख लेना चाहिए। आगे ठाकुर जी इनको सद्बुद्धि दे और ये किसी भी अच्छे व्यक्ति को इस तरह से प्रताड़ित करने का दोबारा प्रयास न करें।
All right, let's also listen in to what the victim's lawyer, Shahid Nadeem, and the accused lawyer, Ranjit Sangle, had to say on this verdict.
तो ये तो जो एजेंसी है उसका ही चूक है ना, तभी तो सब छूट गए। कोर्ट ने तो सारा एविडेंस देखा और कोर्ट ने अपना जो उनके सामने गवाही आई उसकी बुनियाद पे छोड़ा है सबको। जो मरे उनका तो कोई चूक नहीं है, उन्होंने तो अपने जो विक्टिम उन्होंने गवाही दी, मालेगांव से आके बताया, अपने जख्म बताए, किसका हाथ कट गया, किसकी आंख फट गई, सब बताया। कोर्ट ने माना है कि ये लोग का बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था मालेगांव में और इसीलिए उनको कॉम्पेंसेशन देने के लिए कोर्ट ने बोला है और बेनिफिट डाउट दिया है कि उसको क्लियर एक्विटल नहीं दिया कोर्ट ने। सब ऑलमोस्ट सारी दलीलें खारिज कर दी गई क्योंकि जो यूएपीए का सैंक्शन था वो भी कोर्ट ने बोला इलीगल है। जो प्लांटिंग आरडीएक्स के ट्रेसेस मिले थे वो भी प्रूव नहीं कर पाए, मतलब क्लियर कट प्रूव नहीं हुआ। बेनिफिट है, सस्पेक्ट है कोर्ट बोलते हैं, पर कोर्ट ने कहा कि उनके कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंस नहीं है कि सजा दे सके, इसलिए बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देकर छोड़ दिया सब। वी विल चैलेंज हाई कोर्ट, वी विल एग्जामिन द जजमेंट एंड चैलेंज हाई कोर्ट।
प्रलंबित मुकदमे के अंत में आज अपना निर्णय सुनाया है। इसमें सारे अभियुक्तों को निर्दोष मुक्त पाया है। इसके जो मूल बिंदु है वो यह है कि जो साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर की मोटरसाइकिल बताई गई थी वो उनकी मोटरसाइकिल वह इस्तेमाल कर रही थी या उनकी थी, ऐसा कोई भी पुख्ता सबूत प्रोसिक्यूटिंग एजेंसी न्यायालय के सामने नहीं रख पाई है। दूसरी बात, जो इंजोर्ड सर्टिफिकेट्स बनाए गए थे वो फर्जी बनाए गए थे और वो फर्जी सर्टिफिकेट्स किसने और क्यों बनाए इसके ऊपर मामले की जांच करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को माननीय न्यायालय ने आदेशित किया है। उसी तरह से सुधाकर चतुर्वेदी जी के घर पर जो आरडीएक्स के झूठे और गलत पद्धति से ट्रेसेस प्लांट किए गए उसके ऊपर भी तफ्तीश होनी चाहिए। ये भी निर्देश और प्रोब करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को निर्देशित किया है।
Well, there has been a host of political reactions also pouring in. Parties like the AIMIM and the Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray, they have raised questions. In fact, AIMIM says that they are very disappointed with the verdict, while the Sena Uddhav Balasaheb Thackeray party says that it raises questions on the government as well as on the agencies. While the Shiv Sena, they say that this is an end of saffron terrorism which was launched by the Congress and that this verdict proves that Hindus cannot be terrorists. Listen into all the political reactions.
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस प्रणीत यूपीए सरकार ने भगवा आतंकवाद, हिंदू आतंकवाद ये नैरेटिव सेट करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा और ये पूरा मालेगांव का केस तैयार किया, आज उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। कोर्ट ने सबूतों के आधार पर ये कितना खोखला था, ये कैसा षड्यंत्र था, ये किस प्रकार से रचा गया था, ये सारी चीज़ें सामने लाई हुई है। एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म की वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए जिस प्रकार से नैरेटिव लाने का प्रयास कांग्रेस ने किया था और तमाम भगवा और हिंदुओं को आतंकवादी ठहराने का जो काम कांग्रेस ने किया था, आज पूरा देश उसका धिक्कार कर रहा है और हम मांग करते हैं कि कांग्रेस ने माफ़ी मांगनी चाहिए। विशेष रूप से ये हिंदू आतंकवाद और भगवा आतंकवाद कहकर जो अपमान कांग्रेस ने तमाम भारतीयों का और हिंदू समाज का किया है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस माफ़ी मांगे, ये हमारी मांग है।
बीजेपी डिमांड्स that Madam Sonia Gandhi ji and Rahul Gandhi please apologize to the nation. कोर्ट ने जो विक्टिम्स हुए उनको मुआवजा तो दिया है, लेकिन जो 17 साल से इनका जीवन गया इस केस के चक्कर में, प्रज्ञा ठाकुर जी की पूरी संत का व्यक्तित्व इतना कलुषित किया गया, और कर्नल पुरोहित एक बहुत ही ब्रेव भारत की सेना का जवान जिसको कितने मेडल मिले, उपलब्धि मिली, कमेंडेशन मिला, जिस तरह से उन्होंने आतंकवादियों के खिलाफ काम किया कश्मीर में, तो उनका क्या पुरस्कार मिलेगा, उनको क्या मुआवजा मिलेगा। उम्मीद करूंगा ये लोग उनसे माफी मांगेंगे और उनको मुआवजा दिया जाए, ये भी हम अपेक्षा करेंगे। और जिन पदाधिकारियों ने टॉर्चर किया है पुलिस के लोगों ने, झूठा फंसाया है, उनके खिलाफ भी कार्रवाई होगी।
Look, please don't, sister, please don't try and digress the issue. The main issue sitting in front of India today is that the government has destroyed our economic policy, has destroyed our defense policy, has destroyed our foreign policy. Okay? They are running this country into the ground. ये डील होगी, ट्रंप डिफाइन करेगा ये डील कैसे होगी, और मोदी वही करेगा जो ट्रंप कहेगा।
6 नमाजियों की और करीब 100 लोगों की इंजरी हुई थी। पहले मुंबई एटीएस ने, जिसको इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहे थे हेमंत करकरे साहब, शहीद हेमंत करकरे, और उसके बाद वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन गया एनआईए के पास। अब इसमें इन्वेस्टिगेशन बहुत गलत हुआ। दूसरी बात यह है कि 17 साल के बाद कोर्ट ने तमाम आरोपियों को एक्विट कर दिया। हमारा पहला सवाल मोदी सरकार से और महाराष्ट्र की बीजेपी सरकार से है, मुंबई के जो ट्रेन ब्लास्ट में उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट भागे थे, सुप्रीम कोर्ट को गए, वहां पर जाकर उन्होंने उस जजमेंट पर स्टे लिया। मेरा पहला सवाल ये है कि क्या टेररिज्म के ऊपर इनकी हिपोक्रेसी होगी अगर वो सुप्रीम कोर्ट नहीं जाएंगे?
राज्यसभा में भी अमित शाह ने कहा था कि हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकता। सेफरन टेररिज्म की बात हो रही थी, हिंदू आतंकवाद की बात होती थी। कई कांग्रेस के नेताओं ने ऐसा कहा था मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के बाद।
कुछ धर्म के लोगों को खुश करने के लिए, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए इस तरह की बातें फैला रहे थे, लेकिन आज सच्चाई सामने आ रही है। और देखो, आतंकवादी के पीछे देश के खिलाफ काम करने वाली एक शक्ति रहती है, और हिंदू कभी भी देश के खिलाफ काम नहीं कर सकता।
आरोपियों को बरी कर दिया गया है।
आप एआईसीसी के मुख्य प्रवक्ता जी से पूछिए।
लेकिन हिंदू आतंकवाद का जो आरोप लगा था,
कोई धर्म के आधार पे आतंकवाद नहीं होता है। ना हिंदू आतंकवाद होता है, ना इस्लामिक आतंकवाद होता है। हर धर्म प्रेम, सद्भाव, सत्य और अहिंसा का रूप है।
सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये टर्म कॉइन करने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ। एक नया नैरेटिव 2008 में चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से यहाँ पर हो रहा था। सिर्फ और सिर्फ इतने सालों तक जो देश पर पाकिस्तान के माध्यम से, आतंकवादियों के माध्यम से हमले होते आए, उसको छुपाने का काम। और एक तमके को खुश करने का काम, वोट बैंक की राजनीति के लिए, गंदी राजनीति के लिए ये सैफरन टेररिज्म, भगवा आतंकवाद, ये नैरेटिव चलाने का काम कांग्रेस के माध्यम से हुआ। आज एनआईए के कोर्ट ने एक जोरदार तमाचा कांग्रेस के मुंह पर चढ़ दिया है।
यूबीटी फैक्शन कह रहा है कि सरकार से सवाल खड़े करने का आज वक्त आ गया है कि इतने सालों से ये केस चलता रहा, कोई भी सबूत क्यों नहीं मिले? मुंबई टेरर अटैक्स के दौरान भी यही हुआ था।
वो भूल गए 2008 में केंद्र और राज्य में सरकार कांग्रेस की थी। आज कांग्रेस के साथ उनका गठबंधन है, तो उनके अंदर हिम्मत नहीं है कांग्रेस को सवाल पूछने के लिए। अगर 2008 और 2006 के सही आरोपी पकड़ते तो 2006 के आरोपियों को भी सजा होती यहाँ पर, और 2008 के आरोपियों को, सही आरोपियों को सजा होती। तो अभी यूबीटी और कांग्रेस का डीएनए एक हो चुका है। वो हिंदुत्व भूल चुके हैं, बाला साहब के विचार भूल चुके हैं, तो उनसे आप दूसरी कुछ उम्मीद नहीं कर सकते।
इतने सालों का गुनाहगार कौन?
कांग्रेस। इतने सालों का गुनाहगार जो है कांग्रेस है। कांग्रेस को पूरे देश के सामने माफी मांगनी चाहिए, नेताओं को माफी मांगनी चाहिए कांग्रेस के।
आप कह रहे हैं हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते?
हिंदू आतंकवादी नहीं हो सकते, आज प्रूव हो गया है।
काल भारत की माननीय गृह मंत्री जी ने भी सदन में बताया था कि हिंदू बाय फिलॉसफी, हिंदू कैनॉट बी टेररिस्ट। लेकिन कांग्रेस का समय में एक पार्टिकुलर कम्युनिटी को एपीस करने के लिए एक टर्म और एक शब्दावली बनाया गया था कि हिंदू टेरर। मेरे लिए ये हमारे लिए अपार संतुष्टि का बात है। आज मुंबई का एक अदालत ने भी ये हिंदू टेरर का जो कॉन्सेप्ट था इनको डिमोलिश किया। सो ये जो हमारे एक लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग एक ऑब्जेक्शन था कि हिंदू टेरर ये सब शुड नॉट हैव बीन यूज्ड, और ये एक कम्युनिटी को अपीस करने के लिए ही कांग्रेस ने किया था। आज ये और एक बार एंडोर्स हुआ कि हिंदू टेरर बोल के कोई कॉन्सेप्ट पहले भी नहीं था, आगे भी नहीं होगा।
आम जनभावना यही है देश की कि जो आरोपी हैं, जो जिन्होंने इतनी बड़ी घटना की है, उनको सज़ा मिलनी चाहिए। रिपोर्ट मेरी जानकारी में नहीं है, मैं डिटेल में रिपोर्ट नहीं पढ़ी है मैंने, लेकिन उससे भी महत्वपूर्ण सोचिए अमेरिका में क्या हुआ। कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं न्यूज़ को दबाने के लिए नई न्यूज़। ये नया ज़माना है जहाँ टैरिफ पे, ये टैरिफ बड़ा सवाल है कि भारत की हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था, नया जीएसटी कानून आया, नोटबंदी कर के पैसा जमा बहुत हुआ, उसके बाद क्या अर्थव्यवस्था बनेगी हमारी? भारत की अर्थव्यवस्था जो हमारा पड़ोसी देश है वो बर्बाद कर देगा। सरकार को जहां अमेरिका से वहीं चीन से भी बड़ा खतरा है। ज़मीन तो छीन ही रहा है, वो हमारा व्यापार भी छीन रहा है।
देखिए, मालेगांव की घटना हुई, अप्रिय है। किसी की भी मौत नहीं होनी चाहिए, किसी की भी कोई इंजरी या दुख में नहीं आना चाहिए। जब तक वो भारतीय हैं उनको सभी को एक सरीखा न्याय मिलना चाहिए, और यही हमारे संविधान में अम्बेडकर साहब ने हमको जो दिया है उसमें ये व्यवस्था है। लेकिन साथ साथ में न्यायपालिका की व्यवस्था है कि अगर कोई भी चीज़ है तो न्यायपालिका है जिसके माध्यम से उसका फैसला होगा, और आज उनका फैसला अगर इन सबको बरी करता है तो उसका हम लोगों ने स्वीकार करते हैं।
क्योंकि जांच एजेंसी का भी दावा था, क्योंकि मुंबई में जो ट्रेन में ब्लास्ट है उसमें भी सारे बरी।
देखिए, यही बात है ना, तो इसमें धर्म और जाति का कोई सवाल नहीं है। न्यायपालिका अपना काम करती है। अब आगे कल कोई बड़े कोर्ट ने और कोई फैसला बदला या कुछ अंतिम फैसला दिया तो उसके बारे में मैं आज नहीं कह सकता।
सैफरन टेरर का वर्ड भी कॉइन हुआ था।
देखिए, ये सब वर्ड, जितने भी शब्दों का चयन होता है, ये तो जिसको जिस वक्त जो सुविधा लगता है उस तरह से वो शब्द होता है।
Time for a very, very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear: walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर? मेरी आप तो एक मेरा गायकवाड is running away from NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal
opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not.
All accused in the Malegaon blast case acquitted. This verdict comes after 17-year-long wait. Ex-BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit acquitted as well. Malegaon victims to move High Court. They say that they will file appeal independently. Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit react to the verdict. Sadhvi Pragya says that Hindutva has won and that God will punish the guilty, while Colonel Purohit says that he does not blame the agencies but the officers. The judge points out gaps in evidence collection. The judge says that there was no proof to show that Pragya owned the bike and that there is no evidence that Colonel Purohit assembled RDX.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Welcome back. The Congress MPs, they are at odds. Mr. Rajiv Shukla, one of the Congress MP, he has contradicted Rahul Gandhi's views on the economy. While Rahul Gandhi described the economy as dead, Rajiv Shukla, he says that the US President Donald Trump's 25% tariff imposition on India is a wrong step and that Donald Trump is living in an illusion. Remember, Rahul Gandhi had challenged Prime Minister Modi, saying that India's economy is dead. Meanwhile, another ally of the Congress, the Shiv Sena, they have contradicted Rahul Gandhi and called out Trump for his remarks as well.
He knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है। फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी, ठीक है। एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है।
वर्तमान सरकार ने भी जिसमें काम बढ़ाया तो हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति कहीं से भी कमजोर नहीं है, तो इसलिए हम आर्थिक रूप से कोई हमें कहे कि हमें खत्म कर देगा, उसकी गलत फहमी है। तो ट्रंप की गलत फहमी जी रहा।
सर, इम्पोज किया जो
टैरिफ की तो मैंने आलोचना की कि ये गलत है। टैरिफ इम्पोज करना हर देश को अधिकार है कि किसके साथ व्यापार करे, उसमें इस तरह रोक लगाना, ब्रिक्स के खिलाफ बोलना, रशिया से इम्पोर्ट के खिलाफ है, बिजनेस के खिलाफ बोलना, ये उनका जो है कतई उचित नहीं है।
Meanwhile, Shashi Tharoor, he has once again broken ranks over Trump's tariff on India. Shashi Tharoor has diverged from the party line, criticizing US President Donald Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on Indian exports. While the Congress party has been attacking the Modi government over the issue, especially Rahul Gandhi, Shashi Tharoor has taken a different stance. He has slammed the US for its unreasonable demands and potential harm to India's trade.
It may be just a bargaining tactic. As you know, the trade negotiations are still going on. And therefore, there is a possibility that in the course of negotiations, this may come down. I wish our negotiators good luck and good courage, because we can't afford to buckle under. We have to keep our national interests as number one. If it doesn't, it will certainly damage our exports, because America is a very big market for us. I think our exports alone are $87–90 billion.
Meanwhile, because of this infighting within the Congress, Rajiv Shukla and Shashi Tharoor speaking against what Rahul Gandhi has been echoing as far as the tariffs are concerned, Donald Trump's tariffs are concerned. The BJP has now taken this opportunity to slam Rahul Gandhi over the tariff and remarks made by Rahul Gandhi. BJP's Annamalai, he has waded into the tariff row and slammed Rahul Gandhi, saying that Congress leaders are contradicting on this particular issue. And that Rahul Gandhi, he is in fact echoing the foreign critics. Rahul Gandhi, he wears ignorance as a badge, and in fact this is what he posted, Annamalai posted on his social media, speaking about Rahul Gandhi as well as Shashi Tharoor's remarks, saying that these two Congress leaders, they have different stands. One defends, the other appeases what he says, offshore masters. All right, my colleague Ankit Tyagi joins us to get us more on this. Ankit, how do these contradictions reflect the party's overall stance on the economic issues, whether it is Trump's tariffs? How does it reflect on the party overall?
You know, for something which the opposition and especially the Congress party could have in fact really put the government on the map, their inner contradictions.
All right, we'll try and reconnect with Ankit on that. As I mentioned, a war of words has started. Annamalai taking pot shots at the Congress, slamming Rahul Gandhi over the tariff remarks that he made. In fact, he has also posted on his social media and speaking about the remarks of Rahul Gandhi and Shashi Tharoor. He says that there are two Congress leaders who have different stands. All right, Ankit is back with us. Ankit, yes, please continue.
You know, Sama, as I was saying that something, you know, with what Donald Trump has said, and especially the kind of tariffs that have been put on India with penalties, which no one knows what those penalties are and how, you know, how much those penalties are going to hurt India. This is an economic issue which the opposition could have, in fact, used to corner the government. But the inner contradictions of the Congress party has only given, once again, the BJP not only an escape route, but also to rub it in as far as the Congress is concerned, where Rahul Gandhi comes out today, agrees with Donald Trump that India's economy is dead. And then, of course, what Mr. Rajiv Shukla says, Shashi Tharoor says, and even their ally, Priyanka Chaturvedi, who happens to be former Congress member, all contradicting Mr. Rahul Gandhi, only gives the BJP, and Annamalai has picked it up with Shashi Tharoor and Rahul Gandhi speaking in two different voices. Not the first time that Shashi Tharoor in the last few issues or months that we have seen. It only sees that the wedge or the gap between the Congress party and Mr. Tharoor only continues to grow. He seems to be taking on a completely different stand that Rahul Gandhi is taking. That is what Annamalai is referring to, that one party, two different stands as far as the economic policies of the government of India is concerned. While everybody is talking about how this is a big blow, the tariffs are a big blow for India, on the other hand, the opposition party could not get a one cohesive line. Their top leader says something else, and then of course their MPs come out and their allies come out and say, contradict him on something on the same very issue. This in fact not only shows the confusion but the lack of cohesiveness as far as the communication of the Congress party is concerned, and this is exactly what the BJP is going to exploit. Rather than speak about what the government would do next as far as Trump is concerned, entire focus, and trust me, is now going to be these differences within the Congress party, which the ruling party will in fact use as a weapon, not only to in fact divert attention from the issue, but also to once again put the Congress party in the spotlight, while it should have been the other way around.
Absolutely. Ankit, thank you very much for getting us all those details. And this, more often than not, feels like damage control for the Congress, with Rahul Gandhi making one comment and the rest of the party members taking a different line altogether. Meanwhile, after announcing a 25% tariff on Indian goods starting 1st of August, with an additional penalty for buying Russian oil and Trump has once again criticized India's high tariffs on US goods and its deepening energy and defense ties with Russia. He says, and I quote, "I don't care what India does with Russia. They can take their dead economies down together for all I care," unquote. This move has in fact sparked controversy. We heard Rahul Gandhi slamming the centre, claiming that the BJP has destroyed the economy. Rahul Gandhi agreeing with Trump's assessment, stating that Trump has said the right thing. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has slammed the centre. He claims that BJP in fact destroyed the economy, and Trump has said the right thing as far as India's economy is concerned. All right, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of Maximum City is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its bitter politics. I have seen much water flow under the Howrah Bridge, covering Bengal in all its vivid colors.
India's IT capital is always bustling, a city full of startups, stories and surprises. And I keep you ahead on all the Bengaluru buzz.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
All accused acquitted in the Malegaon blast case. This verdict comes after 17 years long wait. Ex-BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit, among others, acquitted. Malegaon victims to move High Court. They say that they will file an appeal independently. Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit react to the verdict. Sadhvi Pragya says that Hindutva has won, God will punish the guilty, while Colonel Purohit says that it does not blame the agencies but the officers. Announcing the verdict, the judge points out gaps in evidence collection. He says that there is no proof to show Pragya owned the bike or any evidence that Colonel Purohit assembled RDX. Welcome back. A key observation by the Supreme Court, and this is in the matter relating to the defection of 10 BRS MLAs in Telangana to the Congress party. The Supreme Court has directed the Speaker of the Telangana Legislative Assembly to decide the petitions seeking their disqualification under the 10th schedule of the Constitution within a period of 3 months from today. The court observed that it cannot allow a situation of operation successful but patient died. This is exactly what the court has said. By allowing the disqualification petitions to remain pending during the term of the assembly, allowing the defectors to reap the benefits of this particular delay. My colleague Uma Sudhir has more details.
So BRS Working President K.T. Ramarao has welcomed the directive of the Supreme Court, saying that the Speaker has 3 months now to decide on the disqualification plea, and he thanks the Chief Justice for protecting the democratic structure of the country. He has also challenged Congress leader Rahul Gandhi about Panch Nyay, saying that you had claimed that whoever defects from their party should be automatically disqualified, and I hope you will welcome the decision of the Chief Justice or the directive of the Chief Justice in this context. She is also mentioning that it should be quite easy to prove that all these MLAs had actually defected from the party, and that actually reflects the kind of dilemma that the BRS would actually face, because some of these MLAs have filed affidavits saying that it was a mere courtesy call on Chief Minister Revanth Reddy and that they had not shifted loyalties. So in the absence of a resignation letter or a letter saying that they have joined the Congress, it's going to be difficult to prove that they have actually defected, technically speaking, and that could pose a challenge for the BRS because the 10th schedule that talks about the defection, anti-defection law, that actually does not specify what constitutes defection. So the Supreme Court has interpreted it to say that it's not just a resignation from the party or joining of a new party, but also acts like participating in the party activities of the new party, and also defying the diktat of the parent party in terms of voting in the assembly. All that can constitute defection as well. Of course, K.T. Ramarao, sounding very confident, is in fact asking his party men to prepare for by-polls to the 10 assembly seats within 3 months.
All right, my colleague Nupur Dogra joins us to get us more on this story. Nupur, when the court says that political defection is a threat to democracy, this is a key observation by the court. But the big question is, will it have any sort of implications for the Indian political landscape?
Well, yes, Osama, this will have a huge implication for the Indian political landscape, because while dealing with this one particular case, the Supreme Court has made some crucial observation and has urged the Parliament to reconsider
All right, we seem to have lost that line with Nupur Dogra. We'll come back to her later. But moving on to our other big story that we have been tracking, the Dharamsthala mystery surrounding the alleged mass burials. In fact, skeletal remains have been found at the Dharamsthala. This is the first piece of evidence that has been found. And the probe is now on in the mass burial case, and that probe is going to continue. Remember, this entire case, it had taken a turn with the special investigation team conducting excavations. Despite digging no skeletal remains were initially or physical evidence had been found, but however, the SIT remained committed to exploring all the marked points. And now, the skeletal remains have been found at Dharamsthala, and this is the first piece of evidence that has been found by that SIT. The evidence has been found. The probe is ongoing in the mass burial case, and that probe is continuing. The SIT, remember, dug up more than 4 to 5 sites, but initially it did not yield human remains. They had to dig deeper. After initial digging, there was revealed that there was water seepage. Post that, from what we understand at this particular moment, skeletal remains have now been found at Dharamsthala. My colleague Deepak Bopanna joins us to get us more on this. Deepak, take us through the latest.
Major development in the Dharamsthala probe. The investigation team that has been, of course, using various means to excavate spots where the complainant had alleged that there were bodies that were buried after 2 days. Now this is entered the 3rd day. Finally, at spot number 6, we are told that partial skeletal remains have been exhumed. Now they will, of course, send this for forensic analysis to identify, who this belongs to. Now, to even identify who this belongs to, they'll of course have to match it with any DNA samples, if available, from any of the complainants. So it's a tedious process now that will, continue. There are multiple other spots that continue to remain. They have been using various means to, of course, dig through the soil based on information that the complainant has given. But nonetheless, over the last couple of days, there hasn't been any sort of major breakthrough. Up to spot number 4, they didn't find anything. There were allegations that were made by advocates that, there is certain information that's being concealed here. But right now, this is a major detail that has now emerged. We'll really have to see, based on this, how the investigation proceeds further.
All right, Deepak Bopanna, thank you very much for getting us all those details in that particular case. Meanwhile, a devastating incident has been reported at the Green Mountain Park in Taif in Saudi Arabia. In fact, this particular ride, it in fact collapsed, a 360-degree ride. It collapsed, it injured 23 people. And a couple of them, they are in critical condition at the moment. The ride's pole, it snapped and it causing it to crush to the ground, while people, they were still on board. In fact, these are all kids. These are all children who were riding that, who were on that ride, and these kids had a miraculous escape. This is a terrifying moment when this 360-degree ride, it crushed to the ground at this amusement park. 23 people have been injured, 3 are in serious conditions, and investigations are currently underway as officials blasted for negligence. All right, time now for a very short break. More news and updates on the other side. All accused in the Malegaon blast case have been acquitted. This verdict comes after 17-year-long wait. Ex-BJP MP Pragya Thakur and Colonel Purohit, among others, who have been acquitted. The Malegaon victims to move High Court. They say that they will file appeal independently. First reactions to this verdict by Sadhvi Pragya and Colonel Purohit. Pragya says that Hindutva has won, God will punish the guilty, while Colonel Purohit, he says that he does not blame the agencies but the officers involved. While announcing the verdict, the judge points out gaps in evidence collection. The judge says that there is no proof to show that Pragya owned the bike or that Colonel Purohit assembled RDX.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results.
1 अगस्त 2025 से द्विपक्षीय व्यापार पर लागू होने वाले टैरिफ के विषय पर दिए गए वक्तव्य के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। 2 अप्रैल 2025 को अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति ने रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ पर एक एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर जारी किया था, जिसके तहत अपने व्यापारिक साझेदारों से आयात पर 10% से 50% तक एडिशनल ड्यूटी लगाने की बात कही गई थी। 10% की बेसलाइन ड्यूटी 5 अप्रैल 2025 से लागू हो गई है। भारत पर एडिशनल ड्यूटी 10% के बेसलाइन टैरिफ सहित कुल 26% की घोषणा की गई थी। मूल रूप से फुल कंट्री स्पेसिफिक एडिशनल टैरिफ 9 अप्रैल 2025 से प्रभावी होने वाला था, लेकिन इसे शुरू में 10 अप्रैल 2025 को 90 दिनों के लिए स्थगित कर दिया गया और बाद में 1 अगस्त 2025 तक और बढ़ा दिया गया। भारत और अमेरिका ने मार्च 2025 में एक न्यायपूर्ण, संतुलित और पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते BTA के लिए बातचीत शुरू की, जिसका लक्ष्य 2025 के फॉल यानी अक्टूबर-नवंबर 2025 तक समझौते के पहले चरण को पूरा करना था। दोनों पक्षों ने 29 मार्च 2025 को नई दिल्ली में आयोजित पहली फिजिकल मीटिंग की चर्चा के दौरान द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते की बातचीत शुरू करने के लिए विस्तृत टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस TOR को अंतिम रूप दिया। इसके बाद दोनों पक्षों के बीच नई दिल्ली और वॉशिंगटन DC में 4 दौर में फिजिकल मीटिंग्स हुई हैं ताकि निर्धारित टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस के अनुसार द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते के अंतिम रूप के लिए काम किया जा सके। इसके अलावा दोनों पक्षों के बीच कई वर्चुअल बैठकें भी हुई हैं। सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे। मात्र 1 दशक से भी कम समय में भारत फ्रैजाइल 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से निकलकर दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है। हम अपने रिफॉर्म्स और अपने किसानों, MSME और उद्यमियों की कड़ी मेहनत के बल पर 11वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था से शीर्ष 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक बन गए हैं। यह भी अपेक्षित है कि हम कुछ ही वर्षों में तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएंगे। आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं और अर्थशास्त्री भारत को वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में एक ब्राइट स्पॉट के रूप में देखते हैं। भारत वैश्विक विकास में लगभग 16% का योगदान दे रहा है। पिछले दशक में सरकार ने भारत को विश्व की विनिर्माण केंद्र के रूप में बढ़ावा देने के लिए मेक इन इंडिया के अंतर्गत परिवर्तनकारी कदम उठाए हैं। भारत की युवक, कुशल एवं प्रतिभाशाली वर्कफोर्स भारतीय उद्योग की इनोवेशन और प्रतिस्पर्धा की क्षमता को निरंतर मजबूत कर रही है। पिछले 11 वर्षों के दौरान हमारे निर्यात में लगातार वृद्धि हुई है। तेजी से संरक्षणवादी होती दुनिया में भारत ने संयुक्त अरब अमीरात, UAE, UK, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और EFTA देशों के साथ पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी व्यापार समझौते किए हैं। हम अन्य देशों के साथ भी इसी तरह के व्यापार समझौते करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हम किसानों और भारतीय कृषि के कल्याण के लिए निरंतर कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिससे खाद्य सुरक्षा और समृद्धि सुनिश्चित की जा सके। सरकार को विश्वास है कि हम विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की ओर समावेशी और सतत विकास की अपनी तेज गति वाली यात्रा जारी रखेंगे। आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भारत आत्मविश्वास के साथ बढ़ रहा है। धन्यवाद। सर, आपकी अनुमति हो? सर, मैं अंग्रेजी में भी पढ़ना चाहता हूँ।
ना एक मिनट हो जाता। शून्यकाल बैठना चाहते हो? शून्यकाल करना चाहते हो? बैठिए। चला शून्यकाल। श्री वीके श्रीकंदन, चंद्र प्रकाश चौधरी, रामवीर सिंह विधुड़ी, श्रीमती कलाबेन मोहन भाई देलकर, शून्यकाल नहीं करना चाहते आप? मान्य सदस्य नहीं बोलना चाहते? बोलना चाहते हो? सदन में चर्चा करना चाहते हो या नारेबाजी करना चाहते हो? सदन में अगर चर्चा करना है तो अपनी सीट पे जाइए, और नारेबाजी करना है तो सदन के बाहर सड़कों पे करो। यहाँ नारेबाजी नहीं अलाउ है। जाइए। सभा की कार्रवाई शुक्रवार दिनांक 1 अगस्त 2025 को प्राप्त 11 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
All right, so the Lok Sabha is adjourned, and Union Minister Piyush Goyal in the Parliament says that the centre has taken note of President Donald Trump's announcement that India would be facing a 25% tariff on exports starting August 1st, and we understand the implications. The government has said that it remains committed to safeguarding India's economic interests, especially those of farmers, entrepreneurs and MSMEs. It says it attaches utmost importance to protecting as well as promoting the welfare of its people, especially the farmers and medium-scale industries, and the government has said it's going to take all steps necessary to secure the national interest, and this has been the case with other trade agreements, including the latest one that was signed with the UK, remember. Well, Trump has said India is going to face 25% tariff along with an additional penalty starting August 1st. It cited trade practices as well as our ties, continued ties with Russia. And definitely, Donald Trump's move would affect nearly all Indian exports to America. And this is also being seen in the context that the announcement would put pressure on India to strike a deal with the US. And this is a sudden move that comes in from America. And the centre's first response here is that it's going to protect its national interest, and it gives utmost importance to promoting the interest of its people, to the welfare of its farmers and entrepreneurs. It remains committed to safeguarding India's economic interest and definitely those of farmers and MSMEs. Well, we understand these, the move by the US is going to have implications on India. An unspecified penalty also has been imposed on India, linked to India's ongoing trade with Russia, particularly in oil and arms. And Piyush Goyal clearly now has said that India will be taking all steps that are necessary to safeguard the national interest. All right, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar also now joins us on the broadcast here, getting us more on that. First response here from the government. Himanshu, take us through the details here.
Yes, the first statement by the Government of India in Parliament after Trump announced 25% tariff on Indian exports. There are a few points, important points that Commerce Minister has outlined in Lok Sabha just now. First, he said that government is assessing the potential impact of the decision announced by President Trump of 25% tariff on Indian exports. He has also said that the Commerce Ministry is in touch with all stakeholders and is trying to assess from these stakeholders as to how a 25% tariff is actually going to affect their business. Government has also assured all stakeholders that government gives top priority to the interests of our stakeholders, and he has said that in the national interest, government will take all necessary steps that are needed actually to cope up with this imposition of 25% additional tariff. But importantly, he has also asserted, and this in a way is a response to what Donald Trump had said in the morning today, that Russia and Indian economies are dead economies. He said that today India has become one of the biggest economy in the world, and from 11th rank in 2014, today Indian economy now stands among the top 5 economies of the world. And in the next few years, India is going to become the 3rd largest economy in the world. So I think a response to Donald Trump in very categorical terms, first, that Indian economy is today among the top 5 economies of the world.
Yes.
And next few years, India is going to become among the top 3 economies of the world. So a very strong rebuttal, I would say, to what statement that U.S. President Donald Trump has been making in last 12 hours.
All right. But also, Himanshu, at the same time, we understand the U.S. decision to impose 25% tariffs on Indian products going to America. That's definitely going to have a major impact on our trade between the two countries. And we understand that's also something being seen as a tactic by many to put pressure on India to strike a deal with the US. Of course, we've been the first ones to initiate that process with the US ever since Donald Trump had announced that higher tariffs would be imposed on countries from now on, after he's assumed leadership. But when we talk about the center talking about necessary steps that are going to be taken in the nation's interest, in the interest of our country, what do we look at? What are the options here?
Well, I mean, the option would be to look at new markets. We have been talking to Commerce Ministry officials since the effort was on to forge some kind of a mini trade deal to cushion the impact of the additional tariff that was to be imposed, not only on India, but other countries as well, from 1st August onwards. And of course, the search is towards new markets. The government has also assessed that some of the competitors of India in the global economy, especially China and Vietnam, these are countries on which a much higher tariff has been imposed vis-a-vis India. So in some sectors, for instance, the textile sector, the reciprocal tariffs that have been imposed on India's competitive countries in global textile trade, the tariffs are much higher. So the government's assessment is that, of course, this new tariff structure that is being put in place by the United States, by the Trump administration, is going to restructure the norms and terms of the global trade. And while in some sectors, of course, government is admitting that there will be a short-term impact, but remember, the talks are going on, and Commerce Minister today very categorically said that 4 rounds of negotiations have already been held, and we know that in next couple of weeks, the American delegation is coming to India. So India is also hoping that by October, November, the point mentioned by Commerce Minister, when the bilateral trade agreement is finalized, lots of these high tariffs that we are now discussing might go down once the BTA is in place by October, November.
Okay, so that's the expectation, and we will have to, everybody is in a wait and watch mode at this point in time, considering the impact that it's going to have on Indian businesses and our export to America. Well, thank you so much, Himanshu, for getting us all those details there. I'll come back to you later as more comes in. Meanwhile, we're shifting our focus to the Malegaon. Special court in Mumbai acquitted all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The judgment comes after nearly 17 years since the attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon in 2008. Former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay were among those accused in the case. Now, Special Judge A.K. Lahoti, presiding over the case, said today the prosecution failed to prove the allegations in the case and that all 7 accused deserve the benefit of doubt. Well, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has now reacted on the verdict given by the court, said that he is grateful to those who stood by him, and he is also thankful to the armed forces. We also have now reaction coming in from another ex-accused in the case, Sudhakar Chaturvedi. Listen in.
I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I'm extremely grateful to the environment, to my nation, and all those who stood by me. I'm extremely grateful first and foremost to my organization, which is known to hold the hand of their own soldiers and their own officers. I'm repeating myself, there cannot be a better organization than the Indian Army. Please note this. So those things which are gone by are gone by. I will not make any statement which will have a political tinge. I was accused of something. Today I've been exonerated. I'm out of it. I'm happy about it. I'm grateful to my lawyers, and especially I want to make a mention about my lawyer, late Mr. Shrikant Shivde. He is no more with us. But the fight which he made us fight, walk on the path which prevailed. My other lawyer who fought this case, Advocate Nandu Phadke, Sadanand Phadke, and the main fighters of this case, my young lawyers, that is Viral Babar, his senior Amit Ghag, and the youngest amongst them, Yasir Khan. They were the main Bennett chargers in this case, and I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Lawyers at Supreme Court and subsequently who provided incessant support to us. Senior counsel Harish Salve sir, and Mukul Rodgi sir. And I must make a mention here that all these lawyers have fought this case pro bono. Because they knew what the fact is. I am indebted to these people, and I shall remain under their debts because no amount of compensation is going to pull me out of this.
अभी मैंने 3 साल पहले संन्यास ले लिया। हमारा घर छूट गया, परिवार छूट गया, माता पिता छूट गए, भाई छूट गए, घर छूट गया। समाज से हमारे कलंकित नाम आया आतंकवाद करके, हम कहीं भी जा नहीं पा रहे। उसकी भरपाई कौन करेगा, ये बड़ा प्रश्न है। मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, ये फैसला है, न्याय नहीं है। ये न्याय नहीं है। जब तक जो दोषी है इसके, जो इन्होंने केस को फ्रेम किया है, जब तक वो कन्फर्म नहीं आएंगे, तब तक न्याय नहीं माना जाएगा।
We've also had a conversation with Upma Singh, who's the sister of Pragya Singh Thakur. Listen into what she has to say.
इतना भी लग जाए, जीत सत्य की ही होना है। और क्योंकि साध्वी जी सत्य के साथ थी, और इस चीज को वो डे वन से कह रही थी कि मैंने कोई अपराध नहीं किया है, मैं सही हूँ। इतने सारे नार्को, इतने सारे लाई डिटेक्टर्स टेस्ट और दुनिया भर के जो टेस्ट लगा सकते थे एटीएस ने लगाए, परंतु कुछ नहीं मिला क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं। और यही आज माननीय न्यायालय निर्णय, किसी और का नहीं पता, पर साध्वी जी शुरुआत से कह रही थी एक चीज कि ये बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है। और इसको आप लोगों के माध्यम से, कई चैनल के माध्यम से, प्रिंट मीडिया के माध्यम से भी हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने भी कहा कि जब भी हम उससे जेल में, हॉस्पिटल में कहीं भी मिलते थे, तो वो हमेशा कहती थी कि देखना एक दिन ये निकल करके आएगा कि ये षड्यंत्र। ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया गया हमारे पास। मैं पूर्णतः निर्दोष हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल स्वच्छ हूँ, मेरा किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोग मेरे ऊपर षड्यंत्र के तहत ये सब कायम कर रहे हैं, आपराधिक मुकदमे चला रहे हैं, मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे हैं, ये सब जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। और इसमें भी ठाकुर जी कोई मर्जी होगी, ठाकुर जी किसी को कहीं ना कहीं जनता के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, लोगों के सामने कहना चाह रहे होंगे, ये दिखाना चाह रहे होंगे कि देखो जब कोई बुरी मानसिकता के लोग अच्छे लोगों पर षड्यंत्र करते हैं, अच्छे लोगों को फंसाते हैं, तो किस तरह का पर्दाफाश भगवान कर। और ये आज पर्दाफाश हुआ कि जो कांग्रेसी नेता थे, जो अपने आप को शायद उस समय का सर्वोच्च व्यक्ति मान रहे थे, हालांकि ईश्वर से सर्वोच्च कोई होता नहीं है, पर वो जो मान रहे थे कि मैं ही सारा करता धरता इस नहीं का, मैं ही हूँ भगवान, मेरा सबकी तरफ है, सोनिया गांधी की तरफ भी है, चिदम्बरम की तरफ भी है, और उनकी जो भी चट्टे बट्टे रहे होंगे उनके लल्लू पंजू लोग जो उनके सहयोगी रहेंगे, उन सब की तरफ मेरा इशारा है। और इशारा नहीं, मैं नाम ले रही हूँ इस पर। तो उन सब की तरफ मेरा ये संकेत है कि ये सारे लोगों को आज जो भगवान की तरफ से एक तमाशा पड़ा है ना इनके जाल पर, इससे इनको सीख लेना चाहिए। आगे ठाकुर जी इनको सद्बुद्धि दे और ये किसी भी अच्छे व्यक्ति को इस तरह से प्रताड़ित करने का दोबारा प्रयास न करें।
तो ये तो जो एजेंसी है उसका ही चूक है ना, तभी तो सब लोग छूट गए। कोर्ट ने तो सारा एविडेंस देखा और कोर्ट ने अपना जो उनके सामने गवाही आई उसकी बुनियाद पे छोड़ा है सबको। जो मरे उनका तो कोई चूक नहीं है। उन्होंने तो अपने जो विक्टिम थे उन्होंने गवाही दी, मालेगांव से आके बताया, अपने जख्म बताए, किसका हाथ कट गया, किसकी आंख फट गई, सब बताया। कोर्ट ने माना है कि ये लोग का बम ब्लास्ट हुआ था मालेगांव में और इसीलिए उनको कॉम्पेंसेशन देने के लिए कोर्ट ने बोला है। और बेनिफिट डाउट दिया है कि उसको क्लियर एक्विटल नहीं दिया कोर्ट ने। सब ऑलमोस्ट सारी दलीलें खारिज कर दी गई क्योंकि जो यूएपीए का सैंक्शन था वो भी कोर्ट ने बोला इलीगल है। जो प्लांटिंग आरडीएक्स के ट्रेसेस मिले थे वो भी प्रूव नहीं कर पाए, मतलब क्लियर कट प्रूव नहीं हुआ। बेनिफिट है, सस्पेक्ट है कोर्ट बोलते हैं, पर कोर्ट ने कहा कि उनके कॉन्क्रीट एविडेंस नहीं है कि सजा दे सके, इसलिए बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देकर छोड़ दिया सब। वी विल चैलेंज इन हाई कोर्ट, वी विल एग्जामिन द जजमेंट एंड चैलेंज हाई कोर्ट।
प्रलंबित मुकदमे के अंत में आज अपना निर्णय सुनाया है। इसमें सारे अभियुक्तों को निर्दोष मुक्त पाया है। इसके जो मूल बिंदु है वो यह है कि जो साध्वी प्रज्ञा सिंह ठाकुर की मोटरसाइकिल बताई गई थी वो उनकी मोटरसाइकिल वह इस्तेमाल कर रही थी या उनकी थी, ऐसा कोई भी पुख्ता सबूत प्रोसिक्यूटिंग एजेंसी न्यायालय के सामने नहीं रख पाई है। दूसरी बात, जो इंजोर्ड सर्टिफिकेट्स बनाए गए थे वो फर्जी बनाए गए थे और वो फर्जी सर्टिफिकेट्स किसने और क्यों बनाए, इसके ऊपर मामले की जांच करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को माननीय न्यायालय ने आदेशित किया है। उसी तरह से सुधाकर चतुर्वेदी जी के घर पर जो आरडीएक्स के झूठे और गलत पद्धति से ट्रेसेस प्लांट किए गए उसके ऊपर भी तफ्तीश होनी चाहिए। ये भी निर्देश और प्रोब करने के लिए डीजी एटीएस को निर्देशित किया है।
The lawyer representing Colonel Purohit clearly saying that the evidence was fabricated, something that the victims in this case, the accused in the case, have been reiterating time and again, but they say that their pleas were completely unheard. We have now political reactions also coming in. After the verdict, politics has now erupted on this matter. We understand while the opposition has called it a very disappointing verdict, raising questions on government and the agencies, the BJP and Shiv Sena say that it's end of saffron terror theory that was launched by the Congress. Listen in.
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस प्रणीत यूपीए सरकार ने भगवा आतंकवाद, हिंदू आतंकवाद, ये नरेटिव सेट करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा और ये पूरा मालेगांव का केस तैयार किया, आज उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। कोर्ट ने सबूतों के आधार पर ये कितना खोखला था, ये कैसा षड्यंत्र था, ये किस प्रकार से रचा गया था, ये सारी चीजें सामने लाई हुई है। एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म की वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए जिस प्रकार से नरेटिव लाने का प्रयास कांग्रेस ने किया था और तमाम भगवा और हिंदुओं को आतंकवादी ठहराने का जो काम कांग्रेस ने किया था, आज पूरा देश उसका धिक्कार कर रहा है और हम मांग करते हैं कि कांग्रेस ने माफी मांगनी चाहिए। विशेष रूप से ये हिंदू आतंकवाद और भगवा आतंकवाद कहकर जो अपमान कांग्रेस ने तमाम भारतीयों का और हिंदू समाज का किया है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस माफी मांगे, ये हमारी मांग है।
मालेगांव ब्लास्ट का आज कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है। उस कोर्ट के फैसले का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। 17 साल हुए, 17 साल के बाद इतनी बड़ी इतना बड़ा समय ये जो बेकसूर लोगों ने बिताया है जेल में, ये उनके लिए बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण रहा है। पूरे देश भर में जब आतंकवादी हमले हो रहे थे, बम ब्लास्ट हो रहे थे, तब यूपीए का गवर्नमेंट था, कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट था, तब उन्होंने कहा था आतंकवाद, दहशतवाद को कोई रंग नहीं होता, कोई कलर नहीं होता, कोई धर्म नहीं होता। और इसलिए मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये भगवा दहशतवाद कहकर ये लोगों को गुमराह करने का एक बड़ी साजिश थी, उसमें वो बेनकाब हो गए। उनको, देश को, ये भगवा आतंकवाद कहने वालों को ये कोर्ट ने बहुत बड़ा मारा हुआ तमाचा है, इतने मैं कहूंगा। और ये साबित हुआ है, सच सच होता है।
The Congress party has now slammed Union Minister Piyush Goyal for his statement on the US tariffs. Congress party has said that Modi's minister is afraid of Trump. All right, this is the reaction coming in from Congress leader Manikam Tagore, who said that Piyush Goyal forgot to mention Trump's name at all in his statement in the parliament. Listen in.
Again, Modi's ministers has shown that they are afraid about Trump. Piyush Goyal's statement clearly says that they are not ready to take the name of Trump in the parliament. Like Mr. Modi, who is afraid to take Mr. Trump's name in the parliament and condemned the statement of Trump, again Piyush Goyal has shown that not even he has mentioned the word of Trump or the US government. This is unfortunate and unbecoming for a government to act like this. They are completely surrendered before the Trump administration. It is unfortunate that a government which should have some kind of spine speak against the attack on India the way Mr. Trump has attacked continuously against the administration. Mr. Piyush Goyal's statement is again shown that it's a failed government.
All right, Congress party clearly saying that it's disappointed with the centre's response on Trump imposing 25% tariffs on India, and it was expecting much more from the union minister there. Well, we'll keep an eye on the developments here on this big story and get you more. It's time for a quick break here. We'll be right back. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction after the verdict in Malegaon case. He's thanked his supporters and says he's thankful to the armed forces as well. Special judge presiding over the case points out gaps in evidence collection, says there is no proof to show Pragya owned the bike, no evidence that Colonel Purohit assembled the RDX. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi dodges question on Malegaon, says Trump is the bigger issue. Dead economy remark reiterated by Congress MP sparks rift in the Congress party itself. Rahul Gandhi supports Trump, Tharoor and Shukla oppose.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
Bilateral trade from 1st August 2025. On 2nd April 2025, the US President had issued an executive order on reciprocal tariffs imposing additional duties ranging from 10% to 50% on imports from its trading partners. A baseline duty of 10% has been effective from 5th April 2025. The additional duty on India was announced at 26%, including baseline tariff of 10%. Originally, the full country-specific additional duty was to be effective from 9th April 2025, but was postponed initially for 90 days on 10th April 2025 and further extended up to 1st August 2025. Honorable Chairman, sir, India and the US entered into negotiations for a fair, balanced and mutually beneficial bilateral trade agreement in March 2025 with a target to complete the first tranche of the agreement by fall of 2025. The two sides finalized the detailed terms of reference to enter into negotiations of the BTA on 29th March 2025 during the first physical round of discussions held at New Delhi. Thereafter, 4 physical rounds of negotiations have taken place between both sides in New Delhi and Washington, D.C. to work towards finalization of the BTA in accordance with the agreed terms of reference. In addition, there have been many virtual meetings between the two sides. Mr. Chairman, sir, the implications of the recent development are being examined by the government. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry is engaged with all stakeholders, including exporters and industry, for taking feedback of their assessment of the situation. The government attaches the utmost importance to protecting and promoting the welfare of our farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, exporters, MSMEs, and all sections of industry. We will take all necessary steps to secure and advance our national interest. Mr. Chairman, sir, in just over a decade, India has rapidly transformed from being one of the fragile 5 to the fastest growing major economy in the world. We have risen from the 11th largest economy to one of the top 5 economies, driven by our reforms, hard work of our farmers, MSMEs, and entrepreneurs. It is also widely expected that we will become the 3rd largest economy in a few years. Today, international institutions and economists see India as the bright spot in the global economy. India is contributing to almost 16% of global growth. Mr. Chairman, sir, in the last decade, the government has taken transformative measures to promote India as the manufacturing hub of the world, driven by the Make in India initiative. India's young, skilled, and talented workforce is driving innovation and competitiveness of Indian industry. Our exports have steadily increased during the last 11 years. In an increasingly protectionist world, India has done mutually beneficial trade agreements with UAE, UK, Australia, and EFTA countries. We are also committed to similar trade agreements with other countries. We are consistently working for the welfare of the farmers and Indian agriculture to promote prosperity and ensure food security.
Dolaji, I warn you. Please come up. Please. Dolaji, please. Please. Dolaji, bahar wahan se. Dolaji, don't disturb. Please. Don't disturb. Please.
The government is confident that we will continue our fast-paced journey of inclusive growth and sustainable development towards the goal of Viksit Bharat 2047. Chairman sir, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भारत आत्मविश्वास के साथ बढ़ रहा है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अंग्रेजी में भी हिंदी में पढ़ना चाहिए। अंग्रेजी में भी पढ़ना चाहिए। अंग्रेजी पढ़ लिया। अंग्रेजी हिंदी में भी पढ़ना चाहिए। मैं पीछे से पढ़ लूँ। आप जहाँ से पढ़ना हो। मैं सदन को 30 जुलाई 2025 को अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति द्वारा 1 अगस्त 2025 से द्विपक्षीय व्यापार पर लागू होने वाले टैरिफ के विषय पर दिए गए वक्तव्य के बारे में अवगत कराना चाहता हूं। 2 अप्रैल 2025 को अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति ने रेसिप्रोकल टैरिफ पर एक एग्जीक्यूटिव ऑर्डर जारी किया था, जिसके तहत अपने व्यापारिक साझेदारों से आयात पर 10% से 50% तक एडिशनल ड्यूटी लगाने की बात कही गई थी। 10% की बेसलाइन ड्यूटी 5 अप्रैल 2025 से लागू हो गई थी। भारत पर एडिशनल ड्यूटी 10% के बेसलाइन टैरिफ सहित कुल 26% की घोषणा की गई थी। मूल रूप से फुल कंट्री स्पेसिफिक एडिशनल टैरिफ 9 अप्रैल 2025 से प्रभावी होने वाला था, लेकिन इसे शुरू में 10 अप्रैल 2025 को 90 दिन के लिए स्थगित कर दिया गया और बाद में 1 अगस्त 2025 तक और बढ़ा दिया गया। सभापति महोदय, भारत और अमेरिका ने मार्च 2025 में एक न्यायपूर्ण, संतुलित और पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते BTA के लिए बातचीत शुरू की, जिसका लक्ष्य 2025 के फॉल यानी अक्टूबर-नवंबर 2025 तक समझौते के पहले चरण को पूरा करना था। दोनों पक्षों ने 29 मार्च 2025 को नई दिल्ली में आयोजित पहली फिजिकल मीटिंग की चर्चा के दौरान द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते की बातचीत शुरू करने के लिए विस्तृत टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस TOR को अंतिम रूप दिया। इसके बाद दोनों पक्षों के बीच नई दिल्ली और वॉशिंगटन DC में 4 दौर में फिजिकल मीटिंग्स हुई है, ताकि निर्धारित टर्म्स ऑफ रेफरेंस के अनुसार द्विपक्षीय व्यापार समझौते के अंतिम रूप के लिए काम किया जा सके। इसके अलावा दोनों पक्षों के बीच कई वर्चुअल बैठकें भी हुई है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु एवं मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, मात्र 1 दशक से भी कम समय में भारत फ्रैजाइल 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से निकलकर दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से बढ़ती प्रमुख अर्थव्यवस्था बन गया है। हम अपने रिफॉर्म्स और अपने किसानों, MSME और उद्यमियों की कड़ी मेहनत के बल पर 11वीं सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था से शीर्ष 5 अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक बन गए हैं। यह भी अपेक्षित है कि हम कुछ ही वर्षों में तीसरी सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाए। आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं और अर्थशास्त्री भारत को वैश्विक अर्थव्यवस्था में एक ब्राइट स्पॉट के रूप में देखते हैं। भारत वैश्विक विकास में लगभग 16% का योगदान दे रहा है। अध्यक्ष महोदय, पिछले दशक में सरकार ने भारत को विश्व के विनिर्माण केंद्र के रूप में बढ़ावा देने के लिए मेक इन इंडिया के अंतर्गत परिवर्तनकारी कदम उठाए हैं। भारत की युवा कुशल और प्रतिभाशाली वर्कफोर्स भारतीय उद्योग की इनोवेशन और प्रतिस्पर्धा की क्षमता को निरंतर मजबूत कर रही है। पिछले 11 वर्षों के दौरान हमारे निर्यात में भी लगातार वृद्धि हुई है। तेजी से संरक्षणवादी होती दुनिया में भारत ने संयुक्त अरब अमीरात, यूएई, यूके, ऑस्ट्रेलिया और एफ्टा यानी 4 देशों का समूह स्विट्जरलैंड, नॉर्वे, लिechtenstein और आइसलैंड देशों के साथ पारस्परिक रूप से लाभकारी व्यापार समझौते किए। हम अन्य देशों के साथ भी इसी तरह के व्यापार समझौते करने के लिए प्रतिबद्ध हैं। हम किसानों और भारतीय कृषि के कल्याण के लिए निरंतर कार्य कर रहे हैं, जिससे खाद्य सुरक्षा और समृद्धि सुनिश्चित की जा सके। सरकार को विश्वास है कि हम विकसित भारत 2047 के लक्ष्य की ओर समावेशी और सतत विकास की अपनी तेज गति वाली यात्रा जारी रखेंगे। अध्यक्ष महोदय, आत्मनिर्भरता की ओर भारत आत्मविश्वास के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
Honorable members, please, I draw your attention to Rule 251 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Council of States, which permits a minister to make a statement on a matter of urgent public importance.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
आप एक गुंडे कैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर?
मेरी
आप तो एक गायकवाड इज रनिंग अवे फ्रॉम NDTV's questions.
That issue is not before the High Command. It was not discussed so far.
Kolhapuri chappals costing $1,300.
The noise we made finally got heard, and it's so nice that somebody took action on it.
Pictures and videos of women that were taken in the Bengaluru metro, now on Church Street and other prominent places in Bengaluru. We managed to arrest both of them.
We are bringing you now, for the very first time, is that the Air India preliminary crash report is out.
This 15-page report into 10 key findings of what really is being said in this probe report.
What's reporting without impact? NDTV 24/7.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Well, the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash. Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palaniswamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So you think in a way Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and Kolhapuri?
I think what they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword.
Right.
Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have a
Welcome back after the break. Union Minister Piyush Goyal, addressing both houses of the parliament, made a statement on US imposing 25% tariffs on India, clearly saying that India is going to take necessary steps in this direction and steps that are in the interest of the country. We will get you more on that in just a bit. It's time for a quick break here.
Some say sport is a matter of life and death. The truth is, it is far more serious than that. Sport is about ecstasy and agony, about pain and suffering, about joy and much more. Some say there's no one better to tell these stories. So here I am. Join me, Boria Majumdar, on India's #1 news network.
If it matters to you, if it matters to you, if it matters to you, it matters to India, it matters to India, and it matters to me, and it matters to me.
India Matters with Shivaru, only on NDTV 24/7. Is your business future ready? Join the 13-week strategic ESG certification program for business sustainability and growth for CXO and business leaders by NDTV, Terry and Zenora. Master global ESG frameworks, gain real-world tools and lead with impact. Starts August the 23rd. Enroll now and power your business with sustainability.
I've been reporting on all issues big and small from Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, rest of South India, bringing you all the action, all that you need to know, all that you want to know.
The energy of maximum city is infectious. I'm bringing that energy in our news coverage from financial capital Mumbai.
Covering from the southernmost part of India over the last 23 years, I bring in-depth and 360-degree coverage from the Dravidian heartland.
The land of Mishti, also known for its
Welcome back after the break. A shocking case of a 13-year-old class 8 student married off to a 40-year-old in Telangana's Nandigama has come to light. Well, this place is just 1 hour from Hyderabad, and we are given to understand now the teacher had reported to the police, after which the mother, the groom and the priest who had also performed the wedding have been booked under the law to prevent child marriage.
Shocking case of a real-life Balika Vadhu. This is in Rangareddy district of Telangana, just about an hour's drive from Hyderabad. And this 13-year-old girl who was studying in 8th class was married off to a man identified as Srinivas Gaud, who is more than 40 years old. And this marriage happened in the month of May, 23rd of May. And the presence of the priest, the other people at the wedding, all of that has come to light. Though it happened about 2 months ago, the girl had reported it to her teacher, Sunita, who then alerted the Child Protection Services as well as the police, who then took action and booked cases under the Prevention of Child Marriage Act against not just the so-called groom and also the mediator, who was the house owner of the house in which the girl was living, his wife and also the mother of the minor girl. Three things here. While child marriages may seem to have come down, what we do understand is that just in the last year, about 60 such child marriages were prevented. This year, about 37 already were stopped by the Child Protection Services authorities. And what the Protection Services people are telling me is that many of these cases are not just driven by poverty, but also because the parents seem to fear some kind of an elopement and therefore want to marry off their daughters young. In this case, whether there was sexual relations or not may change the nature of the case, because then a case under POCSO would be booked against the husband as well. But we do understand that she had cohabitated with the husband for about 2 months before she returned home.
All right, we'll keep an eye on the story and get you more as more developments come in. Meanwhile, with that, it's time to wrap this edition. More news and updates coming up on the other side. Stay tuned. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction after the verdict in Malegaon case says he is thankful to his supporters and the armed forces. Special judge presiding in the case points out gaps in evidence collection, says there is no proof to show Pragya owned the bike or even Colonel Purohit assembled RDX. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi dodges question on Malegaon, says Trump is the bigger issue. As Rahul Gandhi supports Donald Trump, his party colleagues Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Shukla oppose.
Presented by Canara Bank. Together we can.
The markets move fast.
And so should your portfolio. Expert insights, real-time stock picks.
Do I buy Ola?
Should I hold CDSL for the long term?
Buy, sell or hold.
The answers you need, straight from the experts.
Callers from India and across the world. Connect live, ask, decide and invest wisely.
Your portfolio, your future. Ask Profit.
Forget 10,000 steps. What if just 7,000 a day was all it took to live longer and healthier? A major new study published in the Lancet Public Health has found that walking around 7,000 steps a day is strongly associated with better health and a lower risk of dying early. Researchers analyzed data from over 160,000 adults and found that people who walk approximately 7,000 steps a day had significantly lower risks for a wide range of chronic diseases. Compared to those who walk just 2,000 steps daily, these individuals saw a 47% reduction in all-cause mortality, 25% drop in cardiovascular disease, 14% lower risk of type 2 diabetes, 22% reduction in depression, 38% decline in dementia risk, 28% fewer falls, and a 6% reduction in cancer risk. Unlike earlier studies that mostly focused on heart health or death rates, this is the first major research effort to comprehensively examine the impact of daily steps on multiple health outcomes. The review included 57 studies, of which 31 were analyzed in detail through meta-analysis, making this the most extensive data set to date on how walking affects health. Interestingly, the study also shows that even 2,000 steps per day provides better health outcomes than being inactive. While benefits for some conditions like heart disease continue to rise beyond 7,000 steps, for most other outcomes, the gain started to plateau after this point. The authors argue that 7,000 steps per day may be a more realistic and achievable target for many people, compared to the commonly cited 10,000 step goal, which was never based on scientific evidence. They say that step count is a simple and effective way to measure physical activity, and these findings could help shape future public health recommendations. However, researchers also caution that for conditions like cancer and dementia, more studies are needed. They note that many studies didn't fully account for confounding factors like age or frailty, which could influence the results. Still, the message is clear: walking more, especially up to 7,000 steps a day, can significantly improve overall health.
आप एक गुंडे जैसे बिहेव कर रहे हो सर।
मेरी
आप तो एक मेरा
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Osama Shab. There is a lot lined up on this edition of Prime 5. We'll get you all the details and all the stories. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. The Commerce Minister speaking in the Parliament on Trump's tariff shocker says that all steps are towards nation's interest. There was ruckus over Piyush Goyal's speech. Both houses have now been adjourned. The Congress attacks the BJP, says that Prime Minister Modi's minister is afraid of Donald Trump as there was no mention of Trump's name in his speech. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction post the Malegaon verdict. The acquitted Purohit thanks his supporters. He says that he's thankful to the armed forces as well. Rahul Gandhi dodges questions on the Malegaon verdict. Instead, he says that Trump is the bigger issue. Maharashtra Chief Minister speaking on the verdict says that terror is never saffron. Asaduddin Owaisi has questioned the verdict, asking, will the government appeal swiftly in this case as well? Donald Trump's remarks of dead economy sparks a Congress rift. Rahul's supports Donald Trump, while Shashi Tharoor of the Congress and Rajiv Shukla, his partymen, oppose him. BJP's Annamalai Najas says that Congress is divided over this entire issue. Starting this bulletin with Trump's fresh attack as far as the tariffs are concerned. After announcing a 25% tariff on Indian goods starting the 1st of August with an additional penalty for buying Russian oil, Donald Trump has once again criticized India's high tariffs on US goods and its deepening energy and defense ties with Russia, saying, and I quote, "I don't care what India does with Russia. They can take their dead economies down together. For all I care," unquote. Now, this move has sparked controversy with Congress leader Rahul Gandhi slamming the center, claiming that the BJP has destroyed the economy. Rahul Gandhi seems to agree with Donald Trump's assessment, saying that Trump has said the right thing. Meanwhile, the Commerce Minister, while speaking in the Lok Sabha, he was speaking on Trump tariffs. Mr. Piyush Goyal, he basically said that all steps taken are towards nation's interest, and this is Centre's first response, remember, on the tariffs. Meanwhile, the Commerce Minister also detailed India's next step, and this was during a live briefing that Mr. Piyush Goyal were making those remarks. In fact, Team Modi minister in the parliament says 25% tariff. Here's what India is in fact reading. In fact, listen in to what Piyush Goyal actually said in the parliament.
सरकार हालिया घटनाक्रम से होने वाले प्रभावों का परीक्षण कर रही है। वाणिज्य एवं उद्योग मंत्रालय निर्यातकों और उद्योग सहित सभी हितधारकों से संवाद कर इस विषय पर उनके आकलन की जानकारी ले रहा है। सरकार हमारे किसानों, श्रमिकों, एंटरप्रेन्योर्स, उद्यमी, निर्यातकों, सूक्ष्म, लघु और मध्यम उद्योगों और उद्योग जगत के सभी हितधारकों के कल्याण की रक्षा और संवर्धन को सर्वोच्च महत्व देती है। हम अपने राष्ट्रीय हितों को सुरक्षित करने और आगे बढ़ाने के लिए सभी आवश्यक कदम उठाएंगे।
Like Mr. Modi, who is afraid to take Mr. Trump's name in the parliament and condemned the statement of Trump, again Piyush Goyal has shown that not even he has mentioned the word of Trump or the US government. This is unfortunate and unbecoming for a government to act like this. They are completely surrendered before the Trump administration. It is unfortunate that a government which should have some kind of spine speak against the attack on India the way Mr. Trump has attacked continuously against the administration.
मैं इतना कहूंगा और डंके की चोट पे कहूंगा, नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में भारत पिछले 11 वर्षों में दुनिया की 10वें नंबर से दुनिया की चौथी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बना है और मात्र अगले 2 सालों में भारत दुनिया की तीसरी बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था बन जाएगा। दुनिया की कोई ताकत नहीं रोक पाएगी, चाहे लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन, जिनको हम अब LOB राहुल गांधी कहते हैं, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत, जितने मर्जी बयान दे ले, दुनिया भर में कोई भारत का विरोध करता है उसको पकड़ के वो भारत का भारत में विरोध करना शुरू कर दें। वो जितना मर्जी झूठ बोले उसका कोई असर नहीं पड़ने वाला। श्रीमान राहुल गांधी जी को मैं याद करवाऊंगा, लीडर अपोजिंग भारत को, कि UPA की सरकार में भारत दुनिया की 5 लड़खड़ाती अर्थव्यवस्थाओं में से एक थी। इंडिया वॉज अमंग द फ्रेजाइल 5 इकोनॉमीज ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। 12 में से 11 PSU बैंक्स PCA फ्रेमवर्क में थे, घाटे में थे। कांग्रेस के समय बेरोजगारी बढ़ रही थी, कांग्रेस के समय गरीब और गरीब हो रहा था, लेकिन पिछले 11 सालों में नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार में ना कोई घोटाला हुआ है, बल्कि विकास नई ऊंचाइयों पे पहुंचा है। 6.5% दर से भारत आगे बढ़ रहा है, दुनिया की फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी है। गरीबों को 25 करोड़ गरीबों को गरीबी रेखा से बाहर निकाला गया। और आप आंकड़े किसी भी क्षेत्र में देखेंगे, भारत नई ऊंचाइयों पे तो पहुंचा ही, गरीब का उत्थान हुआ ही। 12 के 12 बैंक आज मुनाफे में है और दुनिया की उम्मीद आज भारत है। भारत की और दुनिया उम्मीद के साथ देख रही है। और राहुल जी झूठ बोलना बंद करें, भारत विरोधी बयान बंद करें, नहीं तो ये जो LOB का तब ब्याज मिला ना, ये उनको पक्का परमानेंट मिलने वाला है।
हमसे बात करने के लिए शुक्रिया। संसद भवन से हिमांशु शेखर।
पूर्व केंद्रीय In fact, my colleague Himanshu Shekhar joins us on the broadcast at the moment. Himanshu, although the Commerce Minister, he did outline what India plans to do and help, how it wants to help Indian businesses during these times, but there was no mention of Donald Trump, and that is something that the opposition has picked up.
That's right, and that has been a bone of contention between the opposition and the government in the last 2 days. We have seen during the big debate on Operation Sindoor, same set of questions and challenges were thrown at the government. But government on the other side has been very cautious in terms of mentioning Trump and quoting him and the kind of statements that he's been making. But the statement that we showed by Anurag Singh Thakur clearly is a strong rebuttal to the statement that Donald Trump had made, wherein he had mentioned India and Russia as dead economies. And this is a point that Rahul Gandhi had also reiterated today in his first reaction, saying that what we have been saying is also now being said by the US President, and that BJP has weakened the economy. So while the US decision to impose 25% additional tariff has far-reaching implications, at least in the short term, on India's exports and India's industry and also on India's MSME sector, the entire political debate in Parliament is now centered on the state of the economy. And we have seen more talk today on what Trump had said about India and Russia being dead economies than the impact and the ramification of the 25% tariff that has been imposed on India. But now opposition MPs are insisting that in Rajya Sabha there is a convention that when a minister makes a statement, then there are clarifications also that MPs can ask. But today no questions were taken. Opposition MPs now want a big debate in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha on the larger ramification of the US decision to impose 25% tariff on Indian exports. Ankit.
All right, Himanshu Shekhar, thank you very much for getting us all the details and breaking it down for our viewers as well. Meanwhile, the Congress MPs, they are at odds. Mr. Rajiv Shukla, one of the Congress MP, he has contradicted what Rahul Gandhi says, his views on the economy. While Rahul described the economy as dead, Rajiv Shukla says that the US President Donald Trump's 25% tariff imposition on India is a wrong step and that Donald Trump is living in an illusion. Rahul Gandhi has in fact mentioned and challenged Prime Minister Modi, saying that India's economy is dead. Meanwhile, another ally of the Congress, the Shiv Sena of the Balasaheb Thackeray, has contradicted Rahul Gandhi and called out Trump for his remarks. In fact, Priyanka Chaturvedi, she posted on her social media saying, and I quote, "Not that one needs to say it, there's enough legitimate data available to know that Indian economy is in the top 5 of the world and one of the fastest growing economies. Calling it a dead economy can only come from a position of arrogance or ignorance. Thank you for your attention to this matter," is how she signs off.
Everybody knows that the Indian economy is a dead economy. I'm glad that President Trump has stated a fact. पूरी दुनिया जानती है कि इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज अ डेड इकोनॉमी और बीजेपी ने इकोनॉमी को खत्म कर दिया है। फॉरेन मिनिस्टर भाषण करते हैं, वी हैव ए जीनियस फॉरेन पॉलिसी, ठीक है। एक तरफ अमेरिका आपको गाली दे रहा है, दूसरी तरफ चाइना आपके पीछे पड़ा हुआ है, तीसरी तरफ जब आप पूरी दुनिया में डेलीगेशन भेजते हैं तो पाकिस्तान को एक भी देश कंडेम नहीं करता है।
वर्तमान सरकार ने भी जिसमें काम बढ़ाया तो हमारी आर्थिक स्थिति कहीं से भी कमजोर नहीं, तो इसलिए हम आर्थिक रूप से कोई हमें कहे कि हमें खत्म कर देगा, उसकी गलतफहमी है। तो ट्रंप की गलतफहमी जी रहा।
सर, इम्पोज किया जो
टैरिफ की तो मैंने आलोचना की कि ये गलत है। टैरिफ इम्पोज करना, हर देश को अधिकार है कि किसके साथ व्यापार करे, उसमें इस तरह रोक लगाना, ब्रिक्स के खिलाफ बोलना, रशिया से इंपोर्ट के खिलाफ है, बिजनेस के खिलाफ बोलना, ये उनका जो है कतई उचित नहीं है।
Meanwhile, Congress leader Shashi Tharoor, he has once again broken ranks with the opposition over Trump's tariff on India. He has diverged from the party lines, criticizing US President Donald Trump's decision to impose 25% tariffs on Indian exports, while the Congress party has been attacking the Modi government over this issue. Mr. Tharoor, he has taken a different stance, slamming the US for its unreasonable demands and potential harm to India's trade. In fact, Shashi Tharoor, he said that 25% tariff announced by US President Donald Trump on the Indian economy is a very serious matter that will destroy India's trade with America. On the other hand, if their demands are completely unreasonable, our negotiators have very right to resist. America has to understand our needs as well.
It may be just a bargaining tactic. As you know, the trade negotiations are still going on. And therefore, there is a possibility that in the course of negotiations, this may come down. I wish our negotiators good luck and good courage, because we can't afford to buckle under. We have to keep our national interests as number one. If it doesn't, it will certainly damage our exports, because America is a very big market for us. I think our exports alone are $87–90 billion.
In fact, Himanshu Shekhar joins us to get us more on this story as well. Himanshu, yet again, Mr. Shashi Tharoor breaking ranks. He is in fact contradicting Rahul Gandhi on what Mr. Gandhi earlier said.
That's right. And, you know, Ankit, today in Parliament, we expected a constructive and informed debate on the larger impact of the decision by Trump administration to impose 25% tariff on India. But what we saw today was more of politics and less of substance in Parliament. And clearly, even political parties are not speaking in one voice. And while Mr. Shashi Tharoor was present there, I also asked him questions. And he gave a very informed answer in terms of how actually he expects the US decision to increase tariff on India, on the sectoral impact on different sectors, how it is going to have an impact, and what India should be doing. In fact, Shashi Tharoor was very categorical in saying that we must support our negotiators as they take the next big step towards the first tranche of the bilateral trade agreement that is proposed to be finalized by October, November. But Rahul Gandhi, when he came out, his line was completely different. And you could see that throughout the day, Rahul Gandhi made allegations against the government for weakening the economy, and in fact complimented Donald Trump for saying what he claimed he has been saying for a long time. But his own partymen, speaking in completely different voice, not only his own partymen, but even his alliance partners in India bloc took a very, very different line than what Rahul Gandhi actually was trying to take. So clearly, I think it was a day of more of politics, I would say, individual politics, rather than parties taking an informed line and demanding a constructive and informed debate in Parliament in both Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And there was more hangama we saw in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha than actually any substantive debate on the impact of US tariff on the India's exports. Ankit.
All right. Himanshu Shekhar, thank you very much for getting us all those details. In fact, the BJP has taken this opportunity to slam Rahul Gandhi over the tariff and the remarks made by Rahul Gandhi. BJP's Annamalai, he has in fact slammed Rahul Gandhi, saying that the Congress leaders are contradicting on this tariff issue. Annamalai, he says that Rahul Gandhi is echoing the foreign critics. He wears ignorance as a badge, is what he has mentioned on that social media post that he made. In fact, he also goes on to say that two Congress leaders are taking different stands. One is defending and the other appeasing the offshore masters. All right, breaking news coming in at this point of time. An absolutely shocking story from Patna. In Patna's Janipur police station area, a shocking incident has unfolded. Criminals, they had entered a house and burnt alive two children of an AIIMS nurse. The deceased children, they had just returned home from school. They were children of Shobha and Lalan Kumar Gupta, the residents of Janipur. This is where this incident has taken place. The police has reached the spot. They are conducting an investigation. In fact, AIIMS Patna has also issued a statement, and this is a statement that has been issued by the HOD of Patna AIIMS, Dr. Anil Kumar. He has stated that the incident occurred late at night where some people assaulted the AIIMS guard. In fact, goes on to explain that those individuals, they were trying to admit a patient while the AIIMS doctors, they were performing their duties. This guard tried to control the crowd, which led to the people attacking this guard. My colleague Prabhakar Kumar joins us to get us more on this. Prabhakar, absolutely shocking story coming from Patna. Take us through the details.
So, indeed, a very horrific incident which has happened. This is in the Janipur police station of Patna, which is adjoining rural suburb of Patna. And Shobha Kumari, who is a nurse at Patna AIIMS, she was there at the duty, and her kids had just returned from the school. The girl named Anjali, who happened to be around 10 years old, and a boy named Ansh, who was around 12 years old. They had returned from the school. They were at the residence when they were burnt alive. We don't know the incident, why this incident happened, the reason behind it, who were behind it, because it's the very initial sketchy information coming from Janipur. Our team is there on the reaching the spot there, and then we will be able to tell more details into it. But it's indeed a very shocking incident, and the lady Shobha, who works as a nurse in Patna AIIMS hospital, she was there at the duty when this incident happened. Whether it was a short circuit, whether it was an accident, the police is trying to ascertain that. The forensic team has been called at the spot, and they are inquiring into all the possible details of it, whether there was any anonymity with the neighbors or any family dispute, any property dispute. All those angles will be investigated into it. But as of now, very sketchy details coming out from that particular place.
All right, Prabhakar Kumar, thank you very much for getting us those details. An absolutely shocking story coming from Patna in Bihar. Meanwhile, another breaking piece of information that we are getting for you at this moment, and this is in regards with the election of the new vice president. The poll panel has started this process. The Election Commission will be finalizing. It has in fact finalized the Electoral College. Remember, the Electoral College is comprised of the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha MPs. This election for the vice president, the date will be out next week. So the Election Commission of India has initiated this process for the vice presidential election. The poll panel finalizing the Electoral College, comprising of all the members of Parliament from Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, including the nominated members. The vice president election date, it is expected to be announced very soon, in fact, next week. My colleague Akhilesh joins us to get us more on this. Akhilesh, take us through the details.
Well, the Election Commission has already started the process to elect the new vice president. This post is vacated after a sudden resignation of Jagdeep Dhankar, and now the Election Commission is taking the lead. In fact, the notification is expected at any time soon now, but before that, the Election Commission has finalized the Electoral College for the voters list, as we call it, and it comprises of both the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha MPs. And now, after the publication of this Electoral College, there will be a freeze on the Electoral College. That means no new addition can be done to the voters list. This is as per the procedure. And Election Commission has also informed that the notification for the upcoming vice presidential election will be released soon. So that means that the process has already begun, and we may see a new vice president in the coming months. And of course, the hectic parallel will also go on. So far, the BJP has not contacted the alliance partners about the choice of their candidate for the vice presidential election. But we have been informed by the top sources that the BJP wants to have its own nominee as the next vice president of India, and the BJP will consult the alliance partners shortly.
Right, Akhilesh, as far as potential candidates are concerned, you mentioned about the Congress pushing for their candidate. Who are the likely candidates for the upcoming elections for the vice presidential post?
Well, there are various names doing rounds, but BJP sources are very clear that it has to be somebody who has strong roots in the BJP and the RSS ideology, because they have burnt their fingers as far as Mr. Jagdeep Dhankar is concerned. They feel that he, who had come from a Janata Party and a Congress background, could not deliver on the front of ideology and the commitment and the loyalty, and that's why he was asked to go. But now they want to have somebody with strong roots, who has a deep commitment as far as the BJP and RSS ideology is concerned. And apart from that, somebody who has experience in running the house, because remember the vice president is also ex-officio chairperson of the upper house. So that way, they also need somebody who has experience in legislative experience, also as experience as a governor.
All right, Akhilesh Sharma, thank you very much for getting us the details. On to our other big story that we have been tracking throughout the day. A special court in Mumbai has acquitted all 7 accused in the Malegaon blast case. The judgment, it comes nearly after 17 years since that attack was carried out in Mumbai's Malegaon in 2008. The former BJP MP Pragya Singh Thakur, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit and retired Major Ramesh Upadhyay, they were among the 7 accused in this particular case. And the special judge who was presiding over this particular case, he said today that the prosecution failed to prove the allegations in the case and that all 7 accused deserve the benefit of doubt. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's first reaction has come after this verdict. He says that he's grateful to those who stood by him. He's thankful to the armed forces, and he in fact also thanked his supporters. Listen in.
I'm extremely grateful to all of you. I'm extremely grateful to the environment, to my nation, and all those who stood by me. I'm extremely grateful first and foremost to my organization, which is known to hold the hand of their own soldiers and their own officers. I'm repeating myself, there cannot be a better organization than the Indian Army. Please note this. So those things which are gone by are gone by. I will not make any statement which will have a political tinge. I was accused of something. Today I've been exonerated. I'm out of it. I'm happy about it. I'm grateful to my lawyers, and especially I want to make a mention about my lawyer, late Mr. Shrikant Shivde. He is no more with us. But the fight which he made us fight, walk on the path which prevailed. My other lawyer who fought this case, Advocate Nandu Phadke, Sadanand Phadke. And the main fighters of this case, my young lawyers, that is Viral Babar, his senior Amit Ghag, and the youngest amongst them, Yasir Khan. They were the main Bennett chargers in this case, and I'm extremely grateful to all of them. Lawyers at Supreme Court and subsequently who provided incessant support to us. Senior counsel Harish Salve, sir, and Mukul Rodgi, sir. And I must make a mention here that all these lawyers have fought this case pro bono. Because they knew what the fact is. I am indebted to these people. And I shall remain under their debts because no amount of compensation is going to pull me out of this.
Meanwhile, another accused who has now been acquitted, Sudhakar Chaturvedi, he was quite emotional while speaking to the media. Listen in to what he had to say post the verdict.
मैंने 3 साल पहले संन्यास ले लिया. हमारा घर छूट गया, परिवार छूट गया, माता पिता छूट गए, भाई छूट गए, घर छूट गया. समाज से हमारे कलंकित नाम आया आतंकवाद करके हम कहीं भी जा नहीं पा रहे. उसकी भरपाई कौन करेगा, ये बड़ा प्रश्न है. मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, ये फैसला है, न्याय नहीं है. ये न्याय नहीं है. जब तक जो दोषी है इसके, जो इन्होंने केस को फ्रेम किया है, जब तक वो कन्फर्म नहीं आएंगे, तब तक न्याय नहीं माना जाएगा.
Meanwhile, political reactions have been pouring in post the verdict. But let me go across to my colleague Saurabh Gupta, who joins us to get us more on this. Saurabh, the big question at this point of time is, what is going to be the political fallout of this verdict?
Absolutely, and there are huge political ramifications in this case. And the first one is, of course, the fact that this was a case that was built upon the premise that these were the people who had conspired to carry out and execute this blast. That premise has completely fallen through. That premise has, of course, been demolished in court. The court has held that these people are not linked to the blast, including making it very clear that Pragya Singh Thakur cannot be linked to the scooter or the motorcycle on which the bomb was fitted. according to the evidence produced in court, and neither can Lieutenant Colonel Prasad Purohit be linked to the explosives based on the evidence produced in court. So the explosives, the bomb, all of that and the link to the accused has fallen through in court when it came under legal scrutiny. But the larger issue is, like you said, the political ramifications. This was a case that was said and described as a case of Hindu terror or saffron terror. Top Congress leaders had described it as such, and the BJP had opposed it then. The BJP is now, of course, targeting the Congress, saying that you defamed Hindus for your own political purposes. That's something that, of course, is the attack from the BJP. And therefore, the stage is set for a massive showdown on this between the Congress and the BJP, and that's where it stands. The political ramifications of this case are significantly huge, and that's why this case is more than just the legal verdict, but also the larger political implications of the acquittal.
All right, Saurabh Gupta, thank you very much for getting us all those details. Meanwhile, Pragya Singh Thakur's sister Upma Singh, she spoke to the media post this verdict. Listen in to what she had to say.
इतना भी लग जाए, जीत सत्य की ही होना है। और क्योंकि साध्वी जी सत्य के साथ थी और इस चीज को वो डे वन से कह रही थी कि मैंने कोई अपराध नहीं किया है, मैं सही हूँ। इतने सारे नार्को, इतने सारे लाई डिटेक्टर्स टेस्ट और दुनिया भर के जो टेस्ट लगा सकते थे एटीएस ने लगाए, परंतु कुछ नहीं मिला क्योंकि कुछ था ही नहीं। और यही आज माननीय न्यायालय निर्णय, किसी और का नहीं पता, पर साध्वी जी शुरुआत से कह रही थी एक चीज कि ये बहुत बड़ा षड्यंत्र है। और इसको आप लोगों के माध्यम से, कई चैनल के माध्यम से, प्रिंट मीडिया के माध्यम से भी हमारे परिवार के लोगों ने भी कहा कि जब भी हम उससे जेल में, हॉस्पिटल में कहीं भी मिलते थे तो वो हमेशा कहती थी कि देखना एक दिन ये निकल करके आएगा कि ये षड्यंत्र, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं किया गया हमारे पास। मैं पूर्णतः निर्दोष हूँ, मैं बिल्कुल स्वच्छ हूँ, मेरा किसी भी तरह का कोई इन्वॉल्वमेंट नहीं है, लेकिन ये लोग मेरे ऊपर षड्यंत्र के तहत ये सब कायम कर रहे हैं, आपराधिक मुकदमे चला रहे हैं, मुझे टॉर्चर कर रहे हैं, ये सब जो कुछ भी हो रहा है। और इसमें भी ठाकुर जी कोई मर्जी होगी, ठाकुर जी किसी को कहीं ना कहीं जनता के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, लोगों के सामने लाना चाह रहे होंगे, ये दिखाना चाह रहे होंगे कि देखो जब कोई बुरी मानसिकता के लोग अच्छे लोगों पर षड्यंत्र करते हैं, अच्छे लोगों को फंसाते हैं, तो किस तरह का पर्दाफाश भगवान कर। और ये आज पर्दाफाश हुआ कि जो कांग्रेसी नेता थे, जो अपने आप को शायद उस समय का सर्वोच्च व्यक्ति मान रहे थे, हालांकि ईश्वर से सर्वोच्च कोई होता नहीं है, पर वो जो मान रहे थे कि मैं ही सारा करता धरता इस नहीं का, मैं ही हूँ भगवान, मेरा सबकी तरफ है, सोनिया गांधी की तरफ भी है, चिदम्बरम की तरफ भी है, और उनकी जो भी चट्टे बट्टे रहे होंगे, उनके लल्लू पंजू लोग जो उनके सहयोगी रहेंगे, उन सबकी तरफ मेरा इशारा है। और इशारा नहीं, मैं नाम ले रही हूँ स्पष्ट, तो उन सबकी तरफ मेरा ये संकेत है कि ये सारे लोगों को आज जो भगवान की तरफ से एक तमाशा पड़ा है ना इनके जाल पर, इससे इनको सीख लेना चाहिए। आगे ठाकुर जी इनको सद्बुद्धि दे और ये किसी भी अच्छे व्यक्ति को इस तरह से प्रताड़ित करने का दोबारा प्रयास न करें।
Meanwhile, a host of political reactions are also coming in post the verdict in the Malegaon case. On one side, the AIMIM, it says that this is a very disappointing verdict, while the Shiv Sena and the BJP, they say that this is an end of saffron terrorism which was launched by the Congress. Listen.
देखिए, जिस प्रकार से कांग्रेस प्रणीत यूपीए सरकार ने भगवा आतंकवाद, हिंदू आतंकवाद, ये नरेटिव सेट करने के लिए षड्यंत्र रचा और ये पूरा मालेगांव का केस तैयार किया, आज उसका पर्दाफाश हो गया है। कोर्ट ने सबूतों के आधार पर ये कितना खोखला था, ये कैसा षड्यंत्र था, ये किस प्रकार से रचा गया था, ये सारी चीजें सामने लाई हुई है। एक पर्टिकुलर धर्म के वोट बैंक को खुश करने के लिए जिस प्रकार से नैरेटिव लाने का प्रयास कांग्रेस ने किया था और तमाम भगवा और हिंदुओं को आतंकवादी ठहराने का जो काम कांग्रेस ने किया था, आज पूरा देश उसका धिक्कार कर रहा है और हम मांग करते हैं कि कांग्रेस ने माफी मांगनी चाहिए। विशेष रूप से ये हिंदू आतंकवाद और भगवा आतंकवाद कहकर जो अपमान कांग्रेस ने तमाम भारतीयों का और हिंदू समाज का किया है, उसके लिए कांग्रेस माफी मांगे, ये हमारी मांग है।
मालेगांव ब्लास्ट का आज कोर्ट ने फैसला दिया है। उस कोर्ट के फैसले का मैं स्वागत करता हूं। 17 साल हुए, 17 साल के बाद इतनी बड़ी इतना बड़ा समय ये जो बेकसूर लोगों ने बिताया है जेल में, ये उनके लिए बहुत ही दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण रहा है। पूरे देश भर में जब आतंकवादी हमले हो रहे थे, बम ब्लास्ट हो रहे थे, तब यूपीए का गवर्नमेंट था, कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट था, तब उन्होंने कहा था आतंकवाद दहशतवाद को कोई रंग नहीं होता, कोई कलर नहीं होता, कोई धर्म नहीं होता। और इसलिए मैं ये कहूंगा कि ये भगवा दहशतवाद कहकर ये लोगों को गुमराह करने का एक बड़ी साजिश थी। उसमें वो बेनकाब हो गए। उनको, देश को, ये भगवा आतंकवाद कहने वालों को ये कोर्ट ने बहुत बड़ा मारा हुआ तमाचा है, इतने मैं कहूंगा। और ये साबित हुआ है, सच होता है।
All right, we'll slip into a very short break. More news and updates on the other side.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you. Piyush Goyal, speaking in the Parliament on Trump's tariff shocker, says that all steps are being taken towards nation's interest. There was ruckus over Piyush Goyal's speech. Both the houses have now been adjourned. Colonel Lieutenant Purohit's first reaction post the Malegaon verdict. He thanks his supporters and also thanks the armed forces. Rahul Gandhi dodges Malegaon question, instead says that Trump is the bigger issue. Maharashtra Chief Minister, speaking on the verdict, says that terror is never saffron. While Asaduddin Owaisi, he questioned the verdict, asking, will the government appeal swiftly in this case as well? Donald Trump's remarks of a dead Indian economy sparks a Congress rift. Rahul Gandhi supports Trump. Shashi Tharoor and Rajiv Shukla, they oppose Donald Trump. BJP's Annamalai Najas says Congress is divided over this entire issue.
Vanakkam Tamil Nadu.
Now the battle for Tamil Nadu 2026 is open now.
After Chief Minister Stalin rolls up his sleeves and Vijay steps in as a star challenger.
This is a mass gathering, not for cash.
Meanwhile, a former Chief Minister, Edappadi Palanisamy, begins his fight back.
The big comeback campaign by EPS has well and truly begun.
These are all the ultimate players, and this is going to be the ultimate test.
So, sir, your work is heavily rich in impeccable artisanship and craft, I must say. And recently, with the whole Prada versus Kolhapuri artisan debate, how do you see this? Where do you stand? And also this whole conversation about cultural appropriation and cultural appreciation. What's your take on it?
See, my personal opinion on anything other than plagiarism, which is absolutely not okay. But other than that, I think if somebody can get inspired by something which has its own sort of creative language and create something and create a sort of statement which highlights that thing even more, rather than sort of let it kind of disappear in time, then you're probably doing a service of sorts.
Right.
So, of course, with all acknowledgements and everything, that's mandatory. The world would never know about it until we do something.
So do you think, in a way, Prada is exposing Indian craftsmanship and
I think what
Kolhapuri?
they've done to Kolhapur now, if you look at it, is suddenly it's the buzzword.
Right.
Everybody knows Kolhapuri chappals now.
City now.
Yeah, it's suddenly Kolhapuri chappals are the it sort of statement. So, may not have approached it the right way, but I think what this has managed to do to Kolhapur and an indigenous product is amazing. But do we capitalize it or not is another story now.
Okay. Do you think it's about time that the world, I mean, we've been here, we've been around, but do you think it's about time that the world started acknowledging what we have contributed to the art of garment making?
You know, I have a very serious disagreement with this acknowledgement of the West to know that we are important. Because I think that in itself is a wrong notion. And I've personally been very against people who always think that there's this Gora hangover we still suffer from. You know, I think we're still not outgrown our
colonial fever.
Colonial droppings that are all over us. No other country in the world feels like this. Everybody celebrates their indigenous crafts, their languages, their music, and they're all happy.
Right.
We in India, for example, a simple example, till 6-7 years back, Punjabi music was looked down upon.
Correct.
Okay? Suddenly, half the world is rapping in Punjabi, this thing, so suddenly it's cool.
Yes.
And now Louis Vuitton gets A.R. Rahman to compose the Punjabi track for their main show.
Right.
So look at what's happening.
Right.
So now again it took someone else to acknowledge that this is relevant, and then Indians love it.